Hello. Good morning. Welcome, everyone. My name is Simone Vermeend, and I'll be your moderator for the next 75 minutes. And I do have to say that I'm actually impressed by the amount of people that could make it this early. But I will promise you it will not be for nothing, because at the end of the session, you will know how to bluff your way through blockchain. We will provide you with a common vocabulary, which you can use to impress your peers during the break, or even more important, ask tough questions later today to our speakers. We will kick off with a short video in a few minutes, or seconds actually. Afterwards, Vincent and Joel will take you on a journey through Bitcoin land. I will follow with some sense making, how does this all work? And Paul will close by explaining what you can do with blockchain and how to organize for it. And afterwards, there will also be some time for some questions. So I hope you enjoy it.
Blockchain is peer-to-peer software technology that protects the integrity of a digital piece of information. It was invented to create the alternative currency Bitcoin, but may be used for other cryptocurrencies, online signature services, voting systems, and many other applications. In this video, we explain how it works and what makes it special. Everyone uses paper money. When you get a $10 bill, you trust that it's not fake. If instead someone sent you an email saying, "Here's $10, you probably wouldn't trust it. But when we transfer money, use an ATM, or pay with a deposit card, that's pretty much exactly what we do. We're sending money and a digital message. To make sure no one's cheating or sending money they don't have, these messages go through a few trusted banks that keep a record of everything. They know how much money everyone has and deduct it properly for every transaction. But this becomes expensive when there's a million transactions around the world every minute. The Economist estimates that banks charged us more than $1.7 trillion to process these payments in 2014. That's about 2% of the entire world economy. With blockchain, we can save a lot of this cost because it lets us send money just like sending an email. Instead of sending a lot of payment information through a few servers, blockchain uses thousands of personal computers on the internet. All transactions are copied and cross-checked between every computer in a system-wide accounting book called the ledger, which becomes very safe at scale. Blockchain doesn't just allow us to create safe money online, it lets us protect any piece of digital information. This could be online identity cards, voter ballots, contracts, and many other legal instruments, bringing bureaucracy into the 21st century.
Well, that were a lot of complicated words. I can imagine you're pretty confused by now. So I'd like to invite Vincent and Joel on stage.
Okay. Okay, good morning. Joel and I will do the first part of the session. And first I want to ask you to grab your mobile phones and to go, and I can have the screen, go to join.squiffer.com, S-Q-I-F-F-E-R. So just go to the browser and type in squiffer.com, and then you will be asked to type in a code, and the code is BIC-BIC17. And then we're going to start with a little quiz to basically see how you're doing in the knowledge. You'll be asked for a couple of questions, your age, and then we'll see who of you knows everything. I mean, there's a couple of people in here who are super experts, so we'll see who's going to be the winner, but you have a level of an idea. Okay, 25. Robert is there. That's going really well. And Edward. So we're going to do this journey, and you have a whole bunch of words. We've selected 25 words which we want you to bluff through, and then we want to make sure that if you're at a party or if you are at your company, that you know all the exact words and that you can ask people some penetrating questions, and that you can select if people know something about it, that kind of stuff. Okay, Monique is jury, 58, so it's going well. If you have some problems, just ask your neighbor. And Ruud. That works really well, Douwe. We're using this wonderful team, and Roland is there from RTL. It's really great. We've done a lot of programs together. It's really interesting. I mean, there's so many people who come. We thought we would have 25 people for the Blockchain4Dummies session. And then we said, well, we're going to make it 7:30, so nobody's going to be here. So 90, that was the thing. Okay, we're going to start. Everybody just continues to log in. And the first question, I'm going to ask the first question. Just, Douwe, can I have the first question? Okay, what is a blockchain? Can you select the answer which looks the most useful for you? And then we'll see the answers, the answer to that. That's definitely a question which you're going to be able to answer. And you're going to be able to ask that to other people. Okay, first question. Second one. Now, a blockchain. A block and a chain in a block. How many transactions are there in a block? If you know that answer, you will know more than 95% of the people in the Netherlands. I mean, okay, there's blocks and there's transactions in a block. And how many are there? I really would like to see, I mean, we could have asked if you're a speaker today, and then I could see how the speakers were doing compared to the public, but we didn't do that for privacy reasons. Okay, third question. And so there's blocks, there's transaction in there. How many times, this is the Bitcoin blockchain, there's a lot of blockchains, but this is the Bitcoin blockchain, the most known. How many minutes does it take to generate a block? And also to do a transaction? Okay, you've guessed your way through that. 4. What technique is not used in blockchain, in Bitcoin? We have a couple of techniques which are essential, and Joe will talk about them. And which one do we don't use here? Alrighty. And the next one, we have miners. We have miners. Miners, you're going to know all about it. The computers which basically make the Bitcoin network. And how do they get rewarded? And what is the reward? All kinds of weird words. I mean, you know, this is comparable to the internet. You know, you had this www, and you had TCP/IP, and you had all these kinds of stuff. Let me see, is this the last question now, or do we have one more? Okay. Now, total amount of Bitcoins ever produced in 100 years. Imagine we have the euro. Every month, 60 billion euros is created by the European Bank. They just are spread out. Every 60 billion a month. And how many Bitcoins are we going to have? And it's not going to be one more in 100 years. Okay, good. Are we ready? Douwe? Yeah. Then waiting for the scores. Now, that's great. Paul Bessems, he's the speaker, he's the last speaker of the block. He's number 2. And Dirk, who's Dirk? Dirk, congratulations, you're number 1. And there's a combination. I mean, of course, wow, not everyone, only 3 people had all the questions right. So that's really, I mean, there's about 15 speakers in here, so there's something to be done. So let's give you the basics first. And Joël is studying communications, right?
Yes.
So this guy is studying communication. He came to me, and I asked, well, do you know everything about social media? And he goes, yeah, that's not for... Do you know everything about blockchain? And he knew everything about blockchain. Why does a student of communication know everything about blockchain? So I asked him to use his skills to basically come up with the first concept. So take it away, Joël.
Yes.
And I think you have to take this one.
That one?
Yeah,
okay.
I think so.
I will see. Yes, this works. So, welcome everyone. We will help you to bluff your way through blockchain, like was mentioned before. Blockchain is really a difficult concept to grasp. There are a lot of terms, and you now did well in the quiz. Some people had every answer good, it's great, but still a lot of is unclear. So I will try to take you through Bitcoin and the blockchain journey. Well, how did this blockchain journey start? In 2008, someone named Satoshi Nakamoto published a white paper on a cryptography forum. His paper included a concept for a new form of internet money, and it included three protocols: peer-to-peer networking, proof of work, and public key cryptography. Peer-to-peer networks, we know them already from networks like Napster and BitTorrent, where we share data with each other, with your peers. And the peers, they use distributed computing power to share this data. And with blockchain, it's pretty much the same. So in blockchain, the data is shared, and a difficult piece of data to generate, but easy to verify, is proof of work. And the proof of work data in the blockchain, it's the new blocks that are added to the chain. And because of the blocks are difficult to generate, a miner, a specialized computer that is generating the new blocks, has to solve a puzzle. And because of the difficulty of this puzzle, it's always a surprise who will add the next block to the chain. So everyone can participate, all the miners, and it's really random who will find the next block. And these miners, they are rewarded for finding the next block with new bitcoins. So that's also how the new bitcoins get into existence. And finally, public key cryptography. This is a concept because the public keys, they are the Bitcoin addresses. So if I send you bitcoins, you have a public key. And if I want to send you bitcoins, I broadcast a transaction to the network, and I send my bitcoins to your public key, and I sign this transaction with my private key. I hope it makes somewhat of sense. But the idea behind Bitcoin was created in 2008, and it was during the banking crisis. And the idea behind Bitcoin was to create a new type of money that could not be manipulated, the value of the money, by central authorities. Because new Bitcoins are issued according to a set of fixed rules. So everyone has to stick by the rules. And what's really interesting about this concept is that everyone is also free to participate in Bitcoin. So you, in the audience, you can download an app and you can immediately start with Bitcoin. You can start accepting Bitcoin, you can start buying Bitcoin, sending Bitcoin. And the cool fact is also that this is really easy. So I can send Bitcoins to someone in China, for example, on a Sunday, and he will receive it immediately. It's like sending an email message. So it's a really convenient way to transport data, to transport value through the internet. But then how does Bitcoin really work? Well, the blockchain is a decentralized public ledger. And in the blockchain, every Bitcoin transaction is recorded that has ever existed from the beginning to now. So you can go way back in the blockchain and see the first Bitcoins, how they moved. And this concept is really important. And the book is kept in the entire network. So everyone keeps the book, so to speak. And why this is important, if I, for example, want to send you 1 Bitcoin, the miners can verify that I actually own 1 Bitcoin, because they can look back in the books and see if I ever received 1 Bitcoin. So for example, if I received yesterday 2 Bitcoins, I am eligible to send someone 1 Bitcoin, because the miners, they can link back to the previous transactions. And the miners, they verify these transactions and add them to the blocks using specialized computers. And they are rewarded with new Bitcoins. And this is how the new Bitcoins get into circulation. And this mining reward, it decreases every year, every 4 years actually. So it decreases over time. So new Bitcoins get into existence, and because the mining reward decreases over time, it's a model of scarcity. So it's somewhat like a digital version of gold. Now this is what the Bitcoin address looks like. You see it's a really long string of characters, and it's quite difficult to remember it or to pronounce it. So what you can do, everyone can scan the QR code, and the QR code, if you scan it with your phone, it will read that address. So it's an easy way to read the Bitcoin address. So you can share your QR code or your address with people, and they can send you money. And it's also really cool if you have a Bitcoin app, for example, if you scan the QR code right now, you will see that it will phrase this Bitcoin address, and it's actually my address, so you can send me a Bitcoin if you like that. Or a fraction of a Bitcoin, because Bitcoins can be broken up into 8 decimal places, so you can represent any amount of money with Bitcoin. Now that you know a little bit about Bitcoin, Vincent and I will talk about the rise of Bitcoin, because a criticism, you hear a lot of times, Bitcoin is really volatile, but actually the value of Bitcoin has vastly increased throughout the years, because the first exchange rate ever published was in October of 2009, and then 1,300 Bitcoins were trading for just $1. So for $1 you could buy 1,300 Bitcoins. And also fun to note is that the very first Bitcoin transaction for a tangible good is generally recognized as the Bitcoin pizza purchase. A Floridian man named Laszlo, he offered someone 10,000 Bitcoins to purchase him 2 pizzas of Papa John's. So a guy in London, he was also on the forum, he picked up the phone, he made a long-distance phone call and actually ordered the guy in the United States, in Florida, the pizzas from Papa John's. And in return, this guy in Florida sent the guy in London 10,000 Bitcoins. So now you see, looking back, it's a really good trade for the London guy. He did really well on that one. Fast forward to today, the Bitcoin price has really exploded, because now all Bitcoins that are in existence, the combined value of those coins is $45 billion already, and the combined value of the entire cryptocurrency space exceeds $112 billion. So it really exploded, and there's a lot of new money coming into Bitcoin every day. For example, last February, there was $2 million of new money every day getting into Bitcoin. So it's crazy times. To illustrate this point, you can see here, if you bought Bitcoins today, but 2 years ago, June of 2015, your investment would have increased a tenfold today at today's prices. So it really went up a lot. And here you can also see this illustrated throughout the years, what you can buy with just 1 Bitcoin. And some people speculate that in the future, in the near future, you can already buy a brand new car with just your 1 Bitcoin. And talking about cars, Vincent knows all about that. So Vincent, I welcome you to the stage again.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see the next slide. What is that?
It's your car, I think.
Yeah, so let's see how we got into... Yeah, interesting. This car. On the right, Joel, what is that?
It's a Nissan Leaf. I bought it for my Bitcoin money.
Yeah, so this is a student.
It's an electric car.
And he basically just, where did you invest in?
I invested in Bitcoin since 2013 and also in Litecoin. I think some of you have heard of Litecoin. It was basically a coin that was at a really low value back in the day. And it followed the track of Bitcoin. So I was like, hey, wait, Bitcoin went up a lot. Maybe this Litecoin thing will also blow up. And it actually did. So that was really fun. Yeah,
so he's driving now. It took me 45 years to get an electric car, and he basically gets it. But I bought 100 Bitcoins for... first, a guy came to me and says, you know, you should take a look at this. Thanks, Joel. And I heard about it in 2011 for first time, and he said, you know, this Bitcoin is really interesting. Digital money, and you cannot spend it twice. It's really handy. And it was 7 cents. And I go, okay, well, I heard about this before. The next time, he came 1 year later, and it was €7. And I go, gee, really, that's going somewhere. And I bought 100 of them, forgot about it. Next time, it went up and went crazy, and it went to €700. So I sold one for 700. I mean, it was not a very good investment, but then I bought my Tesla. So that's basically how I got into electric car. Okay, so you've now heard a couple of words. The blockchain is a software program. It runs on hundreds of computers, thousands of computers nowadays. And all the same software runs on all these different computers. So that's one thing. And there, on that software, there's a ledger. And ledger is a groot book. It's just a book with transactions. And on every computer, all the transactions are there. And every time when you start a new transaction, you're going to start a new transaction today, then you're basically saying, I'm going to send money from you to you. And then that transaction is being processed by the network in an honest way. And it's a system which hasn't been hacked so far. Now, how many IT systems do you know which haven't been hacked? This is a system which is completely designed with security in mind. That's why everybody thinks it's so really interesting. So, how to bluff your way through this blockchain thing? Bitcoin blockchain. A blockchain is a chain of blocks. So you have it's a bunch of blocks in one chain. So that's the first thing you have to remember. What's in the blocks? What's in the blocks, Jan? Transactions. And a transaction is from me to you, from you to that. Can be money, bitcoins. Can also be a political vote. Can also be a house and the ownership paper of a house or anything. Anything of value which goes from me to you. Then the question is, how many are there? Maximum of 2,000. This is the Bitcoin blockchain. There's many other blockchains. With Ethereum, it's maybe 50. And with another blockchain, there's others. But those are rules have been made in the software, and they cannot be changed. They cannot be changed unless everybody agrees. The size of a block, if you know that, is 1 megabyte. Does that sound like a lot? 1 megabyte in these days, is that a lot? No, that's not a lot. So the goddamn thing is totally full. And every 10 minutes, a block is generated with maximum 2,000 transactions. And all these miners, they're really busy coming up with a little calculation of how that block should be. They can verify if the block is true. The first miner who finds it gets 12.5 Bitcoin, so 30,000 euro, for their trouble. Only one out of those 8,000 computers, only one gets rewarded. So everybody's really trying very hard to solve that puzzle. So that's the reward of the miner. And then if you have the average transaction fee, if you calculate that, it's actually at the moment, because the Bitcoin is crazy expensive, $15. Okay, so these are some numbers, the price, the block size. The transaction went up quite a bit, 300,000 transactions a day nowadays. 1 billion euro of value goes from A to B and B to A. That's not a lot of money. 1 billion a day is really not a lot. And our financial systems do trillions. That's thousands, billions of years. So it's really not anywhere in the scale. But every day, people are trying to hack this system. Every day they're trying to hack it and hack it and hack it. And it's now 120 billion. The total value is about 112 billion. So it's 112 billion of security, because everybody wants to have that money and wants to take it from us, but it has been hacked. So that's really interesting. And 250 million of dollars was flowing in and out on May 24th. So there's all these mining pools, and why are people sometimes worried? They say that Bitcoin is something for criminals, because it's very easy to transfer money all over the world. You can do it anonymous, even though if you know the number, if you know your Bitcoin address, you can type in that Bitcoin address and see every transaction which ever has been done. So the Bitcoin address is your bank account. And the private, that's the public key, that's the bank account. And the private key is the password. If you have a bank account and you have a password, if you lose your password, if you forget your password, who can help you then? Nobody. Nobody. Really, there's people who have who've lost millions because they just had somewhere 10,000 Bitcoins lying around, because that was one pizza. And if you forgot that stupid long letter, the long character, you can see the money. It's there. Everybody can see it, and you can never touch it again. This Mr. Satoshi, he has 1 million Bitcoins waiting for him. He disappeared. And he has 1 million Bitcoins waiting for him. And nobody can get to that money. If he comes back and he types in the private key, then he has 2.5 billion euro. Dollar. But where is this guy? We don't know him. So it's really interesting. The miners are the people who basically do all this computers all over the world. They have got together in groups, because only one computer always wins. So they got together in groups, and those are mining pools. And all of them, all these big mining pools, are in China, because electricity is for free and computers are for free. That's the only two things you need for mining. And that's why also a lot of people are worried. God, more than half of that network is in China. Isn't the government behind it? But so far, they couldn't do anything. Now, the big problem, if Bitcoin survives and if it becomes 10,000 euro or 50,000 or 100,000, Marc van der Gijs, who's going to speak later, is convinced that the Bitcoin will be worth $500,000, in less than 10 years. Because there's scarcity. We cannot print any Bitcoins. There's a final amount of Bitcoins. We cannot have more. And so if people want to use Bitcoins and buying Bitcoins, if the supply doesn't go up and the money goes in, the price goes up. But at the moment, we now have 2,000 transactions in a block, and we cannot have any more. And if to basically do a transaction is getting more and more expensive. If you don't pay the miners, they do it for free, but you have to wait 2,200 minutes. If you pay them $3, you're done in 15 minutes. So that's really interesting. The time stays, but we need to change the blockchain of Bitcoin because it's full, and the amount of transactions need to go to millions and tens of millions, and they have all kinds of solutions. August 1st is really interesting if the first SegWit solution is being implemented. Okay, so that is basically a couple of other words. You know, the block, the chain, how many of those you have, and that is secure. It's a secure IT system, and lots of companies are really jealous about it and go, wow, I need a lot of bureaucracy to keep my systems safe, but with Bitcoin and blockchain, it's inside the system. You don't have to worry about it, and we can use it for all kinds of other things. The banks are really interested to use it because you have a secure IT system which is made to make transactions between people possible in a very easy way. Okay, so at the moment it's 45 billion worth, and the second one is Ethereum. It's 23. How old is that slide, Joel?
I think.
1 week
yes.
old. How can you make a slide of 1 week old? This is completely changed.
Yes.
This is completely changed. So that's really interesting.
35 billion.
What?
Ethereum is like 35 billion now.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, how can we make a slide of 1 week old? I mean, look at that. So Ethereum is 23. I think it went down 10% yesterday. So it's about 32 billion. So,
yes.
But I mean, the prices are insane. It's really amazing. If last year at the conference, when we talked about Ether was the big thing. We talked a lot about Ether because Ether has one thing called smart contracts. You can program the money much more easier. And one of the most popular things which people make with Ether, with Ethereum, and Ether is the coin, is smart contracts. They make other coins. You can make lots of other coins. I mean, everybody makes coins. We're going to talk about it a little bit later. But if you did this, then it's now 20 times as much compared to last year. So that was a very good investment. If you bought it last March, it was $8, and now it's $310 this morning. Now, what do people make with Ethereum? Other coins, initial coin offerings. And Richard Kastelein, he's going to present later. He's the expert on how to make new coins. He knows all about it. And yesterday we had one new company called Status. And how long did it take, Richard? I think less than 5 hours. 5 hours. And how much did they raise? 250 million. So it's really crazy, all kinds of things. And for example, this company, Brave, they are making a new advertisement system. And they make a new coin, the BAT. And they raised 35 million in 24 seconds. So with Ethereum, you make a new coin, you sell the coins, you tell people, hey, buy my coins, I have a great project, I have a great idea. People say, wow, here's some Ethereum, and you raise 35 million in 24 seconds. It's really interesting how fast that works. And we're going to talk about that a little bit more. ICO, initial coin offering, you need to put that in there. Everybody I would invite to download JAX, J-A-X-X. And from anybody here in the conference who's basically participating, you can get money. So if you have download your JAX, and then you show us your public key, which everybody can see, we'll send you Ether and we'll send you Bitcoin. So that's your goal for today. And then you can send it to friends, you can send it to family, you can send it to other people. So that's basically what we want to do. And the blockchain will have a lot of failures. The Bitcoin blockchain is full. The Ether blockchain, the Ethereum blockchain, is so popular and people are making so much coins. It's also struggling. If there's a good, nice initial coin offering, for hours, the network doesn't work anymore. There's a lot of problem. But every time there's a problem, people solve it. It stays secure, it stays safe. If it fails, then other blockchains will come. It's basically helping to generate a less bureaucracy-full life in the future, and basically giving us a lot more ability to run our life. So that's basically what I wanted to say in 2025. Marc van der Gijs thinks the blockchain, the Bitcoin blockchain will survive, and the value will be 500,000. So I advise everybody, buy at least one Bitcoin, put it in an envelope. You can print out the private key, put it in an envelope, don't touch it, and use it for your kids when they want to buy a house later, in a later point, or for your pension or something, because it's a really interesting investment. So that's the first thing I want to tell you, and I'm really sorry that I'm late, that I took too much time. Simone, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Wow, that was pretty dazzling, I dare to say. However, it's not magic. Bitcoin is just a blockchain application, and there are many more to come. So in the next few 20 minutes, 50 minutes, I will take you to the blockchain basics to make a little bit sense of it all. I dived into blockchain myself, I think about a year ago, and this is how I felt. Pretty lost. Because I decided to lock myself up for an entire weekend to understand the stuff, and when my weekend was over, I was even confused even more. That didn't help. So I started to write down a little bit, some notes, to take men's sense out of it, and that basically became a book. It's the first Dutch book about blockchain, and it tries to explain in very easy wording how blockchain works. And that's what I'll try to put into the next 15 minutes. To start, what problem does blockchain actually solve? In the early days, before the internet, you had computers, and we all had nice data files and stored on our computers. And then came the internet, and you suddenly could share and copy all those files. This led to an enormous increase in efficiency, but for transactions of value, this is typically not really something which is practical. You don't want to be able to copy value. So when it comes to assets, this actually poses huge problems. For example, if I have €1 now, and I can transact it over the internet, and I can copy it and spend it twice, I would actually mess up our monetary system. So that's what we call the double spend problem, and blockchain solves this. And importantly, it solves it without the help of trusted third parties. Because nowadays, of course, I can send money over the internet, but I need a bank. I need a central third party to arrange the clearing, settling, and record keeping for me. But this is what blockchain can substitute for. As such, blockchain is basically a layer on top of the internet, which allows us to transfer value without the ability to copy it. And therefore, it enables us to move from what some call the internet of information towards the internet of value. And this all helps to solve the real problem that we can transact with people that we don't know and do not trust without the help of a trusted third party. So blockchain is just simply, as Vincent already said, it's just a network of computers. And a network of computers that maintains it's a decentralized register of transactions. So it's a public registry. And I will take you through how this works using 4 building blocks, together with a common vocabulary of words that you will come across multiple times today, I assume. The first block is cryptographic security. When you have a transaction, clearly you don't want anyone to be able to tamper with it. And the first important word in this context is a wallet. A wallet is basically your entry point to a blockchain. It's what you could download, what Vincent was mentioning, a Jax wallet, for example. It's for sending and receiving assets, and importantly, not only for money. So the term wallet might be a bit confusing, because you probably say, hey, wallet, that's money in my pocket. But it can be houses, it can be cars, it can in the future even be elements of your identity. And a very easy analogy is just compare with a postal box. This is your private postal box. You can send and receive assets from it or messages, and that's your wallet. And it contains the public key and the private key. The public key is just it's used to create your address on a blockchain, and your address is basically a coded version of your public key. So again, why do you need it? Obviously, if someone wants to send you a message, they do need to know where your postal box is located. So importantly, it's public. Everyone can see it, you can share it. That's different for the private key. The private key is like your PIN code. It provides you with access to your wallet, and therefore, importantly, please do not share it with anyone, because otherwise, they could enter your box and take anything what's in there. And also, don't lose your private key, because in blockchain, there's typically not such a thing as a customer service desk with a reset of your PIN codes. So yeah, like the pizza guy, the one buying pizza, you don't want to lose your private key. Then another word you will come across, hashing. Sounds really complicated. It is not, because it's just creating a digital fingerprint of the data elements in your transaction message. So if this message contains all of zeros and ones, it's all data, and you create a fingerprint. And if we just change one little thing in this message, for example, the color, the fingerprint will be different. If we go back to our towards our postal box example, if I would now send 10 euros to you in a message, you receive those 10 euros. Before I send it, I create my fingerprint of it, so of the data elements. And when you receive it, you also create a fingerprint, so you just use a mathematical formula, and then you say, hey, those fingerprints are identical. So no one tampered with this transaction, and that's important, because imagine there's now a thief coming in. He takes out the 10 euros, puts in back 5, and maybe you would never notice. Although, if you just use this hash formula and you create, again, the fingerprint, you see that they don't match. So you know that something tampered or intervened with this, with your message. As such, hashing is just basically a way of proving authenticity of messages. Importantly, hashing is one way. So if I have the fingerprint, so I have the hash outcome of something, I cannot recreate the original message from it. Today, you might hear some people say, yeah, I used the SHA-265. Well, that's just simply a way of creating a fingerprint. There are other ways as well. It's just a mathematical formula. And the hash of my name, for example, will look like this. Because, of course, in real life, you don't really have fingerprints on the blockchain, but a fingerprint would look like this. And if I would now change, for example, the capital letter of my name in a small letter, it would be a different outcome. So the public key, the private key, and the hash function, they're all working together to secure transactions. So once I was sent a transaction, I want to conduct a transaction, first it is hashed. So I create a digital fingerprint. Then the transaction is signed using my private key. This creates my own digital signature. Then it's locked with the public key of the receiver. The message is unlocked using the private key of the receiver. And this whole interplay makes sure that this whole signing, locking, and unlocking of transaction makes sure that your transactions are cryptographically secured. The second element, second building block, is that history, transaction history, gets locked into blocks of data before they add it to the public registry. Basically, before transactions can be executed, they need to be validated. And once they're validated, they can be added to the public registry, so to the blockchain. And in blockchain, this is done by means of consensus. First, transactions are grouped into blocks of data, so they're all putting in there. Then transactions in the blocks are verified. And when they're verified, the transaction is executed and registered. And we do this all to make sure that in the network we agree on which transactions are valid, and that's what is added to the blockchain is actually true. So it's just a way of agreeing amongst each other what's the truth. And the most famous at this point in time are proof of work and proof of stake. And to understand proof of work, you should understand that you basically want to have, you're dealing with complete strangers in blockchain technology. So you would probably question, how can I trust the validators in the network that say that transactions are okay? And therefore, what they basically did is they implemented a system, a consensus mechanism, that ensures that you do not know upfront who will validate the next transaction. For example, if I would know that I will be the one being able to validate the next transaction, I could just say, I'll send 100 euros to you, although I don't have 100 euros. and I validate the next transaction, and the system is completely messed up. Another element, it starts at itself. Proof of work, just make sure that you don't know upfront who will validate the transactions. And that's done by implementing a very complicated mathematical puzzle. The whole network, all the computers in the network are competing to be the first one to solve this puzzle, and the first one to solve it is allowed to validate the next block of transactions. Then there's proof of stake. Actually, this is still a little bit under development, but here you don't make use of mathematical formulas, but more the right to validate the next block depends on your stake in the network, so your share of value in the blockchain network. Once transactions are checked and validated, they're put into a block, and then they're sealed. And that sealing is again done by means of that magical hashing formula. So it's just creating a fingerprint of a block. And once a block is checked and sealed, it's time-stamped. And that's important because this allows that you can see the history of transactions and that you are sure which transaction took place before another one. So you now saw that the two building blocks, we have cryptographic security, history gets locked into blocks of data, and another important element, which adds another layer of security, is that those blocks are basically interlinked. So we go a little bit back into that sealing of blocks. So as I said, you use a hash formula for that, and now imagine that it's very simple. It's just as simple as adding. So you say 3 plus 3 is 6. So 6 is the fingerprint of my block. But what now happens, actually, is that actually it's not 3 plus 3. They also take the input of the previous block, so the fingerprint of the previous block into this one, and again to the next block. So you can see that those blocks are becoming interlinked. So every block is referring to the next one and to the previous one, and this implies that if I now would change just a transaction, one line in the second block, the fingerprint changes. And subsequently, the whole chain needs to change. And you need to recalculate everything. And that's almost, or actually, as of today, it's still impossible. So this makes that you cannot change any transaction, any record that is ever registered on a blockchain. And this makes it really, really secure. Then the last building block is that information gets replicated across a network. So everybody basically has a copy of it. There's no one centralized party who maintains the copy. It's not decentralized. It's not that there are a few centralized, few dots who have a copy. No, everyone in a blockchain network has a full copy of all the entire transaction history. So you can check always for yourself whether you believe whether the transactions are correct. So take now point A, for example. Point A and B, they all get information from the entire network. But now A says, well, let's change something. However, B can quickly see that, well, he gets 5 other sources of input and say, hey, those other 5 sources say something different about my registry. So probably A is not correct. So you tend to believe the majority. And that makes the transparency in the blockchain a very important element. Distributed. Then nodes. Well, this is the most simple thing by now, because nodes are just the little dots that you just saw. It's just computers in the network. And they can have different roles. Some dots are validating, and some other dots are just transferring the transaction record. You also have different types of blockchain nowadays. And at the extremes, you have a public and you have a private blockchain. A public blockchain is decentralized. Everyone can read it, and everyone can take part of the consensus process, so can be a validator if they like. And a private system is a closed system, and it's decided up front who can play what role. So examples are Ripple and multi-chain, and of public ones are Ethereum and Bitcoin. Well, we now saw that in blockchain, basically, you use cryptographic security to secure individual transactions. Then the transactions are locked into those blocks of data. Those blocks of data, they're checked, they're sealed, they're time-stamped, and then the transactions are added to the public registry, also called a ledger. Then the blocks are interlinked to create an immutable record. And afterwards, information gets replicated across the entire network, so everyone has a copy. So those are really the blockchain building blocks. And this allows for transactions to take place between people that do not know each other, nor trust each other, without the help of a trusted third party. So that's pretty awesome. There are two more elements that I would like to discuss with you. The first one are basically smart contracts. You might have heard about them. There's a lot of hype going on, and everyone loves smart contracts. They're self-executing. However, the naming is a little bit misleading because they're not that smart. They're just pieces of software, and they don't think for themselves. They just do what they're told to do. And if certain conditions hold true, then they just execute some things. So they're not so smart, but pretty practical. And as of today, still, they're also not legally binding yet. So also the term contract can be a little bit confusing sometimes. But a lot of blockchain applications are making use of those smart contracts because they allow to automate a lot of things. Then the last one to discuss with you is the hard fork. Because in blockchain nowadays, governance is still a challenge. You don't have a central party telling you what you should do. No. You have developers. They basically propose the laws, so they are like the lower chamber. And you have miners, and they have the final say. They're like the upper chamber. And yeah, this can be complicated, because sometimes when there's persistent disagreement amongst how you should manage your blockchain and what updates you should do and what you should add or what you should leave, then people, if they tend to disagree and it remains that way, then this may result in a hard fork, which basically means that the blockchain splits. And you can have this once. Now, there are two blockchains in this case, but it could be that at some point in time you have multiple blockchains, and that can become rather confusing, which version to use. So that was basically it. I think the most important message that now remains is, in blockchain there are no certainties. We don't know where it will go. However, there's one certainty, and that's that a lot of things will go wrong. And this is, however, not a reason to just ignore blockchain. So my message would really be, try to experiment with it, try to understand it, and the best way is to just do it and see where we end up. So thank you very much. Paul and I'll take over, and we'll take you through the land, how to basically, you can use blockchain and how to organize for it.
A little more high over. Thank you, Simone. Welcome this early in the morning. A lot of tables, figures, a lot of words with a meaning. The question is, what can I do with it in daily life? So that's more the part of my talk today. The question is, if you do transactions, you have to trust each other. And the question is, how can I organize that in the best way? And the best way is the way with the less friction. And blockchain has the promise to organize supply and demand without almost any friction. So I take you on a journey in how do we do transactions and how can we reduce uncertainty in those transactions. To understand that, we first have to understand what value is and what a transaction is. So I'll take you with you. We just finished a book on this subject. We also call it blockchain organizing. So it's not only about the technology. I think the technology will find his or her way. I don't know, is it female or male? Technology will find its way. But the question is, how do we organize supply and demand? So that's why we call it blockchain organizing. And I'm using this book also to show you what a transaction is. And on a daily basis, I think we do a dozen of transactions. We don't know, but we do it. So if you deliver an hour work and you get paid for it, it's a transaction. But to show you what a transaction is, this is a book, this is €20, and I can exchange them. I exchange two values, and that's a transaction. There are two transactions. So one is the book and one is the money. So I need money for the transaction. But I also could change for a bottle of water. I could change a book for a bottle of water. You could say, well, that's not a fair deal. This is €1, but if you're going to a desert, it could be a very good deal. So in this transaction, I don't need money. to share values, to exchange values. So basically what's important in understanding blockchain and what the technology can do for you is understanding what is a transaction and what do I need to facilitate that transaction. What do I need to reduce uncertainty? What do I need to organize trust in that transaction? So my talk is more about how do we organize trust and what's the role of blockchain in that. If you have that transaction, it's on the screen now. There are two transactions. It's money for a book, for instance. So this is an example which is used in a lot of books and sends 1 Bitcoin to Ben, A to B. But that's not everything. Why should you send somebody 1 Bitcoin? You want something in return, like a pizza. So there are always two value flows. And in business we call that payment and purchase. You do a purchase and you have a payment. So there are always two flows. And what's also important is the information. It's not about the book, the physical book, it's about the information of the book. You could share information digital, because the book can't transport via telephone line. So it's about two values, and it's about the information of the value what's important. Okay, so we talked about what's a value. We talked about the transaction. Transaction is sending value from supply to demand. And we talked about what's needed to do that transaction properly. So I do a lot of talks, consultancy, and I always ask, what do we need to do business? What do we need to do business with each other? What's basically needed there? Yes, you have to exchange something, but in that exchange, trust. So to exchange values, you have to trust each other. And I gave you the example of the exchange of the book with 20 euro. Money is nothing more than trust. So if I gave you this book and you gave me this 20 euro, I trust that I can buy something similar for this 20 euro. Money is just trust to facilitate an exchange. Don't forget it. Because I don't need the money. I could also change this book for a bottle of water. So basically think from Bitcoin, which is a currency, a medium of exchange, you could go further. You could say, well, is it possible to exchange values without money, also without Bitcoin? And then comes the blockchain in, because blockchain is the underlying technology of Bitcoin, and blockchain can be used to do the transaction without trusting each other. So it's a way to reduce uncertainty in a transaction. Because 600 years ago, when we did transactions, you swapped a bag of potatoes with a kilo of cotton. You saw it happening. It was instantly, it was at the same time, at the same place. But after 1400, Genoa, we went worldwide and we trade on different spots and different times. So from 1400, we need institutions, we call it in the theory, we need institutions to organize trust. From 1400, we innovated a lot of different institutions to organize trust. The first bank came in 1400 in Genoa. So to facilitate money in exchange. So after 1400, we innovated a lot of different institutions, instruments, like money, like contract. When we exchange, you need a contract. All kinds of different institutions, hierarchies. Also a way, oh, wrong button. Hierarchies, also a way to reduce uncertainty. So you trust that if he sends or she sends a memo, it will go down. So hierarchies are also instruments to organize trust within an organization. All kinds of institutions, like brands, to organize trust. But all these institutions have a big disadvantage. Any idea? They have a lot of disadvantages. They make our world more and more complex. And that's the trust paradox. In order to organize trust, distrust grows. So for all these institutions, we need specialists. We need fiscalists, we need accountants, we need lawyers, we need people who do the administration. And all these people are not coordinated very well. And if they're not coordinated, if they're not working together, the complexity increases. And when complexity increases, distrust grows. So in order to organize trust, distrust grows. That's the disadvantages of all the institutions we innovated till now. And blockchain has the promise to organize trust without increasing complexity. And that's a very strong advantage of blockchain. So we could exchange values, reduce uncertainty, organize trust without increasing complexity. So the big question is not, is the technology ready for this? The big question is, what are we going to do? If we put organization technology in place in a new organization model, we have a lot of time, spare time, surplus time, what you call. So our economy, our social economic order is not based on technology. Our social economic order is based on full employment. So it doesn't matter what we innovate, we also want full employment. And that's why lately a lot of, you saw it in the Volkskrant, Trouw, Follow the Money, about bullshit jobs. So example is Japan, high robotica. The question there is, what do the people do? And you see people there at the stairs pointing out, this is a stair up. So meaningless jobs. So, but that's another point. Let's stick to the problem of how to organize trust. And blockchain has it in it to organize trust without increasing complexity. How does it work? Simone already told the insights of the different words, but this is just an overview. Exchange two values on a blockchain is really very easy. Just look how it goes. It's done in 10 minutes. I exchange my house for 200 Bitcoin. It's totally done within 10 minutes. And nobody could change it. Of course, the house cannot go via the telephone line, but it's about the information of the house. Who's the owner? What's the price? The measurements. So you could exchange values on the blockchain within, for instance, 10 minutes. And you don't need trusted third parties to do that. You just need a protocol to trust. So the new fiduciaries are the people who make the protocol or maintain the protocol. Very important. We talked about Satoshi Nakamoto, but third in line is Vladimir van der Laan. It's a core developer. It's someone from Eindhoven. So it's important to look at the protocol and the people who make and maintain the protocol, because they are the new people to trust. If they start to work early in the morning and make a mistake in the software, there's a bug, it could be very problematic. So this is what happens. But of course, what we also could see is we could change a house for 200 Bitcoin, but I could make an agreement with someone, say, well, you can have my house if I can have a lifetime of free groceries. So every week you bring me a bag of groceries and you can have my house. You can exchange values without money. So for here, for instance, I could say, well, I exchanged 1 hour fiscal advice with my neighbor, and I exchanged that for 2 hours. He worked for 2 hours in my garden. So I could exchange 1 hour fiscal advice with 2 hour gardening. Without money, without taxes, without payments, without invoices, without purchase orders. It's not necessary. We just agree that 1 hour fiscal advice is the same as 2 hours gardening, and we can exchange it. So that's the real power, the real promise of blockchain technology. Facilitate transactions without money, without trusted third parties. Okay, how does it work in depth? Sorry, it's Dutch word waarde, but it's value, of course. Very simple, if you buy a house, you need a notary, and a notary does 3 things. So if you want to sell your house, you go to a notary, and he says, well, I have to check 3 things. Are you the owner of that house? Don't you sell that house twice? And the transport of the house ownership and the money should be secure. So all the words Simone mentioned help to check these three things. Are you the owner, double spending, and security in transport? Once that's done, the value can be transported to the buyer. But all these 3 functions could be programmed. The check, are you the owner? Simone explained. You have to look at the input references. The double spending problem, that's one of the main issues Nakamoto solved, the double spending problem. So if you have a distributed network, it opens up the way for frauds. But that's more a technical problem, but he solved it. It's called the Byzantine general problem. People want to read about it. And security is about identity, about the fingerprints, about the hashing, etc. So really, we don't need trusted third parties to facilitate that transport from supply to demand. We can program it. Well, they will not go away, but the jobs of people who work at these companies will change, starting with people on administration jobs. Okay, let's go. How does it work in practice? That was my assignment. Suppose you are an advisor or an architect, you could offer your job to companies, to governments, etc. And there are basically 4 things you need to do when you exchange values. Just 4, that's the basic. First, you have to profile, what do I offer? Suppose you're a freelancer, you make your profile. Now you put it on LinkedIn, but in a new infrastructure, you could own your own profile and choose, I want to expose it to that kind of channels like LinkedIn. So profile, then the demand side can select your value, and then you have a purchase and a payment. So basically, there are 4 steps to program. Profile, select, purchase, and payment. That's all. That's all necessary to do the transaction between supply and demand. And the protocol will say, well, I secure this, so I validate it. So that's basically how you can use it. You can use to also to transfer values if you are, for instance, a freelancer. So you offer 1 hour, and in return you get 80 euro or 100 euro or whatever. You could totally organize this on these kinds of platforms. And probably you say, well, I know these platforms. I know these marketplaces. But these marketplaces don't offer payment, for instance, or purchase. They mostly offer search, profile and search. So a lot of things to do. So what if it's not company A, government, and a civilian you're offering your products to, but what if it's only company A? That wouldn't make any sense to organize value exchange within a company on a blockchain. That wouldn't make any sense because you trust each other, you identify yourself. So really, before you start with blockchain, you have to ask yourself a lot of questions because otherwise blockchain will be a very expensive database technology. Okay, how do we organize it now and how is it going to be organized with blockchain? The old model says, well, I'm a big company or a bank or bol.com or an education and a university, for instance, and if you want to do transactions with me, you have to put your data on a form and send it to me. So that's why I need all these keys. I need a lot of different logins, and on every database I have to put in the same data. That's not efficient. But that's the old model. They are in charge, and you have to follow. Now we have the chance. We already had the chance with internet, but we didn't take it, because with internet we changed the technology, but we didn't change the way of organizing. Now we have a second chance. We have to grab it. It's like Johan Cruyff said, before I make a mistake, I know I didn't make it. So never make a mistake twice. We can change it now with blockchain. We can reverse it. And let's say, I am the middle of it. And all those parties who wants to do business with me, they can ask me questions. So my data is stored in a personal data service. For instance, if you buy a book at bol.com, of course, they need to know your address, because otherwise they can't send you the book. But they only need to know 4 things. Your name, your street, your zip code, and your place name. 4 attributes. And they just ping a question to my PDS, what's your address? And they get back name, address, zip code. That's it. The attributes are not stored in their database. It's not necessary. So you don't have to own data, you just have to have access to data. You don't have to own a car to be mobile, you need access to mobility. That's something different. So the model will change. And this also has to do with the new European privacy law. It's very essential. And blockchain will facilitate that this can be done instantly, secured. And your attributes, my name, address, is not stored on one server, it's stored on different nodes. And in a millisecond, it takes the answer to the question. Okay, let's go further because I'm running out of time. Simone also already told about the different blockchains. So it doesn't make any sense to organize a blockchain within your company. It's just very expensive. You could use parts of the technology, but not the same. So there are 3 different distributed, and what's very important in distributed is not only look at the technique. Technique can be distributed, different nodes. Is the governance distributed? Who has access to the blockchain? Who can say you can have access, you cannot have access? So with the technology that can be distributed, most important is the governance structure. So that gives us 3 different blockchains, the permissionless peer-to-peer, like Bitcoin, and there's more hybrid forms. We also see that on the internet. You have the intranet, you have the open internet, and you have the internet sites you have to log in. So that's basically 3 different shapes of blockchains. Okay, so really, before you start with blockchain, ask yourself questions. Do we think the same in your community? Do we really need a database where everybody can write on? If you already trust each other, if identity is available, probably it's not a good idea to start a blockchain. So it's just asking yourself questions whether you start or not with a blockchain. Some examples, because there are already a lot of examples. Most of them are proof of concept phase. Of course, we know the FinTech, we know Ripple, we know digital holding who's transforming assets, etc. We know Cora. So there are a lot of things going on in the FinTech. There are also a lot of things going on in legal. Simone told about the smart contracts. Smart contract is really an if this then that statement. What we basically do is taking trust out of the social script into technical script. Basically what we do in a contract is an if this then that statement. And the advantage of technical script is it doesn't choose. We choose in the script. So a lot of things are going on in the legal domain. But also in healthcare, for instance, we have the example of Reshape, SNS Bank, Deloitte, for the health contracts. In Estonia, they're working on it. We have examples in HR, for instance, the e-portfolio. E-portfolio is nothing more or less than connecting values to a people. The project you did, the course you did, the conference you visited. So an e-portfolio, but also a healthcare record, is nothing more than transactions to a person. If you go to hospital for one day, you get a day bed, you get medicines, you get a doctor visit, all transactions coupled to one person, and you could put it on a blockchain. Voting, what Vincent already told, the ballot docs you can put on. So voting is also an exchange of a ballot document with a vote. You get a ballot document at home, and you go to vote is an exchange of values. Supply chain also. This afternoon I'm doing the tech track with IBM. They're working on a blockchain with Walmart to put food, pig meat in China on a blockchain. Food security is very important to know where it's coming from. So a lot of examples in supply chain. But all those examples need to look at the organization model also. So not only look at the technology, that the technology is available, but with the technology we also should change the way of organizing. And now we organize our work, even our knowledge work and our service work, within factories. Basically, we still work in factories. The work changed, but the way we organize it doesn't change. So we need to replace the square wheels, the firms, with shared transaction networks. Shared transaction networks, business ecosystems, that's totally different than organizing it within your company. So we could all imagine, that's a really strong example of Esko Kipli, is a Finn consultant, he's from Finland, sorry. The firm of the future may be 10 million people working together for 10 minutes, solve a problem and go away. That's possible on a blockchain. You can find each other, you can solve the problem, and it's paid. So if you deliver 10 minutes, it's paid. So that's basically possible. I think just one slide, yeah. So my statement is blockchain will not be disruptive unless with the tool we also change the model we organize supply and demand with. And we have to solve real problems like privacy, productivity, propaganda, purpose of work, power of big companies. That are real problems. So this fence doesn't solve a real problem. The only problem this fence solves is unemployment. And that's a practice now. We have technology, but also we want to stay working. So that's more an identity problem. It's not a technology problem. Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you, Paul. I think that was really good also to get a little bit to stay with our feet on the ground. I would like to invite Vincent and Jill on stage as well. We now have time for some questions. I think
can everybody, we have everybody put on the phone. We have a bunch of questions already. People come up. What questions, what urgent questions do you need to bluff your way through blockchain? So let's see if we have already, do we have a couple of them? I think there's a couple of them, Douwe.
Prepared?
Yeah?
Are there some
What
prepared?
questions do we have left here? So let's see. And I will also, there's a couple of experts in the audience, so some of them, you know. So why did Ivar crash yesterday? So, pardon me? Yes, can I have the code? Can I have the code?
big
17. BIC 17. Join.squiffer.com. Yeah, we have that. We need to have that code all the time on top of the screen because people came in yesterday. Okay, so that's basically what we need to do. So why did Ivar crash yesterday? The Ethereum blockchain, Ivar. Well, there was one thing. Another question was every time when an initial coin offering is done, there's huge amount of activity on the Ivar. Everybody wants to buy these coins. In a couple of hours, they're gone. And Richard Castellan, you're talking about initial coin offering. What happened yesterday? You know, it's 250 million euro was.
Well, yes, Status IM released their ICO yesterday. Sorry, Status IM released their ICO yesterday, and it broke Ethereum. It's not the first one to break Ethereum. The last one was Bancor. It's just the sheer amount. With Bancor, I think about 12,000 people got through to invest, with one person investing 37 million of their own money. So it's complicated, but we use something called gas in Ethereum to pay for the transactions. And some of these guys were spending massive amounts of, some of these people were spending massive amounts of money in gas to ensure their transactions got through. But what happened is the whole system basically got clogged up, and this is one of the problems we're going to have to solve with Ethereum as we do more and more ICOs.
And why did the Ethereum went down? Then the Ivar coin went. You know, that's
yeah. Well, I also lost quite a bit of money in Ethereum pricing yesterday. Yeah. Because yeah, when there's a lack of confidence in the system, it affects the price of Ethereum. So. Okay.
Yeah. So growing pains. Growing pains. I mean, if you raise 250 million in a couple of hours, and the funny thing is also for everybody who was able to buy this new coin, this new status coin, there were a whole bunch of people which weren't able to buy, and then the whole system gets clogged up, and we need to improve it. That's also technology which needs to be better. Let's see what we have. Are we in a tulip bubble? That's interesting.
I think we're always in a bubble because bubble will always be there. You need to step in early and get out as late as possible. But Bitcoin doesn't change that. So it's something we people have, trust or not trust. That's the basic of a bubble. So we had Web 1.0, there was a Web 2.0, and that's learning. So yes, there will be a bubble.
Well, I think actually the moment, if we have 30 times more value, the Ivar became 30 times more valuable in 3 months. Is that bubbly? That is completely insane and nuts. I mean, that is just ridiculous. I mean, every day, you know, it went up 10%, 5%, 10%. It was just completely ridiculous. I'm talking to Marc van der Gijs in the conference, and he's an investor, and he has a fund which only invests in Ivars and Bitcoin. He started at buying at 100, and now he doesn't want to stop until he sells 500,000. But in principle, the value of the Ivar or the Bitcoin is determined by supply and demand. Well, with Bitcoin, there's only a little bit coming by every day, and the amount of money pouring in, if more money pours in, and there's only a limited amount of Bitcoins, the price goes up. And that's what happened. People in Japan, people in Korea, everybody, the Chinese government, they got less restrictive on the stuff. And that's why the money poured in, and that's why the price went up. But as a speculative tool, it's not really interesting. With tulip bulbs, we can only do tulips. But with the blockchain, we can basically organize the total amount of bureaucracy, which is at least 10% or 15% cost. we can basically make that 10 times cheaper. So we can do real things. So in that way, it's more comparable to the dot-com crisis. The dot-com in 2000, the shares were crazy. They were not companies which didn't do anything practical, and the price went through the roof. Okay, that bubble blew, but then afterwards the internet became extremely important.
Yeah. I think I just got a sign. We need to.
One last question. You had one last question which you wanted to ask, and that was about security.
Interesting one about privacy. Basically, in blockchain technology, you have several layers of privacy. Sometimes basically it's pseudonymous or anonymous, so you don't know who's behind an address. So that's already a certain level of privacy. Although you could at some point with big data figure out who's who. But actually blockchain allows us to increase the level of privacy, because nowadays we share a lot of information when we interact. For example, if I go to the Albert Heijn, and it still sometimes happens, you have to show your ID if you want to buy alcohol. And basically they can read everything what's on that ID, but they don't need all the information. The only thing they need to know, are you over 18? And basically it's not there yet. But with blockchain, you could make applications where you basically could create a system where you only need to send to the blockchain, hey, is this person older than 18? Yes, and they don't need to know whether I'm 30 or 40.
It's already developed in Irma, in Radboud,
yeah.
so that passed for.
Yeah, so actually it enables us to create even a more privacy secure world. So I think that's it for now. If you have more questions, we will be around today, so you can always ask your questions during the break.
Okay, everybody who basically from home. Thank you, Paul. Thank you. He wants to make sure that we have to stop, and we're going to stop. So if you basically are interested, I mean, Simone wrote a great book, about the blockchain in very simple terms. My nephew, we were having him on the phone yesterday, and he says, that was a great book, I read it. It's really made everything clear. So I would really recommend you buying this. So give her a big hand, and thank you very much, Simone, for doing this.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll see you back in 15 minutes. At 9 o'clock, we're going to start. So.
De virtuele munt, de bitcoin, begint bekender te raken in Nederland. Maar nog maar weinig mensen gebruiken hem ook echt, blijkt uit onderzoek. Dat is gedaan door het Nationaal Bitcoin Congres.
Ja, we hebben twee groepen. We hebben enerzijds hebben we gewoon de oude wereld, hè, de machthebbers.
En dus de voorhoede van de Bitcoin community.
Iedereen had toch wel vandaag het idee, ik moet er als de kippen bij zijn. Moet je toch eens even voorstellen dat een bank nu dit event host vandaag. ABN AMRO doet dat. Nou, een tijdje geleden konden die alleen maar een heel vies gezicht trekken als zij het woord bitcoin hoorden.
We staan aan het begin van een explosieve groei, denk ik, in de koers van bitcoin. En ik verwacht dat, ik ga naar alle conferenties toe. Ik was vorige maand in New York op de conferentie, waar ik voor het eerst mensen in suits, in pakken met dassen zag. Zoals hier. Zoals hier inderdaad. Ja.
We're going today on a discovery. What is the state of the Bitcoin? Where are we going? And how can financial companies, so current financial companies and future companies, how can they use Bitcoin and the blockchain to make innovative solutions?
Hi, I'm Bart Vries. I'm the co-founder of Florin and just turned 19.
Anyone have a question for Bas?
Would you like to work at ING?
Well, it depends how much fun it is. I started Florin because I think Florin is a lot of fun, starting my own company.
Wat je heel duidelijk ziet vandaag als het gaat over dit congres, is dat we de draai hebben gemaakt van de currency naar wat kan er eigenlijk allemaal met de onderliggende technologie.
Maar je ziet echt dat grote bedrijven, start-ups, mensen met ervaring, grote fintech-bedrijven, kleintjes, grote banken, kleine banken, alles komt bij elkaar. En ik denk dat dat de enige volwassen houding is om al die uitdagingen die eraan staan te komen, om die aan te gaan.
Coming along to the third Dutch blockchain conference is very eye-opening to me because the conference this year is maybe more than 3 times the size it was last year.
I think we've been talking about this for 1.5 years or so, and now it's the big day, and it's great to see that everything is running so smoothly.
You are people who strongly believe the best is yet to come for our country.
We're very excited to have Gavin Wood here. He's the co-founder of Hyperion. He will talk about the latest crisis which proves that this whole world will become a lot more grown up. Give him a big hand, Gavin Wood, and thank you very much for coming.
I'm going to try and explain what Ethereum is without using too much technical language.
This is an important case, right?
I think it's probably the most important case in crypto-economics since the birth of Bitcoin. Yes. We're gonna go into a fever for a while, but when we come out of the fever, we're gonna know for sure that this is what you don't do if you want to make a system.
This is a very good $160 million lesson. Hi Chris. Dag. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to wish you, hello, yeah. Welcome to this blockchain innovation conference, you know, growing pains. And we couldn't start better because we have a lot of growing pains inside the blockchain and inside the whole world of the cryptocurrency. Yesterday the Ether went down 10%, and but since a couple of months, since 3 months, it went up 30 times since the last conference. Anybody who bought bitcoins after the last conference? Hands up. Very good. You bought it for 250 and now it's 2,500. 10x, not bad. Anybody? I mean, last year the focus on the conference was on the Ether, on the Ethereum. Who bought Ethers after this beautiful things? Wow, you guys made your money 30 times. You are amazing investors, really. You know, we talked if it is a tube mania, but tubes, you can only do tubes, and with the Bitcoin, with the blockchain and the ethers, you can really do interesting things. Did anybody look at the ICO? Who knows what ICOs are? Who says what? ICOs? Yeah, but the people who were in the Blockchain4Dummies, of course, know it. But okay, well, first I want to ask you. Oh, where's the screen? Yeah. First, I want to ask you to log in into our audience participation tool, because you can do anything you want. You can ask at any moment of the time. You can ask questions to the speaker, and at the end of we're taking all your questions. Well, we're not going to do all your questions because we have a crazy schedule, 50 people, 50 speakers today. But please go to your mobile phone and type in join.skiffer.com, SQIFFER.com, and then you type in the code. BIC, Bitcoin Innovation Conference 17. And I'm first going to ask you some questions to test your real knowledge, because you guys are thinking you're all extremely knowledgeable, and that's totally true. But we're going to ask you some things about it. So yesterday, I mean, this has been a crazy last half year. Every day there are new coins coming to the market, and new coins to support a particular business. And yesterday it was Status, and Status is a new application to generate contracts, to generate smart contracts in an easy way. Does anybody know how much money was raised? 250 million. That's not part of the. And how long did it take them to do it? Yeah, a little bit more than 4 hours. And also because the system crashed completely. I mean, Ethereum completely crashed because there were so many people trying to pay to get money. I mean, there was the BAT, and that was initial coin offering to make advertising more useful. We get paid to look at advertising, and they raised $35 million in how long? 25 seconds. 24, I thought, but 25 is good enough. So in 25 seconds. So the whole world of venture capital. I mean, last year we were here, we just talked about the Ether, and we talked about the crisis in the Ether. And nowadays, all kinds of smart contracts are being generated, and one of the most popular smart contracts is make my own coin. You can make, in one day, you can make your own coin, generate 100 billion of them, and sell them to the world. And if people think you're believable, you can get money. And it's completely insane. We're going to talk about that. But that didn't exist a year ago. Well, the people really who knew, they knew it existed, but it was completely unknown to us. And the interesting thing is that this quarter, more money will be invested in startups through initial coin offering, making your own coin and sell them, than the venture capital world. You know, so it's not money, it's now investment. You don't buy shares, you buy into a coin of a project. Oh, by the way, the guy who basically wants to revamp this advertising stuff is, made Firefox and made JavaScript, and he's a believable guy. He has an interesting idea. Okay, we're giving him $35 million, and we'll see where it goes. So it will go. We have growing pains. And we're beyond money, but money is the killer app for the blockchain applications. But you are thinking about, how will this involve government? How will this involve companies? How will this involve me? And we're going to talk about it. Okay, we have 223 people. First, let's take a little test and see how much you know. First question, please. What is a blockchain? Please make a choice. That's just to get you warmed up. And Wiebe Draijer in front, we're basically going to see your results. Because if you think that you're anonymous, you're not anonymous on the blockchain, and you're not anonymous here. Second question. What is the number of transactions in a Bitcoin block? Everybody has been here in the Bitcoin4Dummies session. You know, shouldn't have any problem getting that question. Third question. A new Bitcoin block is mined every how many minutes? This is about the Bitcoin blockchain. We're looking at you, Dave. Okay, fourth question. What technology are we not using? If people have problems joining, is it okay? Does everything work? What technology is not used? Fifth question. Sixth question. How much is the Bitcoin mining reward? Yes. And I think that was the last question, or we have one more? Ah, yeah. The total number of Bitcoins ever to be produced. In 100 years, how many Bitcoins will we have? And remember, the European Bank prints 60 billion euros every month. It's wonderful. They just print money. It's wonderful, out of nothing. I mean, money is nothing but a digital thing. Actually, we got a fantastic historical tour through the historical circuit with the international speakers. And Simone told us when in the 17th century, when Holland was the biggest, what was the trading coin? The florin or the guilder? What was it, Simone? Huh? No, but you said that everything was tabulated in florins or guilders. Guilders. And they used, in the 17th century, the Wisselbank used the guilder, and it did not exist in material form. It was just a paper form. In the 17th century, they didn't have money, with coins and notes. It was just something they tabulated. Okay, who won? Waiting for the scores. Number one is Derek. My gosh, congratulations. Who's Derek? Where is Derek? Oh, there he is in the back. Fantastic. Can we have the right answers? What's a blockchain? Yeah. Okay, very good. 94% had the right answer. Okay, second one. Number of transactions. Very good, 2,000. Third questions. Well, we have a very good audience here. Yeah. Well, especially because the guys were in Blockchain4Dummies. And fourth, proof of stake is not used yet in Bitcoin and not just in Ethereum. Yeah, and the last question, 77. Okay, and how many Bitcoins are going to be mined ever? Okay, 75. Okay, good. Right. Okay, I did a terrible thing. I'm too late. I did too many introductions. But we're going to have a fantastic program. We're going to talk about it from the high. We're going to talk about it from 2,000 miles. We're going to have see what companies do inside the IT department with the blockchain solutions, because everybody's experimenting with it. We're going to see what real clients do at the moment. We're going to have an unbelievable amount of examples. We're going to see what happens in China, in France, in Canada. We're going to see what happens in the venture capital world. And in the tracks, you have a lot of people giving examples in the business or looking behind the technology or specifically focusing on the government issues. We have there's about 25 different proof of concepts now happening in the Dutch government. And that session is the only one which is going to be Dutch. Everything is, if you want to tell your friends that you're hearing that the talk is interesting, on bitcoininnovationconference.com/live, we stream this whole live. All the other ones are being recorded and will be available on the internet. So that is basically what I wanted to say. The phones should be on silent, but please use them at every moment. You can ask questions to the speaker, and they will be answered after the session. You can smoke, but you have to go to the parking garage. Yes. Wi-Fi is guessed, and there's no password. And the code for this, it's squiffer.com. We talked about that. And also, if you want some money yourself, if you want to have some Bitcoin or some Ether, we're here to give it to you. Okay? Everybody who's part of the organization, we have a wallet, and we basically want to give you some money if you're interested. Download the app Jaxx, Jaxx. If you download that app and you come to me, I will give you some Ether, I will give you some Bitcoin. So, and all the other people who are basically helping to organize the conference are doing the same way. And then the only thing you have to do in return is at least send some Bitcoin and Ether to somebody else. Okay? Get one of the people infected. So we're going to give you money, but you have to spread the good news. And then to get you excited to see how fast this will happen. Okay, first speaker. And I want to introduce Dennis de Vries. And Dennis, we follow Dennis everywhere he goes. We had the first conference, the first Dutch blockchain was a different one, but the first conference, when I met him, he was at ABN AMRO, he went to ING, then the second one we organized at ING, then he went to KPMG, now the third one, we are here at KPMG, and he's our host again. And he's been a tireless ambassador for blockchain. He's basically first convinced a lot of the accountants. I mean, the biggest amount of money comes out of the accountants still. And of course, blockchain is going to make their job interesting, you know, it's interesting. So I think it's wonderful that he's been able to evangelize that, and now he's an ambassador of blockchain, and he's going to share how a year in the life of a blockchain evangelist inside the accounting and inside KPMG is. Give him a big hand, our longest supporter, Dennis de Vries.
Well, hello everybody, Dutch blockchain community. Welcome at KPMG. Oh, that's pretty fast. So, you have arrived at a pretty special moment in time at KPMG, right? You must have seen the signs outside. It's our 100-year anniversary, right? So this guy, Pieter Kleinveld, is the K of KPMG, and he founded the Dutch arm of the company 100 years ago. But let's have a look at his world. So the world he was living in 100 years ago would be, you know, transaction recording. It's much more simple than it is today, but basically it's double entry bookkeeping, right? That was invented quite a long time ago. If we look at the value transfer system 100 years ago, we would still see the banking system, right? The correspondent banking system, which was invented by the Medici Bank a very, very long time ago. Yesterday, we had a great tour by Simon on historic events in the city of Amsterdam. That's actually the place where the share was born, right? The VOC in 1602. Pretty much how trust was organized in these days. So trust is historically organized at organization level. And actually, the fact that there is something like a stock was the origin of the external audit profession to begin with, right? Because if shareholders are not the same as company management, you need somebody to verify company management. Hey, that's pretty much our business, right? So if we fast forward 100 years in the world we live today, we still see basically the same trust model, right? It's much more complicated. And, you know, I come from the banking industry. Actually, I worked at ING for 20 years. I worked in the second line of defense, in the first line of defense for about 5 years with management, installing controls there. We have the second line of defense with all kinds of risk departments monitoring the first line of defense. Then I spent 14 years in the internal audit department of ING. I was an external auditor for 1.5 years. This is the trust world we live in today, right? A pretty complicated system. Trust is organized at organization level, but the core concepts are basically unchanged. Right? Well, we're here today for blockchain, and because we're pretty enthusiastic about this crazy invention by Satoshi Nakamoto. But what does it really do? So there's a few elements that are really inspiring, and I think it's more inspiration than a solution at this stage. We're early days in the blockchain journey. But creating a single source of truth, right? I mean, yesterday evening, I was having dinner with the guys of HP. Fascinating story, right? If we look at the banking industry, where I come from, we have about 35,000 banks globally, right? Those guys of HP have 2/3 market share in the core banking infrastructure. It's called HP Tandem. We have 35,000 banks, each operating basically similar core infrastructure. Why did we organize stuff this way? Right? That's a valid question that's being raised after this invention of Satoshi Nakamoto. Then digitizing assets. You know, to me, Bitcoin is the first example of a truly digital asset that you can exchange peer-to-peer. You know, this whole journey that we're talking about, and World Economic Forum now talking about what we can do with blockchain technology, is it about the blockchain itself, or is it about creating value chain IT platforms where we can exchange digital assets in a much easier way? So cryptographically secure transactions. I mean,
You know the story. You've just had the Bitcoin for Dummies exercise. I think the key part here, it's an inspiration. The open source protocol hasn't been broken yet. Can we use this in a way that actually makes sense in the business setting? And then something we as auditors and accountants get pretty excited about, triple entry accounting. The system that we've been using for 500 years is basically double bookkeeping entry. So we're trying to control things happening in a single organization. If we create this shared ledger, theoretically, if we as KPMG buy this chair next to Chris, and the company delivering this chair actually sends out the offer to us, cryptographically signed with the public-private key combination, and we would actually accept that with our public-private key combination, and that would be the basis for the entire further transaction, and most importantly for the general ledger. It sounds incredibly boring to you guys, but for us, as external auditors, that means we have external confirmations with everything that happens in the entire general ledger. Guys, that would be one of the most dramatic changes in the profession of external audit. So it challenges the trust model. It challenges the question whether trust can actually be organized at transaction level. So that also challenges pretty much everything, well, quite a lot of what we are doing in this building today. So why is KPMG inspired by this blockchain dream? Because the trust model is changing. So that's why we launched KPMG Digital Ledger Services.
The technological development named blockchain sparked a new wave of digital innovation. It is easy to see why. Many potential use cases continue to be identified and explored. At KPMG, we believe your organization can benefit from the effective use of blockchain technology. We have already tackled the complexity of securing pensions and disability budgets. Now we navigate you through this process in 3 phases: strategic prioritization, use case development, and production. In the first phase, we empower your organization with blockchain education. This is crucial to accurate validation and strategic prioritization of the use cases. This will result in a thorough business case. In the second phase, we focus on going from proof of concept to a tested prototype. We test the technology against different requirements such as scale, transparency, privacy, and security. When these requirements are met, the proof of concept is expanded to a coded and tested prototype. The final phase is taking the right steps while prioritizing business process continuity. KPMG's expertise in risk assessment, IT security, assurance, and data analytics will ensure maximum value and system dependability. During the entire process, we team up with our 2 partners, Sigika and Microsoft. Sigika specializes in the implementation of blockchain technology, while Microsoft provides us with their optimized multiple blockchain protocols cloud platform, Azure. Together, we can make sure you seize the full potential of blockchain. Contact us for more information on our digital ledger services, and soon you will embrace this new technology.
That's, as you would expect, a very nice marketing video, right? But what does this mean in practice? I'd like to give you one example, and the example concerns the guy sitting over there, Peter Kivron. This is the typical senior KPMG guy, right? Nice suit, nice glasses, 28 years of experience in the pension industry, leading our 35 FTE pension team. And we kidnapped the guy to the Dutch blockchain hackathon in Groningen. So what we did there is we take the senior KPMG experts and we try to sit together with them. Try to see how introducing a shared ledger would actually impact their industry. So we came up with this pivot concept combining the Payment Service Directive 2.0
and what we see happening in the blockchain industry to create a vision on how we could actually create a portal that incorporates future financial information with your current financial information, allowing all kinds of warnings to be issued you've never had before. So a much more interactive version of the current pension overview we're getting. Together with our friends at CGK, we developed this prototype during the Dutch Blockchain Hackathon, and then, of course, we created this nice publication with this grand view out there, basically asking the pension industry to liaise with us to actually try and start building, realizing this concept. That's pretty much how we view blockchain. So what we're doing here is we're leveraging the business and trust skills of our 180,000 people. Yes, maybe the trust concept of the old days, but they know their business pretty well. Together with the building capabilities of CGK and the proven secure cloud platform of Microsoft. So what have we been doing? We'll talk about our journey on the PGB budget later on in the business track. So I very much invite you to come and have a look at that. It's an exciting story, right? Those of you living in the Netherlands know PGB is basically a synonym for, well, one of the not so well-organized processes in the Netherlands, I guess. It's wonderful to see what we can do there with blockchain technology. We presented this view to the Secretary General of the Ministry of Healthcare in the Netherlands, and next week we'll announce that together with a new city in the Netherlands, we'll actually set the next step in this research. I've spoken about our pivot concept for the pension sector. Internally, we've launched FitChain. As part of the centennial, all of the KPMG staff have received a Fitbit, and we now introduce the employee reward system based on this, where yes, you're getting the benefits, but no, KPMG doesn't know who's getting the benefits, right? So KPMG wants to stimulate healthy behavior within the company without knowing who's actually receiving the benefits there. Maybe our most exciting project would be the InnoCube one, which I will all tell you about at next year's conference. Not this time. We're a little bit too enthusiastic about that one. And there's quite a number of projects like Funds DLT from Luxembourg, Trade Finance from Australia, and the Mortgage process from the US. We have a stand outside where we can show all of the demos to you guys. So this is our story. We're inspired by blockchain technology to build a new trust concept for the 21st century, and we'd very much like to do that together with you guys. Thanks very much.
So, did you all type in questions for Dennis? So that will be very interesting to see. Hey, your colleagues at the accounting side, the role of the accountants in 20 years with blockchain, how will it change?
Well, it's an interesting question.
Yeah, interesting.
You know, everybody says blockchain.
You are 100 years old, so.
Yeah, and we'll need to see whether we'll be getting 200 years old, right? Yeah. But is blockchain really without trusted third parties in there? I think it's about digitizing assets, right? We have the cadastre sitting right here. I saw Jacques this morning. Bert is around as well. I think, how do you put a house in a blockchain? You need a pretty big bulldozer to shove it in there, right? Or do we need to create a digital representation of the house? And who's going to secure the link between the real world and the blockchain?
Yeah, so everywhere there's the real world and the blockchain, there's trusted third parties which need to have it to put it in there.
So whenever you have a trusted third party, you might want to have an external validator to see whether that trust is actually granted. And
so you have more work.
Maybe, we'll see. We might have a very changing role.
Yeah, you really need trusted third parties. But the interesting thing is the blockchain is by design secure. And that's really different, right? I mean, and you're as accountant, they design organizations that they are by design secure, and now this needs to be put into IT systems. So that's actually also more of your jobs.
Yeah, I guess so. So that's basically the story I just tried to tell you, right, on how to make this transformation. But blockchain is only secure for digital assets, not for real-world assets. So we need to make the link from the real world to the digital world, and then we can talk about the benefits of blockchain technology, not before that.
Question here, is any of your, this is the $10,000 question always, is any of your projects going live or being tested? Are you going out of the POC phase, the proof of concept, We Dutch are always in POCs. We do POCs everywhere, proof of concept here and there. And we think about it for a long time before we implement it. Is something going live? And if not, how long will it take before a real project goes live? Yeah.
Well, Chris is smiling already, right? You know, in all honesty, I started my blockchain journey with Marc at ING, right? That's 3 years ago. I think ING is pretty inspired, doing a lot of things. I haven't seen anything in production yet from ING yet. I've been relatively successful, I think, at engaging the KPMG partners in the company. So now we finally have a business line to actually work on this. We launched our partnership in April. It's relatively early days. So none of our projects are actually realized, but I think the strategy we're taking, we're inspired to build value chain IT platforms that are much more efficient than currently. That's the key focus. Whether that requires a blockchain, yes or no.
1, 2, 3 years. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Good question. Well, I'd be hoping in 2 or 3 years. Yeah.
Yeah. Takes a while. Okay.
Hey,
with a new, why a new consortium instead of joining one of the many existing? I mean, the National Blockchain Alliance here in the Netherlands. Are you part of that?
We've been in meetings with them. Yes.
No, not yet. Yeah. So why not? And why you have now? I mean, there was also. People ask, what is that third party? There was one party which was... But why are you not part of that? Or how is that consortium... do you have to be invited or something
I think that's basically a business model question, right? I mean,
you have to pay for it to be part of it.
Exactly. You know, and preferably we'd like to be paid to build stuff.
Yeah, that's your... I know that model. Okay. Let's see. Any more questions? Oh, yeah. Well, the identity question. You know, that is the big, if we have identity, if we can basically prove who we are on the blockchain in an easy way, do you see many areas in that, many projects in that arena? We're going to talk look at a couple of them.
You know, I found it very interesting that RIVG, the Dutch Identity Association, right, currently managing identities, is so much looking into this right now. To me, the two things that we really need to make this blockchain dream work is digital identity and a form of true digital currency, and preferably not issued by Satoshi Nakamoto or Vitalik Buterin, but preferably issued by a central bank, right? I think those are the two components. If we would have those in place, then we really can start building.
Okay. Dennis, thank you very much for your support, and thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Get more projects real life. You know, that's really, we need to get out of the proof of concept. We need to test, but we need to go live, and we'll talk about them. Next speaker I want to know is Bart Mellink. And Bart Mellink from Gartner, and you know Gartner, they get paid billions of euro to basically tell them where we are on the hype cycle. But they are basically the trusted party of the IT sector. And I really want to know, how is the blockchain getting in the IT sector? And does it help us to become more secure, to become more flexible? And he talks about it. He's the VP of Digital Business. And I know him for 40 years. We started a business together. We did document management, started the document management together. And I'm very glad that he wants to come from Gartner to basically tell us all about blockchain. So Bart Mellink, thank you. Give him a big hand.
Good morning, and thank you very much for Vincent for the introduction. So I'd like to start with a talk about blockchain and specifically what we see as the impact on what we call the programmable economy. And I want to start with a story that was about 15 or 20 or even more ago. In 1993, a friend of mine that worked at the University of Groningen called me and said, now you have to look. And he showed me this web page of the CERN in Switzerland on a Mosaic browser on his computer and say, well, this is the first web pages we have here. And I said, oh, that's interesting. We'll see web pages. We're going to be able to have websites. And this is really growing. So we should be very enthusiastic. And he said, well, we are enthusiastic, and this will really change. But it took a while before everybody was there. But there were a lot of enthusiastic people that said, this is great work. But it still took a couple of years to do that. And 7 years later, I went to the US, and we were there in the year 2000. And we started to actually bid on groceries on Priceline.com. where you could bid for a price and then you go to your local supermarket and pay a different price than the other guy in the line behind you for the same shopping experience. That was a change we didn't anticipate in 1993. And then the 10 years after, there was all the social media came. We had Facebook growing from nothing, not even existing, in 2003, 2004, to 500 million users in 2010. So the key thing is that activities, you would expect they would go very fast in the beginning. If you predict now what will happen with blockchain, you think, well, in 1 or 2 years, everything will change. If we look at what Vincent said 2-3 years ago when we had the first blockchain conference here, is he would say, well, in 2 years, everybody will use blockchain for everything. That didn't happen. And now we are in this blockchain for pain, growing pain conference. But the interesting thing is that in 10 years, all those new things will come and all those changes, and we have no idea how to anticipate. So although there is the growth in the beginning not going that quickly, and laws more also kind of is kind of those exponential growth that we see all the time with all those applications and things that happen, is that it's as a person very hard to think about exponential growth. But in 10 years, we'll see all kind of new developments that we cannot even imagine. The social media of blockchain eventually, or whatever else as new things that will happen. So what I want to talk about here is, sorry, I have the wrong button here. What I want to talk here is what's the current state of blockchain and what's the programmable economy and how does it relate to blockchain and is it ready for prime time? So first, the definition of blockchain. We've all seen it and I can be very short on this. This is our definition, but the key thing I want to emphasize here today is the last 3 words of this sentence. A blockchain, all the stuff about kind of immutable, recorded, let's say, a ledger, etc. But the including a programmable behavior is something which is very, very unique. And that is something that when you think of it, code that can be distributed and that can be agreed upon by the entire blockchain to run depending on what you do. And that's very much in line with what I'm going to talk about, the programmable economy that we will see. But before that, let's talk about what our clients see. So each year we ask our client, what do you see as a key technology that's going to change your business? So we asked the question this year, in your opinion, which 3 of these technologies have the most potential to change your organization of next years? And obviously the things like advanced analytics and Internet of Things are the top of the list. But at number 8, we'll have blockchain. So that means that about 10% of users, of 10% of organizations really think that blockchain will be a game changers. Well, what are they doing? Well, half of the companies don't really give very much of a thought to it. No interest at all. Another third of the companies would say, it's somewhere on my radar, but I'm not really going to look at that for now. But there's about 10% that are planning for it, and there's a 1% that really have invested in the blockchain technologies. And if we then look at who they are, typically they're the financial services guys, or it is the media or government, or it's in energy and utilities. And it's interesting because that's an area where trust is very key. So they are interested because they may see an erosion of their business model or actually maybe an opportunity for the business model. So that's where the investment at this point are. And we expect that by 2025, we will see a total business of about 176 billion in blockchain, which is related to what we call business value add. So additional new revenue, reduction of direct cost, or actually reduction of indirect cost, like better quality or better services to your customers. And by 2030, that could be $3 trillion to go to. So that's where we are now. But what does it mean to what we call the programmable economy? Well, you would first say, what is the programmable economy? Well, we have a definition for that as well, as we have for many things. And we call that a natively smart economic system that enables the production and consumption of goods and services. Well, you would say that's true for any economic system, but the key thing here are the first 3 words, the natively smart economic system. So the natively code that is actually embedded in code, and you could use a blockchain for that code to run certain transactions and to do things automatically. We all know, or you probably have heard of last year when we were in the same place, we had the distributed the DEO organization that had just started then, and then they had the code to automatically, let's say, give funds if a lot of people would agree to give that as a trusted fund to somewhere else. And there was a bug in the code, and due to that bug, suddenly 50 million euros was streaming away there. So that means that the DEO organization had kind of a bug in their code, which is interesting, but it also is an element of that. So the key thing that I have here is that if you look at the various phases of where we go from now to in the future, is that on the left-hand side, you see digital marketing. That's something a lot of companies look at. So we look at optimizing your transaction. You look at technologies like what we call the nexus. It's the mobile, the cloud, and big data. They all had so much usage. Everybody was already on mobile platforms. Everybody was using the cloud technologies that allowed them to really optimize on using technology to optimize your marketing, to really think about not just spending dollars, but also see how efficient that was. We then moved a couple of years ago to what we call digital business. And digital business is all about new business models. The music industry, the Netflix, all the capabilities with Uber. And you see there a key change is that you would use hardware, you would use tools, you would use kind of things as part of the whole equations. And we had a piece of work about 5 or 8 years ago. I was working with a car manufacturing in Europe that said, I have these cars, I'm very good in engineering those cars, but I want to make sure that I'm now able to understand who actually drives the car, because once they leave the factory, I have no idea. And companies like Ford started to have insurance, simply because they could have a better insight how you're driving your car, because they had all the sensors in there, and they could feed that information back to the factory to really understand how people drive their cars. So that's the phase of digital business that we're still in the middle of, but that's happening. And the key change there is things that do things. Afterward, we get to what we call the adaptive phase, where the things actually do things for your refrigerator that can order food for you. And then we get to the autonomous phase, and Vincent can talk for you for the entire day how his Tesla automatically drives from one place to another place and does things and decides on their own using self-optimizing algorithms to do that. And after that, we get to yet another phase of what things can do, and that the things really act on themselves, that they have programmable capabilities to do things almost without people interacting with them. They will work on that area. So this whole programmer capability is something you want to make sure you think about. What will that lead to us? Will we actually, do we want this? Because if we look at an environment where where you have a smart contract that do all those things, is actually, do we want this whole area happening? And over the next 10 years, we really have to think about the programmable capability, how much we want for that. Because if you have a piece of code that does things, that has a legally binding obligation to do that, I can't walk to somebody else and say, can't walk to a judge saying, well, this needs to be changed. If the other guy that has the private key doesn't want to have this change implemented, there's no way you can do that. So we have a lot to learn in that area. So is blockchain ready for prime time? Well, some pieces are. We have all kind of use cases. The case of last year here, we heard about that. Is it still there? Actually, I haven't heard of that for quite a little while. There's the cases around the insurance for diamond registration, where you could actually argue, do you really need a blockchain for that? But that's a separate discussion. There's a case where the UN worked blockchain for providing cryptocurrency vouchers to refugees. That's an example. So there's all kind of examples that we see. And we typically map that on what we call the hype cycle. Vincent already introduced that originally, where we see a technology trigger in the beginning. And every year we map about 2,500 technologies on that hype cycle. And one subset is the one about the programmatic economy and blockchain. So if you look at all those technologies that could be up there, and they're small prints and you can't read them in the back, but that doesn't matter. The key thing is there are a couple of those technologies that are considered to be more mature. And these are specifically in the area of cryptocurrency, where on the other hand, everything else to contract, etc., is still on the left-hand side. We are still in that growing pain, and those are things we still have to consider. So if you look at, and this is my final slide, Vincent, I know you're coming this way already, is if we look at what are key mistakes that we see in blockchain projects. These are things related, and we have 10 of them. I'm only going to list 5 of them. The number one that we see all the time is misunderstanding or ignoring the purpose of a blockchain technology. We see too often that people basically say, we're using a piece of blockchain where you could simply use a database, where a database would actually be a better solution. We see all kind of, let's say, confusion about the foundation level protocol with a complete business solution. The key thing here is the blockchain just gives you the database capability. It doesn't have the entire process, the entire function. You still have to build a user interface. You still have to build the process around that. And the other one that is a key thing is that assuming the current platforms are the ones that are dominant tomorrow. My introduction slide talked about Priceline. Priceline is almost no more, went bankrupt. We talked about the Mosaic browser. That browser doesn't exist anymore. Don't expect the stuff that's here today to be the platform of the future. But you also can't expect that the smart contract is something that is a solved problem. And finally, the failure to learn and to incorporate learning in a process as part of that. So I want to leave it at that way. Thank you very much, Vincent, and you probably have some questions for me.
Yeah, well, they have some questions. How can you, with dry eyes, say that we are beyond the hype cycle with cryptocurrency? Have you seen, 30 times in 90 days? Don't you think that's completely hype craziness? You think we're already beyond? That slide is all dated. Gartner is behind. Right? I mean, we went from $8 to $300. Is that before hype, or are we already past the hype?
That's hype about the currency itself. It's not about the technology that underpins
you're one layer deeper. Okay, yeah. Let's see what... yeah, because was that an investment advice? Don't invest in blockchain and don't invest in Ether and that kind of stuff?
No.
Because they're going away?
No. We talk about technology. We talk about technology, not about the Ethers and the blockchain themselves.
Hey, 10% of the companies are thinking about blockchain and trying to do something in the IT. Do you measure it from top management or IT management?
If you look at our clients, they're typically the CIOs, but there's more and more of those CIOs that are part of boardroom conversations. Yeah.
So 10%, is that a lot or is that a little? I mean, is that just, are there 50, 10% technologies, or is it just one of them, or is it already getting there?
We have a list of about 30 technologies or 40 technologies that we asked them to pick from. I don't know the exact number of list, but ending up having them ask which are the 3 top ones that are changing your business and expect you to change, and then end up at number 8. I think that's an interesting thing.
Okay, good. Okay. Can we do IoT without blockchain? I mean, we have 50 billion devices coming to the market, right? Mm-hmm. Is it possible? Can we design secure IT systems like the blockchain? Are there a lot of alternatives? I mean, is the blockchain much more secure than other IT things?
That's a very interesting question.
Thank you.
And that's a very interesting question. I guess you could argue to have both ways. I'm not an expert in IT to really know and to understand whether or not you can do that without IoT. I'd leave that up to somebody that's really an expert on IoT.
Okay. We have many more speakers coming up to that thing. But I mean, designing, you know that security is a major pain in the butt, right? I mean, we built software, and then we built a whole lot of things, security around it after the fact to keep it secure, and we're failing bitterly. Mm-hmm. Every bank, every big organization, the IT normally is a layer of old stuff and is not secure. Can the blockchain help to rethink the IT architecture?
Well, there's also always all kinds of level on security. There's security level related to the fact that you can get to data and understand and decrypt data, and the blockchain does a very good job in kind of hashing stuff and understanding where there is. However, everything related to roles and who can do what, you still have to decide who does that and how you can program that into your application.
But you can program it into the thing itself. Into the role can be into the money or into the coin or into. But can be on a different level.
But potentially those will have bugs as well. And everything related to security is a part of technology. It's a part of process. It's a part of kind of who kind of sets those security roles at a certain point in time.
Okay. So. Okay, Bart made it very clear, blockchain doesn't solve all our problems, but it's definitely on the mind of the CIO and beyond. Thank you very much, Bart Mellink. And Conny signals me that I do a terrible job on keeping time, so I'm really sorry, I'll keep it shorter. Now, can I ask David Birch to come up? Because David is basically famous because he said, you know, in the session before us, you know, 2 years ago, last year, the future of money isn't Bitcoin, and the future of Bitcoin certainly isn't money. And we all remember that. I mean, you have to think about it a little bit. But it's a nice one to start the brains. And now he comes up with and then he said, do you want to come and talk about blockchain? And he says, you know, blockchain. It's really not a technology, it's a religion, okay? So we have a very grumpy, skeptical English guy telling us why this stuff, you know, really isn't that hot. So, but we loved him last year and we love him this year. So a big hand for Dave Birch.
Thank you very much, Vincent. It's a very kind introduction. So I did say that to him. I did say I was kind of sick of blockchain because the blockchain conferences that I go to are like weird cult religious, and I'm getting worried that he's going to lead us out into the jungle or something. It's disturbing. So, because it's not a religion. And then he stood up in front of you, you saw him standing right here saying, go out and spread the good news about and he's telling you it's not a religion. So I'm skeptical about this. Added to the fact that, and I don't want to criticize any of the people here because there's no need for that kind of thing. But I have to say that I've been to many discussions recently about the potential use of the blockchain in a variety of different applications. And the truth is, almost all of the things that I've seen about how to use the blockchain are stupid, for want of a better word. It's ridiculous, magical. You go to a meeting, someone says, well, we're going to fix this problem because we're going to put it on the blockchain. I'm like, that's fantastic. That's really good news. And how are we going to put it on the blockchain? We haven't really thought about that yet, but we'll worry about this kind of thing. We're going to put it on the blockchain. And so my standard response to this, which you'll see in a minute, is okay, if you're going to put it on the blockchain, tell me what's in the blocks. If you can tell me what's going to be in the blocks, then I'll listen to your idea about the blockchain. If you can't tell me what's going to be in the blocks, then this is just a fairy story. It doesn't mean anything, right? And I got criticized for saying that. So what I thought I would do today is stop talking in general terms. The blockchain is going to change the world. Yes, I know. It's going to save democracy. It's going to end world poverty. Global hunger is a thing of the past. Yes, I know. Okay, we'll put this to one side. So let's pick a specific example of an industry. And by the way, I didn't know what was going to be in the last presentation, so it's very convenient for me that they highlighted Internet of Things. That was a little bit of luck. So I thought, okay, let's pick a specific industry and challenge, okay, well, how exactly is the blockchain going to fix it? And then you can all shout out what's in the blocks, and then I'll show you, right? So I'll prove that if you can answer that question, you can be taken seriously, I hope. So I thought today I'd use Internet of Things as the example, and I hope you like my example, and I hope it illustrates something about where we're going. So let's start with the Internet of Things. So this is a thing. Doesn't particularly matter what thing it is. It happens to be, what is it? Oh, it's the kettle. Oh, so I went to, did anybody else go to CES in Las Vegas this year? I did. Yeah, it was good. Really fun time. And we drove through Death Valley, and we had super time. But for ordinary people who didn't get to go to CES Las Vegas this year, let me just show you. This So I want to show you a couple of the things. I just want to illustrate the point about Internet of Things. So this is a Wi-Fi kettle. So if you have this kettle, you can connect it to Wi-Fi. And then I'm not really sure. I didn't really follow the whole thing. But the point is, you can connect it to Wi-Fi, and I think we'd all agree that's a pretty good thing to do. I don't know why. Okay, but not all the things there were stupid. Most of them were, but not all of them. No, but you know, the thing is, what if you're away from home and you want to know, is my kettle still there? Or... See, I'm not the business guy. We're going to use crack teams of management consultants to come up with the applications for this. I'm just showing you the platform. I don't know what the application is. So we can connect our kettles to the Wi-Fi. That's a breakthrough. This is one of the... So this is Fitbit for dogs. This is not Photoshop. This is real. I'm showing you real things from CS. This really hard. And by the way, this wasn't the only one. There are a lot of these, right? I'm laughing my ass off at this. I'm with my friend Nick. We're looking at it. I'm laughing my Fitbit for dogs. It goes, you're the moron. These people are going to be billionaires. Like, I'm laughing my ass off. These things are walking out of the shops themselves. Like, everyone wants a Fitbit for their dogs. These people are going to be billionaires. You're looking at me skeptically. It's Fitbit, but for dogs. Don't you get it? See, the thing is, these people aren't entrepreneurs. They've got no vision. It's Fitbit, but for dogs. These people will be billionaires. And this wasn't the only one. There was a thing where you could play with your dog when you were at work. So there was like a machine at home, and you put dog biscuits in it, and it could drop balls out or something, I can't remember. And it had like a camera, so you could, when you're at work, you could see your dog at home. And look, she's ordering one on Amazon right now. These things will walk out of the stores. There was a little thing to play with your cat. I think it pulled little balls around. Like, I can tell you personally, my cat would not give up. Like, if I'm at work, and the cat would be like... But nevertheless, people are prepared to spend a lot of money on these things. These were stormed, by the way. These stores were stormed. Fitbit, but for dogs. It's brilliant. Now, of course, there's one or two little security issues around it, because obviously, we had that slight problem with the Wi-Fi kettles that I didn't mention to you. I didn't want to spoil it for you, but the Wi-Fi kettles got hacked. And that meant that if somebody knew you had a Wi-Fi kettle, it means they could log in through your Wi-Fi kettle and get into your home Wi-Fi system. Don't worry about it. It's not a bit... I don't care if people get into my home computer and look around. There's nothing in there, really. For Marc, this would be more distressing. For me, I don't... People can do it, I don't care. But I did have a good idea of this, because I was thinking, if I wanted to assassinate somebody, right? Like in the old days, you'd have to stalk them out and follow them around and learn their daily, like in a James Bond film, right? Like learn their daily routine. And now all you do is you work out what's the Bluetooth address of their Fitbit for the dog, right? And then you put the bomb behind, and then when the dog walks past, then you blow it up. It's nice and easy. So there's lots of use cases for Fitbits for dogs. And I'm pretty sure other people can... But nevertheless, dogs are on the internet. Remember that thing? On the internet, nobody knows you're a dog. Now, on the internet, nobody knows that you're a dog pretending to be a fridge, pretending to be a person on the internet. No one knows anything now. We've made no progress in 20 years, none at all. This is my favorite, socks, because I'm sure you've all thought about connecting your socks to the internet, and you've, if only there was the technology, we would do that. So, and this was my favorite one. This is my favorite one for two reasons. So one, socks. They're putting socks on, I'm glad they're not wasting their time on Alzheimer's and cancer research, aren't you? These people are putting socks on the internet, right? It's my favorite stamp, because socks. And also because they had the most disgusting prop on their... So on their stand, they had a disgusting model of a foot. And it was rubbery, it felt real. So this is like a model, and this shows what could happen to your foot if you don't connect your socks to the internet. And I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. Look at this. So So people are going, okay, so everything's being connected to the internet, so you have to believe me on that. I've just shown you some examples to show you everything's being connected to the internet. So 5 minutes left, are you joking? Who put that up? Is it that boring? I stand corrected. I listen to the box office. I'm sorry about that. So we'll have to hurry it up a little bit then. So I didn't think socks would be a good example, but I think I did make the right choice here, because standing up here, I can see this is quite a fashion-conscious audience. I can see down here. There are many people down here who look very fashionable. And so I feel that you'll be in sync with this choice. So if we have to pick one kind of, for example, there are many people in this room who are wearing quite a wide variety of dull blue suits in different kinds, you know, and that's diversity, right? Because some people haven't got ties on, for example. It's a very diverse audience for this kind of thing. So I thought fashion would be the good example to choose for all of you. And you're looking at me and you're thinking, well, we can see that you're fashionable, Dave. I can see you're thinking that. But where are your credentials for talking about fashion? So here is a picture of me. This is not a Photoshop, by the way. This really happened, in case anyone's wondering. So this is me at London Fashion Week. And we were invited to London Fashion Week for, this is very early. This was to do with actually NFC tagging of clothes, so that you could learn about clothes from I don't want to spend any time talking about it. It was one of the most insane days of my entire life. Trying to explain how to use simple mobile phone applications to access important data about clothes and collections and the materials and whatever to people who are crying is a very difficult thing. So I want to skip over that. But the point is, it really happened. So if anyone wants to question my credentials about fashion, I can show you a video of me at London Fashion Week. So let's just put that one to bed. My credentials in this space are unarguable. Is everyone clear on this now? Okay, good. So we'll choose fashion as the example. So what we're going to do here is we're going to put smart labels into our clothes. So these are the kind of smart labels you can buy. So you know there's been advances in the RFID technology. So these are printable smart labels that contain RFIDs bonded inside them. So I thought that would be a really interesting example to use for our Internet of Things, because there's lots of clothes, and we want to put them on the Internet and then track them around for that sort of thing. And if you're wondering, well, you know, why would you do that sort of thing? Well, of course, there's lots of applications for this kind of thing. So, for example, this is Vivienne Westwood. Vivienne Westwood is a very famous English fashion designer. I'm here to fly the flag, by the way. A very famous English fashion designer. And when you guys eventually leave the European Union and join what we like to think of as the Sterling Zone, she'll be one of your famous fashion designers as well. So this is a Vivienne Westwood Union Jack flag. It's not just, it looks like me just being patriotic, but that is a Vivienne Westwood flag, and this is a Vivienne Westwood store, in case you didn't know what a store looked like. And these are the RFID labels, and yes, I know they spelt it wrong. It's not me. These are the RFID labels that Vivienne Westwood is putting in the clothes. Now, there's an obvious reason for doing this, right? Because if you're the sort of person who would spend, you know, $10,000 on a Vivienne Westwood T-shirt, right? Like, let's say that was you, for example. Like, if you're going to spend $10,000 on a Vivienne Westwood T-shirt, then you're kind of stupid. Like, I'd like your name and address, because I've got some real estate deals that you will just eat up. But if you're going to spend $10,000 on a Vivienne Westwood T-shirt, then wouldn't you want everyone to know that it was a $10,000 Vivienne Westwood T-shirt? Right, because you could, like, I'm not, you know, the truth is I'm not that on T-shirts. So if you bought a $10,000 Vivienne Westwood T-shirt and I was looking at it, to me, it would just look like just a shitty sort of T-shirt like his. It wouldn't look like a special kind of T-shirt. Like, how would I know whether this costs $10,000 or not? So if I'm the kind of person that spends $10,000 on a T-shirt, I want the T-shirt to tell you that it costs $10,000, right? How am I going to, like, if you're looking at me, if you didn't know, or think about watches. Like, if you're the sort of person that's going to spend $100,000 on a watch. By the way, KJ, I was looking at the Swiss regulations on cash usage. There's a specific exemption in Switzerland. You have to report cash transactions of 10,000 euros or more, except the purchase of watches, where the limit is 100,000 euros. 100,000 euros, because that's considered in Switzerland day-to-day purchase. I mean, that's, why would you want to report the purchase of a 99,000 euro watch? You wouldn't. But if you had a 99,000 euro watch, you'd certainly spend 99,000 euros to have a fuck-off watch that could tell everybody else this is a 99,000 euro watch. Wouldn't you? Like, what's the point of having a 99,000 euro watch if you can't tell everybody else this is a 99,000 euro watch? But of course, there's an issue here now, because now if I'm a counterfeiter and I want to make a counterfeit 99,000 euro watch, I've got to put a little bit of effort in, right? I've got to make the watch work. I've got to make it look good, right? If I'm just going to make a cheap knockoff, all I've got to do now is steal the chip. I don't really have to work that hard to make the watch a good counterfeit. I just need a watch. You could just take any old cheap counterfeit watch like this one down here. You could take any old cheap counterfeit watch like this, and you can put the chip in it, and now it says it's a 99,000 euro watch. So it'd be useful if there was a little bit of security around this stuff. This is an iPad application. That's an RFID scanning wand. You can connect your iPad. I can't remember the exact specifications, but I think that can scan about 100 items a second at a range of 50 meters. I don't remember exactly. But the idea is, if I have one of those connected to my iPhone now, like this one, for example, if I had this connected to my iPhone, and you had tags in your clothes, now I would know what everybody in here is wearing. And I might be very interested in that. Stop looking at me like that, not because I'm a pervert. I am a pervert, but that's not why I'd be interested in what everyone's wearing. I'd be interested in what everybody is wearing, because I guarantee, out of the 7 billion human beings on Earth, the chances that anybody else in the entire universe is wearing, what does this mean? Sorry. Thing, yeah. The chances that anybody else in this, I don't know his little secret handshakes and signs and things. The chances that anybody else in the entire universe is wearing that jacket, that shirt, that undershirt, those pants, those socks, those shoes, those jeans, is statistically nil. If I know what you're wearing, I can identify every single person in this room absolutely uniquely. Now, of course, that's not why I would do it. I would have other reasons for doing it. So, for example, I would find this kind of technology very useful, for example, for washing machines, right? Because you take the clothes and you put them in the washing machine, and then the washing machine could read all the tags, and it could tell you, oh, you can't wash this thing with that thing. You can't put these two things together. That has to be on a different temperature. Who wouldn't want a washing machine that could do... How much extra would you pay for a washing machine that could do that? 100 euros? 200 euros? 500 euros? There's a massive amount of value to be unlocked there, right? I would easily pay 500 euros for a washing machine that could do that. Come on. I'm always putting things in and getting them wrong and getting them mixed up, putting them wrong. And I've been told 1,000 times, by the way, about this. So... But the other thing I quite like is, for example, like let's say I was staying at Conny's house, and I'm wondering if Conny has any interesting new underwear at the moment. Now, right now, this is a very time-consuming and inefficient process, because I have to wait until she's out of the room, and then I have to go and look through the drawers and see if there's anything new there. And I don't know what all the labels and brands are, so I have to double-check them against my little notebook to see which are the new ones and this kind of thing. It's very time-consuming. It's very inefficient. This would be a much better way of doing it, right? So Conny invites me over for dinner. I can just pull up my iPad. Wow, all right. See how that took a few milliseconds? Isn't that an improvement, Dennis, in This was what you were talking about when you were talking about process efficiency and so on. But the slight problem with that is, what if somebody... You see, the thing is, what if I'm not supposed to be looking at Connie's underwear? I mean, let's just pretend. What if you don't want me knowing what pants you're wearing? What if you don't want me... By the way, if there's any entrepreneurs in the room, this is my business idea. I'm going to connect this to Tinder, right? So when you swipe... No, because it would be like, so if like you swipe... Like, not just as an example. Suppose you swipe me on Tinder. I know it would be irresistible. You swipe me on Tinder. And what if Tinder could tell you if I'm wearing new pants today, right? That's the sort of thing women are interested in. I don't care, but women like that sort of thing, right? So what if you could connect Tinder... Are you disturbed about this yet? Because if you're not, I'm disturbed. If you guys are not scared by what I'm showing you here, then I'm very worried about you. I'm also worried about, like, what happens if it cuts us out the loop? I mean, what happens if, like, suppose I give my underwear permission to talk to certain people, and then all of a sudden I find my underwear has been talking to Connie's underwear behind my back. It's getting us out of the loop. This is very worrying. So we have to do something about security. And what we're going to do about security is we're going to put my pants on the blockchain. That's the challenge. So you say, okay, we're going to put things on the blockchain, blah, 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 and I made fun of people putting things on the blockchain. We're going to put my pants on the blockchain. You think I'm joking? I really am not. We're going to put my pants on the blockchain, and I'm going to rise to the challenge. I'm not some bullshit consultant guy, just, oh, we're going to do it, oh, because blockchain. We're going to put my pants on the blockchain, and I'm going to show you what's going to be in the blocks. Right? I'm serious about this stuff. So, oh, there's one slight problem. There are a group of reactionary Luddite saboteurs who don't want to see this new world come into existence. And I call them lawyers for short. And this is from... So just in case you think I'm making this cut, this is a real legal paper from a real law journal from last year. Maybe your underwear does not need to be connected to the internet. These people are no fun, so we're going to ignore them, okay? Because we all want to put our pants on the net. So how is the blockchain going to do this? Well, the blockchain has a special and unusual connection with Internet of Things. And I've quoted Eric Schmidt. See, I actually said this first, but nobody listened. When I said it, whatever. Eric says it, all of a sudden everyone thinks it's important. There is an odd connection between the blockchain and the Internet of Things, because on the blockchain, you can't copy things, right? So if I have normal software stuff in databases and whatever, like a ticket for a football match, and I sell it to Marc, I'm sending him a copy of it. But there's an isomorphism between the blockchain and the real world, which is different. You can't have copies. If I give my ticket to Marc, now it's in Marc's wallet and it's not in my wallet anymore. So I know it sounds crazy, but there is a weird connection between blockchain and Internet of Things. And that flags up to me, my pants have got a future on a shared ledger. It's telling me my pants are going places on this, ladies and gentlemen. All right, I promise I'll give people 4 choices of what to put in the blocks, and then I'll finish. So what if the label on my pants wasn't just a number, right? So I'm standing up here right now, and I scan your pants. This could happen. And when I scan your pants, what I get back isn't a number I can go and look up in a database. What I get back from your pants is a pointer to a smart contract. And I know, I agree with everything everybody said. They're not smart, they're not contracts, they're just bits of software. But my smart contract pants, talking to your smart contract pants, could invoke some logic which isn't available if we're just talking about numbers. Because then your pants could decide whether to talk to my pants or not, right? Like, do my pants have the right digital signatures? Do they have the right properties? Do they have the right attributes? And then we could do this in a very private way, because there's a technology for putting cryptographic proofs onto the blockchain rather than the data itself. So if anyone says, we're going to put land registries on the blockchain, they're insane. If they talk about putting cars on the blockchain, mad, right? Any kind of personally identifiable information on the blockchain, insane. Can we make smart contracts work on the blockchain so that they can keep our pants private, but allow our pants to interact with each other according to some real rules? I think we can. So I want you to take this seriously. I want you to join my initial pants offering. They're like initial coin offerings, but they relate only to my pants. I want you to join my initial pants offering, because if we work together, Vincent, my pants could be on the blockchain by the end of the day. That's my promise to you.
We can be billionaires doing that.
We can be billionaires. We can be billionaires doing it.
Okay.
Put pants on the blockchain. Don't listen to the lawyers. Don't listen to the spoil sport.
Okay. So you want to know that his upcoming book, Before Babylon, Beyond Bitcoin, will be in the stores very shortly. When it will be there, and it's all about pens of Conny and of himself and the relationship in between. So that was. Thank you, Dave. Now we're going to have half the break. So but it was really fantastic. So now you know why we want the British to leave the European. You know, because they mess up everything. But they're nice guys. Okay. Wiebe, can I ask you to come up? Wiebe, I know Wiebe from Delft, the technical university, and he studied werktuigbouwkunde, mechanical engineering. And he was the nicest possible, real great organizer. It was a big studentenhuis, and everything went flawless because he basically was running the whole organizational show, and he could get along with everybody. And then he suddenly joined up at McKinsey, and McKinsey is quite a cutthroat company. I mean, you shape up or you're out. And a mechanical engineer at McKinsey, you know what does he do there? And suddenly he didn't only survive; he became the country president or something like that. I mean, he became the master of McKinsey in the Netherlands. And he did a great job in reorganizing a lot of business. And then, you know, the Sociaal-Economische Raad he did, and then he became a banker. And if I ever had not expected somebody, because he was so full of ideals, he was so full of making the and that's what he's doing. And of course, the Rabobank is really also a fantastic bank to do that. And the banks are really helping to restructure the world. And I really am interested to see how he's going to get these ideals of the Rabobank and the blockchain. How is he going to get that further? So give him a big hand. Thank you very much for coming with me.
Thank you, Vincent. Do I work? Does my microphone work? There you go. I got a good sign. Thank you for that introduction, and thank you, David, for making the ideal counterpoint with my introduction. I think you're talking in a very funny, eloquent way about things that are not going to happen. I'll talk in a more concrete, boring way about things that actually is going to happen by the end of the day. So thanks for that counterpoint. I hope I can keep up your interest until the break. But my message is this. As a banker, our objective is to make things work in practice. And so our mission is to validate and validate and validate. And that's what I'll be talking about a little bit, but also talk about where we step beyond validation into production. Vincent, ahead of your question. So here is the first point to make. And I think, David, here we are in agreement, because nobody wants a blockchain. I haven't met a customer of my bank that says, give me a blockchain. What I do encounter every day is clients who say, help me simplify my life, help me simplify my export process, help me simplify the difficult, complicated process of doing international payments, help me simplify. And so our mission is to help simplify, and we're after that part of the equation. We all crave those solutions. Before I go into that, let me talk a little bit about our journey in the whole blockchain world. And I have to confess, when I started with Rabobank 2.5 years ago, the first thing I did is I went to California because I wanted to find out What is the frontier of banking? There was then the strong message that the end of banking was near. And I wanted to go to the place where the end of banking was invented. And I spent about 2 to 3 weeks meeting the end of banking. And I also went to Ripple. And frankly, I confess, I hardly understood what they were talking about. I was in their office for at least 3 hours, and they're very enthusiastic. I tried to cope with what was going on. At that point in time, I did not get a thing of what they were doing. At the same time, Rabobank was actually engaged with Ripple, trying a use case, trying it, making it work, and we did. We tried and tested a specific transaction with a specific client, cross-border payments. It worked. It worked. And actually, we discovered at that point in time, in 2014, the huge potential of that technology, the huge potential in the need of our clients. But at the same time, we also discovered the constraints, the capacity bandwidth, the transparency of being out there with your payments, and our clients, frankly, weren't ready. And so we tested it, and we moved on. And we, over the last 2 to 3 years, we've tried multiple cases, about a couple of hundreds of cases, tested whether there was a need, and went into experimentation. A lot of very fun experimentations, but also relevant experimentations. Let me give you a couple of examples. We did a couple of payment cases, but the one that I'd like to illustrate is one where we are moving into the circular world of having washing machines. Thank you for picking on the example. But there's a bank account connected to the washing machine. And you can step out into the world of circular economy. You do not have to own this washing machine, but you can actually pay for every performance. We tried that case. We made it work so that there is a bank account connected to the washing machine. You can try it. You do your washing, the payment gets done, and you have your new world opening of the circular economy coming to life, where we do not have to own things, but we can actually do them. We made them work in a practical case. It's tested. And in that sense, we did about almost 40 specific cases, 20 very close by, and right now we're testing 10. Also, we did a very cumbersome thing, which I think every client would love, which is the onboarding process of an entrepreneur into the world of a bank account is known as Know Your Customer, a very elaborate process that we as banks have to fulfill with, and every party in the chain has to do the same. Why couldn't we arrive at a simple platform, Know Your Customer registration? If we've done the acceptance of you as a client, why could we not use that for all the financial institutions in the chain so that they know that you as a client are trustworthy and they don't have to do the same thing? They have to today. We tried the case. It is real. We now have to get to a real application and a scale-up. So this is where we arrived at this point in time. Can the next slide show up, please? I'm pressing buttons, but the digital age won't help me. There you go. So we have moved into the space of validation. We as a bank are not against this technology. We embrace it. We think it's an important technology that helps us do our business better. And so we're in the process of engaging with clients on a massive scale. And there are 3 types of uses of this. In this sense, I like David's introduction also very much in terms of the future of money is not Bitcoin, the future of Bitcoin is not money. Blockchain has multiple applications and we're testing them at different levels. And here you have 3. First case that we are actively testing is the identity part. And we all know this use. We've tried them at scale, we've tried them, and we know it's there, and I'll talk a little bit more about it later as an invitation to you. It's the first level that we are going to explore. The second level is the level of documents. And yes, you should not put the document on the blockchain, but you can use the blockchain technology in a great way to connect people that are using documents, which is a place where we've tried many, many cases in the wholesale banking, in the daily banking environment, the domestic payments. We tried it also in our core business as Rabobank, the food and agri supply chain. How can we simplify supply chains by using blockchain? The final stage is then payments. And frankly, here we did the first experiment in 2014, and we are still waiting for the payment application that we did try, that is adopted and that can go to scale, that does not have the complexities that a bank has, which it should work. It should always work. It should not only work once, it should not work twice, it should work all the time. So here we go. This is where we're moving in right now. So where would we go next? And our challenge is to help this thing get through the hype. And I like the question that Vincent asked, are you for real? Is this through the hype? No, it's not through the hype. It is in the midst of it. But there are real needs that we can address with our clients, and we're testing that. And we're doing that with a series of networks and engagements with serious parties that, as a whole, want to make this happen. The difficulty is not that the potential is there, the difficulty is to make it a reality. And we're in that phase, and we're part of all of the new technology platforms. We're in the Tech Disruption platform, we're in this Dutch blockchain coalition. We're obviously doing it with the Betaalverkeer Nederland vereniging, but also with the more recent Enterprise Interior Alliance, where we're in the global alliance of about 100 players, trying to make it work. So here are two case examples. Let me get to tell you how I can. This is the example where we are beyond testing, beyond the proof of concept. This is an application we are putting to practice. It's in production, Vincent. And here is an application where we actually are working with a network of banks in Europe to help facilitate the cross-border business of small and medium-sized enterprise. And some of you may have the experience, or you may not, but if you are right now in the Netherlands and you want to export and export for the first time, there is a whole world of complexity of handling documents, of making your first transaction into the unknown, Germany, France, Italy, where you want to go. That whole process of giving security to a cross-border transaction, tracking and tracing your goods, and having an application that helps you pay the payments when the goods have arrived, is now baked into this digital trade chain. We tested with KBC in Belgium in a real-life case for a client. It works, it has great promise, and now we build an alliance of 5 banks in 5 countries. We are going to make this go live before the end of the year. It is in production as we leave. The second real case that is going to go is on today's identity, on identity. And here you all know the complexities that we have of having multiple cards. In fact, Chris is now carrying my mobile phone with all my cards. If I step out of this room, I forget this, my identity is with Chris. It's a physical thing. We know this identity application will work, and we've tested in various cases. But every time we encountered the technical possibility is there, but the users want to use it and connect it. And let me give you an example of when it really works. What we want to get to is this identity that's on the platform, whereby there is a third party that authorizes your identity. And for example, your age when you want to buy liquor. It would be great if the government can confirm on the Bitcoin, the blockchain technology, that that's actually true. This can work. And we now want to move to the phase where and we've tried a couple of cases, we want to invite you. We want to invite you, bring your use case to us, and we, with a group of, and we have multiple teams already working on this, want to invite you to bring that case to us, and we, if we have a dialogue about whether we think it's going to fly in the reality, we will make it a pilot, and we will launch it. What we need is the real use case, to go beyond the theory, to go beyond the technology, and step into the world of reality where it actually is an application. So here we are. We are on our way to validation. We are not debating the technology. We're stepping it full-heartedly head first, but we want to do it with our clients in the real world where there's a real need. And if there's a need, we are now ready to step forward. We're in production, but the way forward is not on our own. It is with the world of finance, all banks, and it's with our clients together. Thank you very much for your attention.
Wow. The first document or the first process really in production before the end of the year.
That's true.
With who? What kind of partners, and how is it go? How many partners will be involved in this project?
Well, initially there are five banking partners in various parts of Europe.
Yep.
So that we can actually make the business work across the border in various parts of Europe. And then in that are also there's also the if you have a transaction, we can offer other services on that transaction. The ultimate payment. So what it does is, if you're in Germany, I'm in the Netherlands, I have a transaction with you, I need to step into the world of trust. But this consortia offers that world of trust. Mm-hmm. My goods are shipped to you. When they arrive, the blockchain gives a signal, payment gets made to me. The actual payment right now is still on the platforms of the banks in traditional ways. Mm-hmm. When the payment side of blockchain is erupting to the big real world, when it's true, that will also be connected. But right now it's on the backbone of a real bank that does real payments.
Okay, so you foresee also that the euro will be a coin on a blockchain at a certain point?
Well, it's in the end, if the payment world works, it is just a conversion from euro to the currency that's on the blockchain, and then you can do the payment on the blockchain. Right now, that's not foreseen. When that world is real and we can endorse it, we will put it on.
Okay. Is this kind of, we see here, are these blockchain projects, are they pre-competitive with banks? Are you say you work with 5 European banks? Do you also work, I mean, normally in Holland, only anything works when the 3 big banks cooperate. Is that also with that?
On many of these initiatives, we are together with other banks right here, but also banks in other worlds. In fact, this project is cross-border. But there are other use cases in the Netherlands, in the Vereniging Betalen in Nederland, where we're doing a collective set of initiatives on domestic payments. And that's with all the banks in the Netherlands. We're cooperating very actively on this. And this, I think that has to be. If this thing is going to fly, it needs to be shared and owned with all banks as opposed to just a few. The future of blockchain is not a proprietary domain, it's an open domain. Yeah. So we need to embrace that openness, and that's what we do with other banks. And it's, in that sense, it's pre-competitive, but it shouldn't be competitive in its application. Because the existence of banks doesn't rely on owning that space. The existence of banks relies on the trust that we offer to people acting on the platform, and the additional service that we can then provide. So we have a joint interest with other banks to create that platform where it can actually happen, and that's open.
Well, this is an interesting question. Question 4, do you think crypto should be facilitated by the central bank to be globally accepted? You know, that's a nice, dangerous question for... who asked that question? Can you click on that, number 4? Guy. Okay. Oh, there you go. Okay.
There you go, Guy. I think we should invite the central banks into the discussion about how can we shape a platform where payments can happen. We should invite them. They should be part of that discussion, and we openly invite them, but they should step up the plate. And right now they have a role to do oversight, and that oversight role is very important. They have to ensure the integrity of the payment system. But in this world, they're not only the oversight role, but they also are the issuer role. I think they should join the conversation and be ready to embrace that.
Okay. Should they also regulate? Because now you see with this initial coin offering, hundreds of millions of euros every day are being invested by people.
Yeah.
Do you think this space will be regulated
I think
soon?
It's inevitable that it will be. But also, if you step into the shoes of the regulator, their interest is not to say, can I offer a space for the next initiative? Their interest is to offer a space where the initiative survives a whole cycle. And so their view on the next initiative will be, how can I create a place where this thing works for 10 years? And that's with a boom and bust part in the cycle. And I think they're not convinced yet about the bust side of the cycle of these new technologies. And so if we want to help them, we need to help them think through how will not the boom work, but how will the bust work, and what can we do to secure them.
The bust is always a great initiator. Hey, how do you like to be a banker?
It's great.
How does it feel?
Good. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah? Is it better being consultant or?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, first of all, you're in the lives of real clients, changing their lives and enabling their ambitions, which I like. It's also a massive player in this country. We can help this country be successful, and that is very nice. So anything that we do as a significant player in the finance world will change this country. That's nice to be close to that possibility. So I like it.
Okay. I never expected him to do that, but he did. And thank you very much. Appreciate it, Wiebe. Thank you. Okay. Can I have Cora van Nieuwenhuizen and Egbert-Jan here on the stage? I mean, last year, Cora just grabbed the microphone, and I go, who is she? And then and said, hey, you know, I am a representative of the European Parliament, and I am a special reporter for the FinTech industry, and I need to know everything about blockchain and FinTech and what we should regulate from Europe. I mean, so that was, and so I want to ask, and Egbert-Jan is, I know him for a long time, comes out of the telco and is basically working on the Blockchain Alliance. We'll talk about it later. But first, Cora, last year you said, I'm going to be that reporter on the blockchain. What happened? What did you do? How did it end? How did you spend the year? Who did you talk to?
I am very much in favor of a multiple stakeholder approach. So I had meetings with, well, practically every stakeholder that you can think of. Of course, the incumbents in the financial sector, the banks, insurers, pension funds, asset managers, anybody. But also with consumer organizations, with people from research, with small startups.
And not only Holland, but everywhere.
All over the world. We met people from Singapore, almost all countries in Europe, but also the US, of course, and even sometimes not so usual suspects like in Africa, from Kenya or Mauritius.
And this doesn't happen a lot. How many times is a special reporter from the European Parliament for what subject selected? How many times a year do you guys do that?
Oh, that's only allowed for 2 or 3 each year.
So it's really a big thing. So you really had to come up. Which were the 3 most interesting people you talked to out of all these hundreds of people which were on your report?
Well, actually, the first one was a student from the TU Delft. And we got a connection through Twitter. I could advise anybody to just follow hashtag FinTech or hashtag RegTech, Intertech, all these hashtags. And I thought he had something interesting to say, so I reacted on one of his tweets. And we met, and he told me lots of things about blockchain, about Bitcoin. The interesting thing is that Bitcoin still is a commodity in Europe. It's not a real currency, so there is no VAT on it. So you see immediately all kinds of businesses, relating to that there is no VAT on it. Recently, I saw that Amazon is promoting payments in Bitcoin. They offer discounts from 15 to 20% if you pay in Bitcoin. So for us as legislators, you have to think about that, because VAT is a very important source of income for all governments. So that is just one small thing that's...
If I order on Amazon and I pay with Bitcoins, I don't have to pay VAT?
Well, in the US there is no VAT like we have it here.
Europe, but in Europe,
But even in Europe, as today, if you can pay with Bitcoin in the restaurant around the corner or the furniture, whatever, you don't have to pay VAT. Because
that's
it's not
a nice little, a tip from the Member of Parliament from Europe. That's really... That's really useful.
You didn't know?
Oh, no. No, I had no idea. Did anybody? Who knew that? Who knew that? If you pay with Bitcoin, okay, there's a couple of and that's student.
No, but for us in politics, of course, that's a crucial thing to know. And if you see that in Japan, it's now regulated. They say for us it's a currency. In India, I met Finance Minister Jaitley, and they say no. In India, it's prohibited. I don't know how they are going to enforce it, but so that's a lot of questions for us that we have to answer.
So now your report. Do we have the slide of the report of the? We had a slide somewhere where you were standing with your commissioner. You came up with the report, and what are we going to be heavily regulated in the fintech, especially with the blockchain industry from Europe? Is that your recommendation, or what do you want us to do? You were 20 recommendations, so top 3.
More even, I think, but. One general principle is a recommendation: same services, same risk, same rules. For a consumer, it doesn't matter whether your payments is from a bank or maybe a big tech like Google. You just want to have your rights protected. You want your privacy protected. And as society, we don't want new systemic risks. So I would like to change regulation focused on legal entities in all kinds of different silos, but focus on the activities, make it technology neutral. So it's a new way of looking at regulation.
Okay, same rules, same process. Okay, that sounds very, very logical. Does it mean no more rules? No more regulation?
No, because we need rules to protect our privacy and protect our system. But I want to have a level playing field so that everybody that is providing the same service should be obliged to follow the same rules.
Yeah. So all the banks will be very happy that all the rules which apply to them, will be, enforced on blockchain currencies and cryptocurrencies. And there's a few rules, right, Marc? You have a few rules. I mean, don't you think that they have a real easy life at the moment, these cryptocurrencies? Do you think that's fair playing field? Marc, doesn't think that's fair. Huh? and Wiebe Draijer doesn't think it's fair anyway. But is it so small that you're not going to crush it with regulation anytime soon? Or because it takes a while for the European Parliament and the Commission to make rules?
Well, as a parliament and any legislator, we're always lagging behind. That's inevitable, but we try to keep up as much as possible. And I think because of the digital revolution, since we can check everything, we started checking everything. So we now have a tick-the-box regime with hundreds of criteria to get a license for almost anything. And we should get back to the more principle-based solutions where we define what risk we want to prevent. For example, the discussion we had on the Markets in Financial Instruments Directive only last summer on a durable medium, that a durable medium should always be paper. Of course, that is crazy. If you buy a product that is only available online,
if you change that,
that is just a small thing that we change.
Okay, so you take some time. Let's get Egbert.
There are things being done by the Commission, and that's, for example, the privacy discussion.
Yeah.
We don't want to have all your underwears on the blockchain. There is certain privacy to protect.
Well, if
to be protected.
or Dave wants that, it's his own prerogative. I mean,
it should be your own decision.
Hey, but Egbert-Jan, you're now working with. I mean, this could be a nice one too. You're working with this blockchain, this Dutch blockchain alliance, or how do you call it?
Yeah, because there are so many proof of concepts, as you call them. Everyone is trying out blockchain.
What is the alliance? How many companies are in there, and what are they doing?
30 companies. Ministries are in it. TNO is in it. I'm from TNO. And University Delft is in it. They already had a kind of trust chain before blockchain was invented. So there's all these technologies in the universities is already there, but they are included. The Radboud is in it with Bart Jacobs.
Okay, so big players.
And why are we doing it? Because everyone was playing this blockchain inside the company, but it is no use to have a blockchain inside your company. It's really about a consensus between different parties where you don't trust everyone 100%. Then you use the blockchain. The problem is that all of a sudden, except for all the software bases, the Cora bars, the Ethereum enterprises, the hyperledgers, you also need to organize a lot of governance ruling. What do you do if something goes wrong? As a group of companies or players, you have to agree upon it with legal contracts. We don't have at this moment. So these kinds of problems were popping up, but the most important one popping up is everyone in the preparation of this Dutch blockchain coalition.
The Dutch blockchain, not alliance, a coalition. Okay, good,
is that identity management pops up. And it is not only here.
Text message!
Okay, excuse me. Yes, hello?
Hello.
Who's this?
This is the President of the United States. And I would like you to know that you are saying some terrible things today, okay? And first of all, I understand you are doing this. You've got politicians on stage. European politicians, they want blockchain. What is that, blockchain? It sounds like something you wear from a hip-hop R&B video from 2003, okay? Bitcoin, it's for terrorists. We all know Bitcoin is for terrorists. It's for hackers. It's for Russian billionaires who want a secret way to contribute to a national presidential campaign with no trace. I wouldn't know anything about that, but it's evil, it is wrong. Ether, terrible, terrible problem. Ether, we all know, it gets high, there's a crash, you get high, you crash, it's addictive. Ether will be categorized as a class 1 drug with crystal meth, with your cocaine. Oh no, cocaine, that's good. Cocaine's good. Marijuana, terrible. Any questions, you go ahead. It is Tech Week in America.
Yeah, well, yesterday you met a whole bunch of US tech leaders, right? You met with them. What were your takeaways? What did you share?
Well, all right. We had, I don't know if you saw, it was beautiful. We had, on one side, I had Apple. On the other side, Microsoft. There was someone there called Alphabet. I don't know where Google was. That makes no sense to me. But all I know, blockchain, it's built on trust. You need trust, okay, Vincent? You need to trust each other. You need to trust your leaders. And that is why, when they said they need more investment in government research, I am slashing government research. They said they want huge investment in education. I'm slashing education. And they want smart immigration policy, Vincent, so the best and the brightest minds will come to the United States. That is why I am implementing the full immigration ban, because we need trust that I will do exactly the opposite of what I say.
Okay, well, now that there's proof of the Russian attempt to hack the US election, is the White House doing anything to boost cybersecurity by implementing the blockchain?
Okay, you can, Sid, I know what you're trying to say, okay? I won the election, okay? I won it. You're just like these fake news, mainstream, so much hatred in your heart, Vincent. No collusion, no obstruction. I did not have international relations with that country, Mother Russia. Last question, I gotta go.
Okay, well, Ether is growing in value. You talked about Ether and you were talking about Bitcoin. Is Ether going to be bigger than Bitcoin in your humble opinion?
Okay, I know you guys keep talking about the flippening. When will we experience the flippening? And it could happen any day. Look, I'm not as young as I used to be. This job, let's be honest, it's much harder than anyone was expecting. Okay. I am losing track of, and by flippening, I assume you mean the moment when I actually officially flip and have a complete mental breakdown and am compared unfit for office. That could happen any day now, any moment, actually.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank
we
you,
really
Vincent.
appreciate
Have
you
a
coming
great
by.
break.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, sorry for the. I had to take that call, Eric. You were saying the biggest problem is not Donald Trump, but it is identity?
Digital identity.
Digital identity?
Because on that bit string you get in a blockchain, it could be a natural person, it could be an ape behind a keyboard or a dog on the internet. But what we are going to do is not only to have legal persons doing transactions, there are legal entities. And it will be objects. And there will be hundreds of objects for every individual. Yeah, and we have to have them all identified.
It is a real important problem. But how can 30 big companies, when they get together and do something, you know, big, huge companies, how can they do something practical?
Just starting. Just start acting. I mean, no one knows how to solve this problem. Mm-hmm. This is fundamentally the whole issue with blockchain. How are we going to do reliable digital identities? Not only for what I said, the people and the companies, also for all the objects.
Yeah. Can other companies join, like KPMG? Yes. Can they join the alliance or the coalition?
Yes. Yes, no problem.
How much is it?
25,000.
20. Wow, that shouldn't be a big problem for KPMG. And is Rabobank a member?
Foolhardy.
Foolhardy? Okay.
All the big banks are in it. The
ING.
pensions are in it. The ministries are in it. The energy companies are in it.
But I mean, if you have Marc and Wiebe, then it's going to be a big success. Egbert-Jan, thank you very much. The coalition. And thank you very much for your report. All read it. It's very short, very concise, and very practical. Cora, thank you. Okay. I'm sorry, this will not happen again. The next time when we have a conference, you know, the Brexit will be completely done. We won't have any English people messing up the lunch just a little bit late. We're going to invite you for lunch now. We have lots of very interesting demonstrations. One level down, so take a look at real practical things, what KPMG and KPN and IBM, they have all kinds of setups where you can see it in practice. We also have the bookstore where you can buy the English and the Dutch books on the blockchain with Simone if you want to buy a book. And be back on time, listen to the bang, and have a nice lunch. Thank you very much. Or break. saw the English. Kan ik even de microfoon aan? Kunnen jullie een beetje inschuiven? Als er lege plekken zijn, kunnen jullie dan shift left? Kunnen jullie een beetje in elkaar schuiven dat er mensen bij kunnen, want we zitten vol. Ah. Dit klikker, ja. Dankjewel. Marc, kom maar hier. Kom maar daar zitten. Oh, sorry. Heb ik zo'n loopje? Ja, als je dat... Ik dacht, nou, hier is het toneel. Ik ga hem zo aankondigen. En dan gaan we even een... Hey, ladies and gentlemen, was the break long enough? They're not even stopping now. Okay. I think we're going to do it in the second part of the program. We're going to have some extremely interesting, to-the-point speakers, which you basically don't want to miss. Everybody home? Hi. I just want to say, all the people who organized this conference, can they just wave their hands for a second? And look around them, people. Stand up and wave your hands. Okay, stand up and wave so that everybody can see you. And these people, they can give you money. Okay, everybody with their hands up now. They can give you Bitcoin, and they can give you Ether. Don't leave the room without money, crypto money, because it's going to be important. Okay, thank you. I would like to introduce Marc van der Gijs, and I think he's a little bit like the Dutch Elon Musk. Because he does really wild, big, huge adventures. I mean, I first met him, and then he started YouTube in China, which was bigger than YouTube. More people, longer hours, and that was basically bought for a couple of billion in China. So he built that, and he started YouTube 3 months before YouTube started. So that was the first thing. Then he did Spill Games in Asia, had 1 billion players a month. And now he's basically taking it quiet for a moment, and he started an investment fund in Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies, and he invested in lots of companies, companies which are into the blockchain avenue. So give him a big hand, Marc van der Gijs. Thank you very much for coming from Vancouver to here. And Marc was my first international speaker at 4 years ago. You were there.
Correct. Yep.
And now he's back here again. And yeah, you then said, I know I think it was about 150 or something like the Bitcoin. You said this thing is going to be huge. It's going to be gigantic. And what do you think the Bitcoin will be in 10 years? We talked about it yesterday.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday at BNR Radio. I think it's. My belief is actually that there's at least a 60% chance that Bitcoin will go to about $500,000 potentially even higher than this, to about $1 million. And that's really based on the fact that supply is fixed and there's hardly any demand yet in the market. I mean, it's only small retail right now. Institutional investors are not in the market yet. Wall Street is not in it yet. They cannot invest in it because it's not traded on liquid exchanges normally. And that's going to change very soon.
Yeah, so it depends if it becomes a world cryptocurrency and be used in all kinds of different markets.
Not actually. I think it's more digital gold. I mean, if, for example, I think there's about $8 trillion of gold in the world. If just 10% of all the gold would be changed into Bitcoin, you would get a Bitcoin price of about $600,000. Just 10% of gold. That's not even looking at the currency. If it's going to be currencies, all the money in the world is about 83 trillion, I think it is. If that would happen, the Bitcoin price would go to 6 million per coin. I don't think it's ever going to happen. But I mean, you need to look at these. But
you think we haven't even started?
We haven't even started. I mean, the current price of $2,600, $2,700 is not high. It's actually very much undervalued, I think.
Okay. Well, he said that 3 years ago, and he's repeating it now. So we can just. I mean, yeah, you're so famous. The TV crew is following you everywhere. What are they doing actually?
They make a documentary.
About you.
No, it's about people who made money, and I guess how it changes them.
Okay, how much money did you make with all this?
I don't know.
I don't know.
It's all in Bitcoin now, so you know.
Yeah. Well, yesterday we had dinner, and he said, "Oh," and I said, "Can I send you some money?" And then he grabbed a wallet, and there were a couple of hundred Bitcoins here, a couple of hundred Bitcoins there, a couple of thousand Ethers here. And yes, he says, "This is my play wallet." So if you really want serious money, then you ask him. You don't get you get it there. That's really okay. So this thing will go up in value. Where are we at this moment with this cryptocurrency? I mean, you say there's hardly any demand. Where will the demand come from? Where will we use it for?
Well, I think the demand for Bitcoin at least is mainly going to come from institutional investors. I think for other currencies, Ethereum, it's mainly for ICOs, initial coin offerings. So basically companies that don't go for venture capital, but they raise money on the blockchain. And people who want to be involved in ICOs normally need to buy Ethereum to buy into these ICOs. That's where the demand comes from.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a smart contract. It can do everything. It can reorganize energy. It can do voting. It can. But you now say the most popular application is initial coin offering.
Well, at this point it is. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen in the future, obviously. I mean, I have a feeling that companies like Facebook, or like eBay, will all be blockchain companies eventually, and they're not going to be called Facebook. It's going to be something else. Basically, you want to take control of your own data. So, I mean, I like Facebook as a company right now. It's very valuable, but I think it's going to be replaced by something that is built on the blockchain. So that's going to be huge, but what it's going to be and when it's going to be.
And why is that? Only because we want to be controlling our own destiny in terms of identity and communication?
I think so.
Do we care? Nobody ever cares. Nobody ever cares about privacy
until things go wrong.
Yeah, but I mean, look at what we have now with the identity with big companies. We give everything away, and it has to be really severe, like stealing all our money. But we're protected by banks. But it doesn't seem to be a big.
No, not yet. People don't realize actually what people do with their data, right? I mean, I think the moment you get hacked and all your data suddenly ends up somewhere, then people realize, hey, hold on, how is this possible? Right now, people say, I don't care, it doesn't matter. I don't care that Facebook earns $1 when they're going to put a like on something here. But the moment actually it has a big impact on you when it gets hacked, then people realize, hey, we need a different solution. And it's going to happen for sure. Everything's being hacked.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Yeah.
And it depends how you react when you're being hacked. That is true.
Yeah.
Okay, Ethereum. What can we expect? In 1 year, last year we talked about it a lot, and we talked about the governance issue and about the DAO. And what do you think of Ethereum as a second biggest public blockchain?
I like Ethereum. I mean, I like Ethereum as a smart contract blockchain, but I think it's grown way too quickly. I mean, over the past couple of months, it went up 30, 40 times. I think that's just way too much. I think looking at where Ethereum is in its terms of development and the valuation of all the Ethereums together, it's way too high. So I think eventually Ethereum is going to be much more valuable than now. But I think we are going to be in for a major crash. It's once the...
Wait, let's see. Okay. Can you grab your phones and let's see, can you go to Skiffer for a second and have the first question about We want to know who of you owns Bitcoin and Ether or both. Let's see who that is. 40% in this room still has no Bitcoin or Ether, even though I offered it for free. Okay,
Wow.
so we'll see that happens. And then 34% has both, and so it's interesting.
That's actually interesting.
Yeah. So next, what do you guys think? The next one. Do you expect a crash anytime soon? Okay, you're very bullish on the crash. 10% Bitcoin, 26% Ether, and 40% both, and 20% thinks night. Okay, so that's our opinion of the wisdom of this crowd.
Yeah.
What do you think? What will happen in the next year?
Next year, I think what's going to happen is that some of the initial coin offerings actually will turn out to be, scams, or at least they will not perform. So the ICOs will have a big problem there. At the same moment, I think the companies that raised ICOs will put the Ethereum that they raised. They will change the fiat currency, change to dollars. At that moment, you start getting selling pressure on Ethereum. And
so within a year, you think this initial coin offering will be over? It will go down, people will not buy it anymore, and they will go away from Ether?
It takes 6 to 9 months for people to figure out that, when they bought into Bancor, for example, that the valuation is just not in line with what it should have been. And it will also take a few months before these ICO companies will start changing their Ethereum into fiat currency. The moment they start doing this, the price will go down, and then they all start selling, and then the public is like, oh, there's a crash, I'm going to start selling as well. Then you get a more reasonable valuation for Ether, and then it will go up and eventually be higher than it currently is.
Okay, so it will be the hype cycle. And so when will the crash happen? What day? What month?
I think February next year.
February next year will be the big crash, and then will we be out of the crash at the next conference in June?
No, it's going to take more time. For Bitcoin, it took basically 2 years to sort of get back above $1,000 again, and then suddenly the sky's the limit. So I think it's going to take a bit of time.
Yeah. Okay, so we need 2 more years. How do you? I mean, you're an investor, right? And this VC, you've been in this VC business. You invest in a lot of companies, and suddenly within a year. Suddenly now there's more money invested in startups through initial coin offering. All these startups, they say, you're not getting shares from me. No, we just come up with our own coin. And then we sell you the coins at a discount, whatever the discount. And then suddenly that's bigger than the VC industry.
Yeah. So
you don't feel disrupted?
No, because I invest in them as well. But no, and I'm actually doing an ICO for a hedge fund that I run. So
you're going to do a coin, an ICO for a hedge fund.
Yeah.
You're not giving us a return. We can buy your coin,
and then you get a return, a double return. Okay. No, but I mean, so to get to your question, I think the VC industry will be disrupted, but I think it's going to take a while before ICOs are going to be more well known for the general public. Now, right now, it's mainly the early adopters that have Ethereum, that have Bitcoin. They're buying into this. Most people here. Maybe it's a question. How many people here bought into any ICOs? That is maybe less than 10%, I would say.
I would say 10. 10% of an audience which is extremely interested in this subject. So it is very small. Well, the next speaker is an expert on ICOs, so we'll ask him a little bit about how money. Maybe we can put it. We can put it as a question in. Mm-hmm. Okay. So, but you think it is a legitimate way to raise money, but it will be. It's now at the hype cycle.
Absolutely. It's totally over the top. I mean, a startup that's maybe worth $5 or $10 million in traditional VC land suddenly raises $150 million, for example. That's out of this world. That's crazy. And the only reason I invest is to sell it the next day at a higher price. I'm not keeping these things. If I can get rid of it right away, I'll do. Just to make a lot of money quickly, but then I don't believe in the value of these companies. I buy back in if they go back.
Well, don't you look at the companies? Don't you look at the specific companies and say, "Hey, there's something here. There's nothing there. Yeah. It's really interesting." What is the most interesting?
The most interesting one is something I bought into yesterday, Civic, which is an online digital identity, basically, run by Vinnie Lingham, as a friend of mine. I think this guy really knows what he's doing. He's doing it in a more reasonable way. He's not raising it all in 3 minutes. And he could maybe raise a lot more money if he would do it differently. But I believe in his company, and that's actually a coin I will not sell. I will keep this. Okay. All the other coins are flip.
Okay, let's talk about your traditional activities, investing in startups. What kind of startups are you investing in at the moment, which having to do with the blockchain?
Yeah, so I mean, I do a lot of things related to Bitcoin and blockchain at the moment. That's what I did for basically FinTech. Broadly, I would say FinTech investments I mainly do. Anything that disrupts banks, that disrupts the financial system. I think we're going to be in for a major crash of the whole financial system. So I look at how's the world going to change over the next couple of years.
And is that euro or dollars or?
I think it's going to start with dollars. I'm surprised actually that with Donald Trump that the U.S. economy that the U.S. stock exchange still hasn't crashed. I mean that has to happen. I just don't get why it's not happening.
The Americans are really, they're really good in having insane leaders, and just it doesn't matter. I mean, they can fight each other. They cannot get anything done.
Yeah.
I mean, in Belgium too. Belgium had a fantastic period where there was no government and everybody had nothing. No decisions were made. Belgium was doing fine.
Yeah.
So
well, the stock exchange normally is forward-looking, right? So you would expect that having a sort of mentally challenged leader, running the world, would lead to a stock market falling.
Because you would expect that.
I mean, it's not happening, and I don't know why. Is it being manipulated somehow? I mean, theoretically, this has to go, and so I mean, I sold most of my shares a couple of months ago, put it into Bitcoin and other things, and sort of waiting for the crash to happen before buying back in.
Okay. Give me an interesting. I mean, you invited. We have Ling speaking at the end of the session, and he's a Chinese company of peer-to-peer lending. How big are they?
Valuations over $1 billion. It's a 4-year-old company.
Yeah.
I invested in the seed round. I'm on the board actually.
Yeah, in the seed round. Ooh. Yeah, it's $1 billion now, and it's peer-to-peer lending. And they do every month about $400 million peer-to-peer lending. But they have made a blockchain for Foxconn to make it more clear who is supplying to what.
Blockchain as a service,
blockchain as a service for trade financing support.
Correct. Yeah.
So that sounds pretty small in the value chain that you want to optimize something with the blockchain. Why is that so? Why is a company like that doing that?
Well, it seems small. Actually, I think Dianrong is one of the most innovative companies in the world, in my opinion, because they look ahead. They look at where's the world going, and they were the first one to really quickly build a very strong blockchain for this. Foxconn is one of the leading companies in the world. I mean, people don't realize how big it is. I mean, working with Foxconn on the supply chain, I mean, you cannot get any bigger than this. It's
basically as good as gold. If you work with them, it's like supplying to Apple. Everybody loves the supplier who supplies to Apple. That raises your... And they make that with the blockchain, they make that clear.
They make that, and they are able to do the loans as well. So they have both sides. They have the blockchain side, but they're able to provide the loans for these suppliers. So they have all the information. It's a very smart move, in my opinion.
Okay, and so they help the customer, they help the company to look good and to be able to get credit on that thing.
Yeah.
What is another investment which you expect a lot of?
I just invested in an education tech company. Actually, it's going to change education world. It's completely different from here, so I don't want to say too much about it. But I think education is in for a completely change as well. I think the traditional universities will not be there maybe again in 10 years from now. At least not in the US because they're too expensive. People pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for an education. That is crazy. And with virtual reality, with artificial reality, and the internet, there will be a new form of education. So I'm investing in that as well. But it's a completely different field of sport.
Yeah. Okay. So next year when we sit here, what will the Bitcoin be?
Next year, probably about $5,000.
Okay. Well, you have a nice advice. Thank you very much, Marc.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. So that was a perfect introduction for the next speaker, Richard Kastelein, because Richard Kastelein has a fantastic site, Blockchain-News. Richard, you can already come up, and it's all the news about blockchain. It appears on his website, and he's extremely involved in all these initial coin offerings. I mean, when I first talked to him, he said, "You need to know what's happening now. This is really interesting." And that was, about 7 months ago. And after that, a whole string of very, very interesting initial coin offering came. So we're going to talk about that. So, Richard, thank you very much.
Thank you.
His wife is having his birthday today, and he said, "I don't know if she allows me to come." So that's really wonderful.
Yeah.
She's Gronings as well, so from Groningen.
Yeah, you're Canadian?
Yeah, I'm originally from Vancouver, where Marc's now living. Looks like we swapped countries. But I've been living in Groningen for a few years, and I run a website called Blockchain News at the-blockchain.com. That's how I started. A couple of years ago, I saw a niche. I was researching blockchain, and I couldn't find any websites that were talking about what Satoshi gave the world in terms of technology being used in other markets, such as health and energy. So I decided to focus strictly on that, not so much cryptocurrency. But then I started writing about startups, and then ICOs started coming to me and wanting to advertise because I was writing about startups, and I was like, what's all this stuff about? Gee, they got lots of money, they're advertising. So I wrote for 7 months and didn't make any money at all. Just, it was like a labor of love, but I also learned a lot. And then I started getting involved with ICOs earlier this year. So.
Yeah, and they basically went up quite a bit. I mean, if you look at this, how fast has this gone up?
Well, yeah, I mean, you can see it started with Mastercoin a long time ago, and you can see Ethereum, the big one there.
First, what the hell is an ICO? Okay? Some people don't know it yet.
An ICO is an initial coin offering. And we're actually trying to stop using that word because it sounds too much like the SEC and securities regulatory system.
Yeah, if you want to be regulated, say you're making a
token
coin.
Sales is also acceptable. Initial token offerings, and we don't call them investors, we call them participants and things like that. So we're trying to change the language a little bit away from it sounding so much like securities. An ICO is basically a project normally that's around blockchain where we issue a cryptocurrency and invite people to come and invest in that cryptocurrency based on, and create a network value.
Yeah, so you have Ethereum, you have a contract. The contract is basically, here's a new coin. Everybody can do that now in 2 minutes. And then we have a new coin, and we're going to use that coin for a particular purpose.
Right.
And
sometimes it has utility, what we call utility value. Yeah. So that means the coin actually does something. Sometimes it doesn't. I mean, some of these don't even have any utility value.
You have a Richard Castellan coin.
Dogecoin, right?
Yeah, Dogecoin.
It's just a coin. That's all it is. It's a fad. So it has really no utility value at all.
No, but I mean the ones which raise all these 20, 30, 50, 100 million.
They have some utility value. It's very dangerous to do an ICO and promise equity or derivatives or, profit sharing, because then you're treading on the ground of like dealing with regulators and becoming a security. So the coin has to do something else. So for instance, I'm working on an energy coin now where it's pegged to a kilowatt hour. So that's the utility value there is that if you buy into this coin now and these services come to your community, you may never pay for energy again in the future. Something like that, because you've invested early into that coin. And right now it may cost 1 coin for 1 kilowatt hour, but in 5 years it may cost it's like the Bitcoin pizza costing 10,000 Bitcoin, right? It may cost 0.0000 for 1 kilowatt hour, or 0.1 or whatever.
Yeah. And so it sounds like a good deal. And then, but one of the more credible versions. I mean, you had the advertising, the bets, I think it's called. From the guy who started Firefox and Blast is I think the name of the company.
Yeah, that was quite. You're talking about the Mozilla project. That was called Batcoin or BAT. Yeah.
BAT, and they raised 35 million in 24 seconds.
Yeah, but that's chump change now. That's nothing now. Yesterday we had.
But I mean that's still. it almost killed Ether. I mean, 2 days was Ethereum had huge problems to get.
Well, they had headaches. We just had an ICO yesterday that raised 250 million, which has got everybody kind of absolutely, I was involved with Bancor the week before, which raised 150 million for probably a more legitimate project, I think. So it's really getting a bit crazy. Most people can't even actually get in. Like I have friends that are cryptocurrency investors that tried 20 times to get in on the status.im investment yesterday. They couldn't get in.
So only you raised 250 million, and only 5% of the people which wanted to buy it could get it.
I don't know what the percentages are.
Yeah.
But think about it. They're holding all these reserves in Ethereum as well. So they've got $250 million worth of Ethereum. And what happens when Ethereum keeps going up or doubles or triples? Then they're like they've got $1 billion in capital. And like Marc was saying, well, what happens if they start cashing that in? What can happen to the markets? But I think that's just a challenge that anybody who holds a lot of Bitcoin, we call them Bitcoin whales. There's 1,000 people that own half the market cap in Bitcoin, by the way. So it's quite concentrated, the wealth. We call them whales in our business. And they're the ones you always want to get in the ICOs. A lot of people do, because they'll come in and drop I think a Bitcoin whale dropped 25 million into Bancor, for instance. So
yeah, and Bancor is really interesting. Can you explain quickly what Bancor does?
I can't explain it quickly because it's quite complicated.
Well, okay. Then, the way I would say it, Bancor is a way that all the cryptocurrencies have a guaranteed value, that they can be very easily exchanged among each other.
They have a reserve bank, basically. Yeah. Then
a reserve bank also doesn't worry anybody if you call that you have a reserve bank.
It's quite centralized in some respects.
Yeah.
And it's quite controversial. I mean, I'm hearing people talk about overvaluation and all these problems and failures. And, but the fact of the matter is 9 out of 10 investments in Silicon Valley, or startups, I wouldn't say investments, are failing anyway. So if 9 out of 10 fail in our world, then we're looking, we're still looking at, not all these projects are going to make it. Okay. But I'll tell you what I love most about ICOs and what fundamentally differentiates them for me. How many people are involved in open source software here who have ever been? It's a lot of work, right? The only currency we ever had, I used to laugh in the early 2000s, was ego. It's like you build something cool and people use it, man. That's great, But now, actually, these ICOs are open sourcing their software. They're being formed under foundations, not corporate structures. Switzerland and Singapore are the two domicile countries right now that recognize token activities, let's say, and have a regulatory environment for that. I think Luxembourg is next, Liechtenstein, and we're going to see more countries that want to facilitate this because they want FinTech. They want to see this growth. Americans, right now, we're doing the ICOs. We're like IP blocking America. It's like, we don't want you. No Americans, please, because everybody's scared of the SEC. And, the fact is I went to Silicon Valley, and they're losing out. China's saying, okay, we're going to let ICOs go.
And you went to Silicon Valley and explained the venture capital community.
Yeah, I was at...
Let me explain to you what ICOs were. So,
Well,
so how did that go? How did that go?
I wrote a piece in Harvard Business Review about 3 months ago, and then it got picked up by someone there. They invited me to come over. And it was interesting. I mean, Draper's got all his minions running around. They understand it. But a lot of people in the room didn't. And it was really quite interesting how you could feel like some tension even with some of the crowd, like, having a go at me, This is all bullshit, it's like overvaluated and, well, they have no skin in the game. Do I blame them? The only upside for venture capitalists in this game is that they got liquidity, okay? Because you're not banking, you don't have 100 million sitting in there in a company waiting to do an IPO or get an acquisition in the next 2 years. And
okay. So you had a warm reception. I can say that.
It was fairly warm.
Yeah, I can imagine that. So what Marc said, at the moment, it's completely nuts. Anybody who writes a white paper says, we're having a coin, we're going to make this coin very usable because you can pay for advertising or you can do for this. And then they raise a lot of money. How long will this beautiful...
I'm going to tell you something that I think that
how long will it
maybe
take?
Some people don't realize, but because we've had a few scams already in this community, and I even talked to someone today that walked away from it for 2 years, from this, and he bought in at Ethereum for 20 cents. Because there were scams in the earlier days, our community really just ganged up. I mean, you'll see when an ICO gets announced at Bitcoin Talk, it all gets announced on this stupid web forum still. And the pack dogs come in, and they start Googling. I mean, forget about this due diligence process from a VC in New York with a kid out of school with an MBA given this mighty task. No, we put the pack dogs in, and they go in there and they beat them up, and they Google the pictures. They're dragging, this picture's fake. This LinkedIn profile. Look, who's on the code audit team? We don't know this guy. Who's on the tech team? We don't know him.
So you're making your own. You're making your own process to basically check these investments out.
Here's exactly what we're doing. We're crowdsourcing our due diligence. Mm-hmm. And we also have third-party organizations like Smith & Crown, ICO Rating, that are doing really good work in analyzing ICOs and giving a thumbs up or thumbs down or a rating. So you have to be pretty much a complete idiot if you don't, if you're not, okay, going into the forums is one thing, but if you're not looking at Smith & Crown or you're not looking at ICO Rating, I would even say go into the forums where they're talking about these products because all the ICOs announced there, and then you start getting all the comments.
Okay. Where can I find all the information about the coming up?
Bitcointalk.org. I hate to send people there, but it's a nightmare. I mean, it's a web forum, so it's really not the right place to do this.
No, but I mean, you make it easy on your website to basically come up with the essential news, right? Or are you only talking about the stuff you invest in?
I'm doing a lot of ICO press now because that's the space I've moved into. So I have a company called Crypto Assets. Not a company, actually. We're going to do a DAO, but we're a group of people that are all over the world. And we're working on some very interesting projects, including Hollywood's independent studio who's had 70 Academy Award nominations, and we're doing independent films. So there's some really, we're starting to branch out from blockchain now. It's always blockchain projects, but now we can move into other verticals, and I think that's going to be very interesting when we start looking at other things that we can raise money for.
So what we can do, thank you very much, Richard.
Thank you.
Can we can I make my own coin? You know, my big blockchain.
Coin?
No, the blockchain innovation conference coin, and then everybody can pay everybody, you know, 10 million, and basically make them trade, and then we'll make millionaires out of them, and next year we'll have a much better conference.
You could do that, sure.
Okay, and we'll have the help of the best guy. Thank you very much, Richard Kastelein. Okay, you heard it here, and it's really, we had two nice, wonderful, contrasting view. You know, Marc thinks it is it will crash dramatically, and he says we haven't got even started yet. So take your pick who you believe. Let's change society for real now. Okay, let's solve now some real problems which we all have. I mean, what is one of the biggest problems we have? Climate change. Who cares? Less than 1% of the people change their behavior because of climate change. You know? So, if, for example, I love electric cars, and it will be in 10 years, electric cars will be more than 50% of the new cars. Is that because there's not enough oil? Nah, there's oil, there's plenty of oil. Is that because people care about climate change? No, they don't change their behavior for at all. 1% doesn't. It's only because the electric cars are way cheaper, way easier, and they last way longer, and oh yeah, they will be autonomous. But we're going to move to a green society. We're going to move to solar and wind and alternative ways, and we're going to do something about the problems, and we're going to also help to make energy a lot more efficient. How does the blockchain fit in that? I mean, if you look at FinTech, blockchain is big, but if you look at energy, there's a huge amount of people who are doing actual projects. So I want to ask Leo Dijkstra and René Kerkmeester. René Kerkmeester is from Tenet. Who knows what Tenet is? Who doesn't know what Tenet is? Who knows what Tenet is? Oh, cool. I'm pretty interested. And we have Leo Dijkstra, the industry lead utilities from the Benelux from IBM. And René, and they're going to show that we really changed the world. Okay, guys, take it away.
We have a clicker. A clicker? So? Oh, great.
You can have a clicker. Can I have a big hand for these guys? They're going to do something. Yeah. Okay, good luck.
Yeah, thank you, Vincent, for this introduction. And together with Leo Dijkstra from IBM, I'd like to take you into the energy world after all these financial discussions. Because we're living in very exciting times. We're living at crossroads of, on one hand, energy transition and moving to a sustainable world, and the vast opportunities that digitalization provides us with. And really the use case that we'll show you and what we'll discuss here is on the edge, or on the crossroads of these two areas. It's good to see that a lot of you already know Tenet. Tenet is the transmission system operator, a company serving both in the Netherlands and Germany. It is state-owned. There's over 20,000 kilometers of the high voltage cables that we see all over the country. We serve over 40 million end user customers through these grids. We have a vast investment portfolio in assets still, some 25 billion euros over the next 10 years, which is also used to connect all the new wind farms on the offshore, the North Sea and north of Germany. Tenet's got three major roles. One is the transmission service, which is really managing the grid, those 20,000 kilometers. The other is system services, not so much known. It's making sure the system is kept at 50 hertz. I'll go more in detail about that because that is the crux of what we do. And third is market facilitation. By today, people can trade energy from Finland to Italy on day-ahead, intraday markets, and this was not possible some 10 years ago. So, huge activities on the market facilitation as well. If I look at system services, something that not many people know is that at any given moment of time, the demand and the supply in our electricity system has to be equal. If not, we have a blackout. We have experienced some blackouts in California, some cases, And the key role of Tenet as a transmission system operator is to manage this balance. And we use the big power stations, the gas-fired stations. If the system is short or long, we ask people to turn up or to turn down the production. Now, this system operations is due to massive change, because in the past, the entire system was very predictable. A couple of big power plants, a centralized system. We did know what the consumers did and the business. And we are moving to a new future where the market is completely unpredictable. We are interconnected to other markets. It's going to be a weather-based systems. We don't know if the sun shines or if the wind will blow. And all these on the real time, or very close to the real time, needs to be matching. Especially the consumers that were consumers will turn into prosumers. They will deliver power, they will store power in batteries in their cars or in their households. So how to keep the balance between demand and supply in this very system? And that's where the technology comes in, blockchain. We are currently running pilots both in Germany with a startup company called Sonnen and in the Netherlands with Van der Bron, based on the private blockchain hyperledger framework to balance the grid in the Netherlands and to manage the congestions in Germany. I'll hand over to Leo, who will show a little bit more about the cases, and we'll end up with a very small film that summarizes the whole thing, and which hopefully demonstrates you how the beating heart of the energy system can be disrupted, can be game changed by this new technology called blockchain. Leo, if I can hand over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, René. As Wiebe Draijer already said this morning, clients are not asking for blockchain. They're asking for solutions. And that's actually what we deliver together with Tenet, Van der Bron, and Sonnen e-services in Germany. And I'm going to show you an example of what this looks like in practice. But let me ask a question first to you. Who came here, apart from Vincent, by electric car today? That's quite a few already. So who of you would like to earn money with that car while doing nothing, while not charging? Sounds like a good idea, right? So here is how that works. Meet Freek. Freek is an enthusiastic millennial, pretty successful, has a nice Tesla. And he decides to join up for this idea, a great idea. And he signs up with Van der Bron, one of the suppliers that makes this possible. But why does he do this? Well, he wants to join a collective, and he wants to earn money, to be honest. But he also wants to support a green environment to enable the introduction of renewables into the system. How does he do it? He opens the Van der Bron app, he signs up for the service, and he selects the device that he wants to work with, his car or his home battery. After onboarding, he plugs in, just like normal, when he gets home. And then the car does something that he doesn't see. It writes to the blockchain how flexible it can be on behalf of Tenet. That baseline is written to the blockchain, so it's visible to the parties that need to know. And if Tenet is experiencing a drop in production, then Tenet can ask the community, these cars, to temporarily stop charging. Just for a couple of minutes. The driver won't notice when he's at home watching TV or doing something else. And the car writes that signal to the blockchain again. In the morning, what happens? Freek just unplugs his car, just like always. The only difference is that he can see what his car did during the night, for instance, or during the evening, and how much money he earned actually with that car. And he drives off happily in the morning. Now, why did we do this with blockchain? Not just because we wanted to let the consumers earn money, but it's actually a way in which Tenet unlocks a whole new pool of flexibility that they couldn't reach before for their system services. So that's the reason why. And why is that necessary? Because they need this flexibility, because the traditional flexibility pool is getting smaller and more expensive. And that's the bill we pay each and every one of us. So renewable energy can be further introduced. There's more flexibility in the system, so more wind generators and solar panels can be introduced that are intermittent in production. And therefore, the cost to society reduces. That's the case. Now, at IBM, we support this through the use of Hyperledger, which is fully open source, is openly governed, and it's an open ecosystem, so it's not just IBM. There's many partners involved in developing the Hyperledger as open source under the Linux Foundation. We build this trusted environment, because that is what we need here. We are working with trusted suppliers and consumers, and we enable it for business. So we enable it to scale, to be fully secure, in order to make this business case feasible. And to sum it all up, we've got a short movie clip that will summarize the use case.
It is not just power generation that is changing due to the energy transition. So too are consumer habits. Consumers are becoming producers, as many of them generate electricity themselves and feed it into the grid. Transmission system operators must react flexibly to this volatile feed-in of renewable electricity into the power grid and to the increasingly complex energy consumption behavior. In this context, blockchain technology offers a unique potential for the entire energy sector. It supports the secure and fast exchange and storage of data. As a consequence, end users will help to keep the grid stable. With 2 groundbreaking blockchain pilot projects, TenneT is now setting a revolutionary milestone for the energy supply system of the future. Allowing TenneT to integrate flexible capacity of household batteries and charging points of electric cars. Thus, the blockchain network acts as a virtual power plant. In Germany, TenneT, in collaboration with Sonnengruppe, is integrating decentralized battery storage systems into the energy supply system. A network of domestic solar batteries is operating via the control center of Sonnen e-services to constantly adjust the intelligent charge management of the batteries to the respective demand in the TenneT network. In a second pilot project in the Netherlands, TenneT, in collaboration with Van der Bron, uses the capacity of car batteries to help balance the grid by interrupting or reducing the battery's charging capacity and feeding the energy into the power grid instead. The increased use of data and greater flexibility provided by blockchain technology help to reduce stabilizing redispatch measures, such as the expensive cut-down of wind turbines in Germany. That means, in the future, we will no longer have to waste wind power just because we cannot transport it. In the Netherlands, the use of blockchain technology helps to make sure that not only power plants will steadily maintain the balance between production and consumption. Now owners of electric vehicles can also help to keep the grid frequency at 50 Hz. Both pilot projects are the next innovative step in shaping the energy environment of the future and in giving consumers the opportunity to actually contribute to the energy transition. TenneT, taking power further.
Okay, thank you. Well, that was a good. Well, my first question. I don't know how many questions are there. Thank you. Sorry about that. How much money can I earn?
First of all, we do this first implementation with 2 companies.
I want to be a volunteer. I mean, you can take
but
my
then you have
Tesla.
to talk to the retailer in this case. So we do this pilot with a retailer, but the ambition is to have it as a first implementation. TenneT is a company that does not discriminate between all the market parties. So we'll open up for other market parties once the concept is proven. And it's up to the retailer to decide how much money he would like to give.
And the retailer is Van der Bron.
But it could be up to hundreds of euros. Let's put it that way.
Hundreds of euros per year to basically do that.
Depending how much the retailer
balancing would like and this is just balancing the frequency, right? I mean, when you go to balancing, you know, just really the actual kilowatt hours, there's a much bigger market to be explored.
We integrate the balancing market from these wholesale and retail markets are being integrated. So today, TenneT can only procure balancing service from the larger power plant, the gas stations. And these guys are a monopoly, there's less and less of them, so prices go up. By untapping now these decentralized battery sources from cars or home batteries, we can lower the societal cost of balancing this grid.
Okay, so that will be very interesting. Now, how far are you with implementation? You know, just
quite far. We are, or maybe you want to talk about.
Yeah, actually, it's a very concrete case. We're currently developing the software and testing it. It's in the testing phase now. I think Germany is slightly ahead of the Netherlands, but at the beginning of this autumn, we will actually have live vehicles and batteries balancing the grid. So it's a very concrete case.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's a question here. Is this like Eneco CrowdNet? Question 3. Who asked that question?
No, it's not. It's different from Eneco CrowdNet.
They're balancing the net too with the Powerwall, right, from Tesla.
They don't balance. There's only one party in the Netherlands that is responsible for balancing the grid, and that is TenneT.
Okay.
So the value of balancing the grid can only be shared by TenneT. We could make that money available for consumers having cars and solars. There's still a wholesale market. Again, also on this wholesale market, we see limited parties trading. The big trading companies, the big energy companies.
Okay.
And we see more and more peer-to-peer initiatives and other blockchain initiatives whereby people can tap into the value of the wholesale market.
Yeah. Leo, why? I mean, you have also a little database company, right, inside IBM. You know, just teeny little database, and about half the companies run on it. Why not just use a nice little database for that? Why do you need to go through the effort of doing this with this blockchain thing?
It's the trust that blockchain enables. TenneT can now, for the first time, trust that these cars actually did what they were saying they were doing, and that nobody tampered with it. That's the key to this implementation.
Yeah, trust is built in. Yeah. You don't have to put a whole lot of all kinds of processes to verify that that car really did what he did.
What the car writes to the blockchain directly cannot be changed. It's there forever, that information, and also what it actually did. It writes directly to the blockchain, so it cannot be tampered with. And TenneT knows for sure how much money to give to that aggregator.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much, Leo.
You're welcome.
Good luck. So this is tiny. Only 1% of the cars, you know, are battery, have something with a battery, 100,000. But this will grow to 50% of the new cars within 10 years, 50% of all the cars within 20 years. And we need to balance our grid, and we need to change, we need to go to solar. So this is really a very interesting, big thing to do. Okay, so, God, all these subjects are so interesting. I really want to discuss it much longer. I'm sorry, I have to hurry you. But let me introduce the next speaker, Joris Geertman. And can I have the first question from which Joris want to ask the audience? Do you believe that KPN is able to accelerate the adoption of blockchain in the Netherlands? Okay? KPN. You know KPN, they do mobile phones and things and, you know, just internet and that kind of stuff. 80% says, no, absolutely not. Okay, that's a good challenge. Joris, can you come up? Joris is Director of Portfolio and Innovation Marketing and Alliance. And he basically, you own Bitcoins, huh?
I do.
You own Bitcoins and also Ether?
Ether. I changed my Bitcoins, is the Michael? Yeah, I changed my Bitcoins for IOTA. IOTA, anybody owns IOTA? Yeah?
Oh. Ooh,
that's the coin for securing the Internet of Things.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
They raised 1.5 billion in a couple of hours as well.
How much?
1.5 billion. The sixth highest market cap as we speak, I guess.
1.5 billion in a couple of hours. Okay, so this guy really loves to own his stuff, and he basically wants to prove to you that KPN has a role to accelerate blockchain in Netherlands. So give him a big hand. Good start.
Thank you very much. So I would like to talk to you about the combination of KPN and Bitcoin. And if you look at KPN as a telco ICT company, there's a number of functions that we provide to the market, right? So obviously we do network operations, so running the whole network of communications in the Netherlands. We have wholesale. We resell that to the other parties in the market, including the roaming settlements behind it. We have our billing systems. We do fraud prevention. We have cybersecurity, and we also do something like the provisioning of SIMs, the subscriber identification modules. They are in your phone, the little cards, and basically that's the identity of you guys. I mean, more and more of the identity services will be handled and managed via your phone, right? So that's an important thing for us as well. So if we add blockchain technology to that, what would we be able to achieve? And I think that the roaming settlements, for example, would be something that we settle the roaming costs with other providers in Europe. The roaming charges have been killed, so you guys are okay on vacation in July and August. You can roam like crazy, but we still have to settle them in the back with the other parties. So we could automate that via a blockchain. That's one of the things that we are looking at. We are not going to rip out our current settlement systems, but over time we will look at making that a more efficient system. We can do fraud prevention. We use the call detail records for billing, but they're also being used in the legal system by the justice departments and police, etc. So if we could increase the data fidelity of the call detail records so that they can be used with much more confidence, would that be beneficial? Yes, I guess it would. Identity management, I've mentioned that. There's one thing that's very important, is that if you want to do identity management with the phones, that you can trust the phones as well. So that's where secure elements come in, so that you can make sure that the phone, that you know that this is the phone, my phone, and that you can combine it with my fingerprint and then have a unique combination. So that's something that we can use to help our customers manage identity easier. eSIMs is, I think, one of the things that we could be disrupted with. So eSIMs are embedded SIMs. It's the software variant of, let's say, the hardware SIMs that are in there in your phone right now. But you could think of a future where your phone decides which carrier to use based on the price of the connectivity at that moment in time and a certain quality of service. I think that over time, KPN could be disrupted by that. So I think that's an interesting area that we should look into. And then we have our external services as well. So we deliver services to our customers. For example, content distribution. Who uses KPN ITV? It's which HBO, it has Netflix, and it also has Mede van Holland. And we distribute content with that, right? And we can use blockchain to distribute that in a much more efficient and a more transparent way. And it's not for nothing that Netflix or Spotify bought a blockchain startup in April called MediaChain to do exactly that. Other areas we could do use blockchain in our data centers is to add an extra layer of fidelity and resilience to the backups that we make for our customers. And I think that Morgan Stanley is already using blockchain in that way as well. So I'll talk in a little bit more detail about the Internet of Things and data trustee role and cloud service in the next couple of slides. But the message is there is a huge potential for us to use blockchain internally as well as for our customers. And IoT was already mentioned, right? It will be everywhere. It will be in your socks. It will be in your dogs. It already is in cows, that's for sure. So we already work with the CRV. We have sensors in the cows. They measure the health of the cows when they're in the fields. And they provide information on which you can base their feeding patterns. You can also see whether they have to, when they have to mate. And they have been able to increase the milk production with, I think it was 60 or 70% just by doing that. So there will be all kinds of sensors in all kinds of well, we even will equip our elderly people with sensors, you can see on the slide. But it will be in dikes, it will be in levees, it will be in bikes, etc. And if you want to do this in a secure and proper way, you need distributed ledger technology to do this in a robust way, to make sure that you can do this securely, right? And the other way around, I think, is also very important. If you want to do anything smart with a blockchain, with smart contracts, the blockchain needs information from the outside world as well. And we call that oracles, right? Oracles provide information about temperature or humidity or other information about the outside world to a blockchain. And I think that blockchain, to be successful, needs these oracles as well. So there's a perfect symbiosis between IoT and blockchain. Another area is maintenance. So if we have in the Netherlands, if we have these hundreds and thousands of things that are out there, little devices, etc., their batteries at some point will die, right? Or there will be some other maintenance job that has to be done. We will not be able to solve this with the KPN Monteurs group of people. That will be much too expensive. So we're looking at ways to outsource the maintenance of the IoT work, the devices, etc., via blockchain-based services solution. We call it ADIOS, Autonomous Distribution Internet of Service, but it will be completely autonomous, and you can, let's say, as a citizen, you can replace a battery somewhere and get some points for it or some money or whatever. So we will crowdsource some of that work away. So that's one of the areas that we're looking into as well. Another one, who has heard of Talking Traffic? Almost nobody. It's really nice initiative. You can look at it online. We do that with the Department of Infrastructure and Milieu. It's corporate, private, a project where the joint partners, they have invested 90 million to improve the traffic in the Netherlands. So we think that with the current road systems, we would be able to increase the use of the road system with 20–30% without putting any more asphalt in the Netherlands. But the only way to do that is to combine the different traffic information systems together. So KPN is building the cloud for that, but there's lots of companies like TomTom and Flitsmeister, but also Vialis, who is providing the traffic control systems. They provide all the information, and it will be part of one big cloud where the information can be combined and can be enriched. And based on that, the driver will get advice about routes to take, let's say bottlenecks to avoid, etc. But if somebody gets the wrong information, there could also be some accidents, right? So it is very important to make sure that we secure that environment. As a data trustee, we're looking into all kinds of options, but blockchain is definitely one of them as well. So I will share with you a little bit obligatory stack that we are building, but I will share with you in each layer why it is important that KPN is part of this as well. So if you look at the KPN clouds, we already have a government cloud where 400 municipalities are part of an ecosystem already, where the ISVs are part of it, the 400 municipalities, etc. And we also have a healthcare cloud where the hospitals are part of, the pharmacies and the health physicians, etc. They are all in that same cloud, and that cloud is segmented, so it's not part of the public internet, so it's more secure. And we can build the blockchain capability actually into those clouds by design. Another thing is that we already talked to that. We have the long-range, low-power technology to power IoT. We have the secure elements. So we will be able to provide the blockchains with information about the environment. That's an important one as well. We have our data centers. Actually, there's a separate part of KPN that's now being started where all the data center initiatives will be let's say, a part of. And we already have the Azure stack, and we're working with Timeless, which have a blockchain solution based on BigchainDB. So we can build that within our data center infrastructure as well. And then we can also help build the ecosystem. So KPN Ventures is our venture vehicle that works with a lot of partners to make sure that startups can accelerate and start their blockchain initiatives while we help them with the infrastructure and maybe some investments as well. And then last but not least, we also have KPN Consulting, which I'm part of, is 800 people, which can help our customers to do the implementation. And one of the ones that I want to shortly mention is the safe transportation of hazardous materials. That's the Inspectie van Leefomgeving en Transport. They're here. They have a session this afternoon. And there's a very concrete case where they need to transport hazardous materials in the Netherlands with all different parties. And these parties do not necessarily trust each other. And they will write all the transactions that they do around the hazardous materials into the blockchain. And they will spread that to the other countries in Europe as well. So we want to have that up and running by the end of the year. And what's interesting is if you bring that into production, you immediately get the questions, okay, how do we connect this with the PKI infrastructure of some other companies as well, right? So you have to do the legacy integration as well. So I'm 19 seconds over time. I will speed up a little bit. I think one of the other ones is we are pretty much, let's say, experienced in surviving large-scale disruptions for decades already, right? And Carlos Slim is not even on here yet. So we have helped to fiberize the whole of the Netherlands, het verglazen van Nederland. We managed to survive the switch from SMS to WhatsApp. Well, we had a period a couple of years ago where there was only where you could do a touwtje from your brievenbus, but now the Netherlands is let's say second or third of the countries where cyber attacks are being originated. So I mean we have all kinds of challenges that we have been able to help with KPN, and what's necessary for this is that you are part of the society, that you're part of the standard committees, that you build an infrastructure where you can build long-term let's say, blockchain infrastructure in the Netherlands. So we believe that together with you guys, we can have the proper discussion, I hope today and for the next couple of years as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joris. Yeah, look.
We're able, yeah.
Wow,
it changed.
25% more, so that's really something.
Pas mal.
That's sweating, to do that in time. It's really a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
Let's see if there's some questions about it. I mean, when did blockchain come on the, for the first time in the boardroom? When did people first start to make products out of it?
Yeah, the funny thing is, I think a couple of years ago already, of course, with the technology people, but in the boardroom, I think 1 year, 1.5 years.
Okay, that's
and
really, what's KPN business model for blockchain? Since KPN also has a lot of legacy.
Yeah, well, we can remove some of that legacy ourselves, right? So there's an efficiency gain to be had there, and
they're used to that. I mean, the telefooncentrale, the switch used to be a huge building, and now is one big little pack. It's one little refrigerator.
Yeah, there's lots that we don't do.
You are constantly doing legacy on that thing.
Yeah.
And why is my internet speed so slow at home?
I get that a lot. I work for Microsoft.
Ask him. You can ask him in the break. If the person also want to put his postcode and his house number, we'll make sure that the team is dispatched. Okay, next one. Yeah.
We'll connect you to fiber.
Yeah, but I mean, at the moment you're doubling my 4G bundles and my speed and that kind of stuff. Can I have the other questions? Can I have it? Why is my Wi-Fi not really working here? Okay, it's like no, that's not.
Don't use the Wi-Fi. Use 4G.
No. So when was blockchain really when did it really become a team and a startup, and did you participate in all these government?
I think about a year ago. So we now have a quite sizable team in new business area, and the guys from new business and the blockchain team are here today as well.
So why so late? Because IBM has already been years, they've been on this market for years. So I mean, of course, it's important that you come, but why did it take such a long time?
I'm not sure that it took a long time, because I think that in the financial industry, they're already 2-3 years ahead. I think for the telecommunication industry, we are not late to the game. Absolutely not. And I think that KPN is a little bit of a tanker as well, right? So we are not always the first, but we are able to make major impact later on.
You did a great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's ask the same question for HP. Let's see what do you think that HP will. How important will that be for the blockchain implementation in the Netherlands? So then, and while you answer that question and you see the challenge you have ahead of you, Raphael Davison is the worldwide director for blockchain. Okay, so we have the worldwide director of blockchain here on stage, and of course HP. Don't give him an applause yet, but he has to first prove his point. But of course, HP is an unbelievable, fantastic company in the IT world. I mean, they basically have gone through. They have given us so many revolutions. It doesn't matter if with networking, with the PC, of course, with the old calculator. It's a huge, fantastic company. And the HP Museum in Silicon Valley is wonderful. I mean, still, even the most oldest stuff you have hanging around, tandem computers, you know, where Roel Pieper sold it to it. How much is that being used, this infrastructure?
2 out of every 3 global credit card transactions is processed
that
through our
stuff still
HP
works. It keeps on working, and HP is silently behind a lot of things. So we really want to see, you know, what is your portfolio for, what is your vision on the blockchain,
Great.
and what can you help us here in the Netherlands? So
I'm very happy to be here. Thank you.
Improve it. Give them a big hand.
All right, thank you. Okay. So, you know, all this talk we've heard about about blockchain and the exchange of value reminds me of back in 1991 when I was a CIO for a management consulting company, and I had to support our consultants who traveled the world. And I remember walking into my boss's office, Bob, the CFO, saying, "Bob, I need some money for this new thing called email. Don't know exactly what it is, but you know what? If you want to send a message to Jim, our CEO, who was upstairs, you just type it in, hit a button, Jim gets it instantly." Bob, being the CFO he says, "What do I need that for?" I just tell Marie what I want to tell Jim. She types it up, she prints it out, and she walks it upstairs. So I said, okay, well, another use case. What about this one? What about if you want to communicate with one of our partners overseas? He says, well, Marie prints it out and faxes it. So we had a very difficult time in the early 90s. This was 16 years before the iPhone and 7 years before Google. We had a very difficult time getting our arms around the impact that the internet would have on our businesses. Many of our customers that we speak to now, those customers that process billions of credit card transactions a year, 75% of the electronic fund transfers are supported by HPE. Those customers are coming to us with those same kinds of questions, and I can identify with them. So what is the value that our customers are trying to get at? That's what I'll talk about today. I'll talk about some of the value that they see, potential value in blockchain, and then I'll talk to you about their experience actually executing some projects. So speed and efficiency. We have a great customer, Commonwealth Bank of Australia, the #1 bank in Australia, with our partner DXC Technologies and R3 Corda, and HPE created an application to have the bank's investors be able to buy and sell investment units with a R3 Corda distributed ledger. Reduces days of reconciliation. It's much more faster and much better for customer satisfaction. Lower transaction costs, credit card transactions. Again, the traditional credit card transaction, something we know about. For those of you who don't, if you jumped out of a taxi and used your credit card to pay, what actually happens? You have a 3-step process, which starts with the authorization process and goes through 4 steps. Then you have the next part 2 out of 3, which is an additional 6 steps for the process to go all the way back to the merchant. And that transaction just sits in their terminal until some point when they transmit the batch later. And then finally, you have a process that's another 7 steps to actually get the transaction in the cardholder's account, and at some time in the future, they pay the bill. What does that add up to? That is 17 steps, 6+ parties in 7 days. So what a ripe opportunity for disruption. Our customers who have banks and banks of our nonstop systems are saying, we are hearing from our CIOs and our businesses that we need to be more responsive. We need that speed and transparency and ability to be able to support these types of enterprise-grade volumes. And we don't see it with the current blockchain platforms. Because we know that if they were the driver of the taxi and the passenger were both using Bitcoin, for example, it would be a single step, 2 parties, and take an hour. 10 minutes. At the fastest. Customers are also talking about cross-border payments, and we were speaking to a customer up in Canada and said it's not the speed of the cross-border payment, it's not the ease of the actually executing the transaction, it's the visibility of the transaction through the process. We put the cross-border payment in, we have no idea when it's going to get there and who's touched it and who's taken fees out of it. They say, can you help with that? Smart contracts, we talked about that. We have some great great demos that we showed at our trade show in Las Vegas a few weeks ago, where we actually have taken a robot, a Internet of Thing, a iRobot, and we put smart contracts on it to actually allow makers of products, we heard about the washing machine, makers of products to wrap services and solutions around Internet of Thing devices. And also we feel at HPE, the democratization of value is a very important thing, benefit that the blockchain can provide. World Bank estimates 2 billion people do not have access to basic banking funds. Can you imagine the innovation that would occur if 2 billion people had access to investment to be able to grow wealth? And then finally, a platform for, a universal platform for the exchange of value. People talking to businesses, and with HPE, the Internet of Things. So what did our customers tell us? The first thing they told us was when we called them, they said, you know what, the financial services industry, our financial services customers are the #1 investor in blockchain. They all had innovation teams. Those innovation teams, blockchain was always in the top 3. These are top Fortune 500 global financial services companies. Either one of the 3 was blockchain, it was customer experience, or it was the Internet of Things. And why are they so interested in that? They're processing all these transactions, they're making their money. Well, everyone understands, Goldman Sachs estimates that just in terms of savings in the United States, $2 billion worth of savings to the financial services industry. Globally, $6 billion annually. That's a lot of money. They're very interested, and that's just cost savings. There are a lot of exciting, innovative people in these institutions that are looking to grow new revenues and create new opportunities for the bank. Now, we heard a lot about digital identity. And we've heard, you don't know if it's a person on the other end of the internet. It could be an animal. One person even said it could be a dog. Well, one of our famous presidents, Harry Truman, said, if you want a friend in Washington, get a dog. And he said that because you could trust the dog. So if dogs were using the internet and blockchain, we could all trust them. For everyone else, we need digital identity. What is that? If I have an identity that's sitting in a car-sharing blockchain in Berlin, I then have all my private information, copy sitting with flight insurance, smart contract with an airline, and I also have my identity for my medical records, all in these separate blockchains, and they're not synced. That is a significant inhibitor, our customers have said. Until we solve this identity issue, it's going to be a significant inhibitor to broader blockchain adoption. Better yet, you have one identity that you control, and then you just give validation to these different entities. You're not sharing your information, you're sharing validation. And many of the financial services customers that we deal with see being the arbiter of the validation. Does this person have enough money to rent this taxi? Does this person have the insurance to be able to do the car sharing? The answer is the banks are feeling that that's one opportunity for them. Okay, so the ecosystem. From our customers' perspective, Cora, Ethereum, Hyperledger, those are the ones they're all working on, and they're working on all of them because they're not sure which one will be around next year. They're hedging their bets. But what they have told us, they said the current set of platforms are immature, they're not made for mission-critical applications, they do not scale, and they lack resiliency, and that's HPE's expertise. Those credit card transactions are running on an HPE nonstop. We are an infrastructure company, and we look to say, can we use our infrastructure to help accelerate blockchain transactions, help accelerate, make more reliable and more resilient the ability to those customers who are doing a lot of pilots, they want to bring them into production, but they don't have the enterprise grade. That's where HPE comes in. So we've teamed up with our customer, with R3, DXC Technologies, and we have a mission-critical blockchain solution where we took those HPE nonstops and we added that resiliency and that scalability to the execution of distributed ledgers running Cora. We also have the ability to sit down with our customers with our blockchain workshops, because they're saying, you know what, is the Google of blockchain out there? In 1996, we were all searching with Yahoo, Alta Vista, and Ask Jeeves. We were. It was 2 years before Google. They say, can you help us with our blockchain journeys? So we have an excellent blockchain discovery workshop. We did over 15 of those over 2 days at our trade show in Discover Las Vegas a few weeks ago. So just to finish. So HPE really believes that we are entering the age of blockchain. We have an excellent blockchain team. A few of my members are here. I think it's one of the best teams we have in HPE. We have expertise in blockchain, in hybrid infrastructure, the Internet of Things, and the intelligent edge. And we're bringing all that together with our services to help our customers face the challenges that they face as they innovate and help their customers grow and thrive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did I make my time? I made my time.
You did a fantastic job. 70%, my God.
Yes,
that's
see that?
Amazing.
We're turning
like, wow, you did a good, you did a huge increase. So now it's going down. Okay. So
well, no, let's lock it.
Yeah.
So, it's immutable. We're going to leave it.
Okay. Yeah. So you're the worldwide blockchain director of HPE. What does that mean? Where are your people?
Well, one interesting thing about HPE, they're all over the world.
Yeah.
Before I took this role at the beginning of the year. But we had teams and people just in garages and different offices experimenting and playing with blockchain.
Garages.
Yes.
Can I have the questions on?
Way before I came along.
Yeah.
So that robot with a smart contract, that was created by some people in Germany, salespeople, but they were experimenting and tinkering in the greatest tradition of HPE.
Okay. Yeah, so it's not really a hierarchical.
It's global.
It's not a hierarchical. They are all. And so how do you make them work together?
They're all because they're excited about blockchain. They believe
excitement
in it.
is good. Excitement is good. So you gave them all a bunch of Ether and blockchain and Bitcoin, and they're enthusiastic.
I said, guys and women, if you want to work together and you want to have HPE selling and helping our customers blockchain in the next year or 2 years, let's all work together. We made our pitch within HPE. Management supported us wholeheartedly, and we all have other jobs. I don't. This is my full-time job. Some of us are full-time, but other ones are people in all different parts of HPE.
How many people are there now in the team?
In the global team, I'd say about 20.
Okay, 20 people. So
yes.
It's really just starting up. And you saw this morning, Gartner said 10% of the companies in the IT department are busy with it. Huh?
Yeah, said, well, they said 9 out of 10 startups will fail. They said 90% of blockchain pilots started in 2015 would fail.
Yeah, so 20 people is nothing.
I don't know, 20 people. How many 2 men created the first HPE calculator?
Yeah, that's totally true. Well, you did a very good job. Let's see. Well, okay, let me also take this moment to explain this guy. How can I connect my HP printer to the... I mean, somebody has been living under... Who is this? Number 5? Jury. Okay. So explain a little bit that the new HP is a lot less.
Yes, the first thing I will do is tell you to call HP Incorporated, because I work at HP Enterprise.
Yeah. So the company is split in two.
Yes, very focused
and it's
strategy.
splitting and splitting and splitting and splitting.
So we can focus on using infrastructure to help our customers.
Yeah. So everything with printing, one company.
Yes.
Everything with software, separate company.
That's right.
You're basically now, HP has been merging and merging and merging, and now they're splitting and splitting and splitting.
Yes. So we partner.
You're becoming nimble.
So just as we've created our mission-critical blockchain, we partnered with DXC to help on the software development with R3, and we do the hybrid infrastructure.
Great question.
Which?
Question 7. Can the blockchain really scale up to credit card volumes? I mean, 2,000 transactions per second. Can you do that?
Now? Absolutely not.
Excuse me, Marc, how many are there? 5,000 transactions per second.
Today,
can you do that?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. But if you use let's say a Cora or even Ether, to be able to do any kind of transaction, if it's running on public cloud and it crashes, it stays crashed. unless you have multiple nodes and you continue to try to do the redundancy.
Oh, okay.
So the way we look at it is saying the first thing you need is resiliency and reliability. So if you load it, if you do that same one on our thing,
you do that. Okay.
It pops
but then
it right
second
back
one, what about the number of transactions? If are free, can they do that kind of number of transactions?
Not yet. No one can.
Marc says it's true. So
yeah,
it's true.
No one can.
Yeah. No, nobody can.
Right.
How many years do we need to basically build that?
I don't know. All the estimates are 2 years.
Oh, well, we can wait 2 years to completely reconfigure our payment system. Okay, I think you did a great job. Thank you very much. Okay,
Thank you.
HP. And then we're going to a very special speaker. A speaker which basically, there's two people important in my life with Bitcoin and blockchain. And one was Ronald van Woensel, who told me, hey, this Bitcoin thing is really fantastic. It's really money and it works. And I go like, okay, how much is it worth? Well, it was less than 1 cent. And then the next year, he says, it's 7 cents now. And I go, okay, well, fine. And then he said it was €7 a year later. And then I bought 100, and that got me a Tesla. And then I had a fantastic talk with the commissioner of the commissioner of the police of Germany, of Groningen, sorry. And he was the most exciting, innovative police commissioner of the Netherlands. He was so active with Twitter and with social media, and he was really innovating the police department. And he says, I said, how did you become so innovative? And he said, I have a son. And the son is Rutger van Zuidam, my son. And then I invited him, we went on, and the first meeting we had, I know I had a baby. I was watching a baby, and then 4 other kids. And when he came in, he said, oh, Rutger, hi, nice to meet you. And I gave him the baby, and he's been with that baby the whole evening ever since. And then we talked, during that time, we talked about the blockchain and the Bitcoin, and everything was happening. And Rutger had a fantastic website, and he's really totally into blockchain. And that's basically also the name of his website. And we organized the conference 3 years in a row. And it really was a lot of fun. And then he said, I'm going to do more substantial things. Standing on a stage and making people enthusiastic, I know how to do that now. Now I want to basically make people change and accelerate innovation. And so now he made the biggest, huge worldwide hackathon on blockchain and had all the important issues, everything with identity and everything with people without identity, referees all over the world. He took all the important subjects and had teams working on it. So he's really moving Holland further into the blockchain revolution. So I like an extraordinary big hand for Rutger van Zuidam, my friend and partner.
Thank you, Vincent, for
bringing that up again.
Really doing my talk. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you for the great introduction. It's a real pleasure to be on the stage again. The last time I was here, we were doing the conference together, and I announced the Dutch Blockchain Hackathon. And I now want to take you on this adventure we had, see what we have done, what we have learned, and how we are moving forward. Yeah.
You want to ask the question? You just say, we ask the question for the audience.
Will you ask a question for the audience?
Yeah. Do you want to do that now, or do you want to do that later? So.
Well, we can do it up front, and then.
That was your question.
Yeah, that was my question. Yeah. So I'm curious on.
Repeat the question.
Yeah. So corporate and government legacy culture. Kills inside-out innovation. Oh, well. All right. So you're all ready to go on that journey. So it's my pleasure to take you to the Dutch Blockchain Hackathon. By now, we know that the way we organize trust in our society is radically going to change. How? That's the kind of things we discuss here, but that it will change, we know. And when we're going to do new things, we need to take a different approach. Because the old way of basically the institutionalized way of organizing trust comes from a different era. The system we run society on, created in the last century, we can call that the ego system. And we are all moving towards this ecosystem. Different values apply, a different culture applies, and different ways of working together emerge. We don't know what ways of working together will be the best, but they are emerging as we speak and when we start working together in different ways. So we thought the ecosystem approach would be our start. Wouldn't it be really great and fun if we could work together, corporates and governmental agencies as launching customers, start and scale-ups with vision and a clear slate, a clean slate, no legacy, and of course NGOs, universities and the regulators. Everybody joined up and we got things moving. So we started off with a pre-hackathon phase to prepare with the ecosystem. Then we have this momentum and an epic hackathon. And afterwards, we had a lot of partners on board which could accelerate the teams and their solutions. So we started off at ING with a kickoff, and that's where a lot of people met. So who in this audience is a developer and checks in code every day? Can I see hands? Okay. These are the people that are actually building stuff, right? Getting these people together, the techies with the business people and also civil servants, it was a very nice step we did here. Then it was time to take a deep dive and learn all about the core technologies. Hyperledger, Bitcoin, Ethereum, BigchainDB, the platforms of IBM, Microsoft, etc. We did that at Exact in Delft. And then at Deloitte in Rotterdam, there was a really nice moment, because that's when the governmental agencies and the corporates had to pitch to the teams, please solve my challenge. It was the other way around. And then we had the hackathon. Who was at the hackathon? Cool. And I will share with you now how that was. Can I have some sound? Oh, let's do it again. Really, really nice sound under this. Ta-da! Okay, guys, one more try, okay? Yeah.
Go! Biggest blockchain hackathon ever in the world.
So we come at a time where blockchain has an incredible potential to deliver change for the good. And at that time, you are organizing this hackathon.
Collaborate, share, connect. I think that's an important challenge.
These people are going to change society.
There's this steep learning curve, but once you get it, then you can see all the potential, and it's really amazing.
And I think what's really special about this weekend is that there were so many teams and so many bright people that there really is the possibility that some of these things can get to that next level.
You could think of it as sort of the next generation of internet. Working with blockchain is about how do we organize trust in the system.
I can see many applications myself, but there are a few here that I hadn't even thought about. So clearly the sky is the limit.
And it's fun when you see that moment where it's just like, oh man, this is going to change everything. And you can tell because they get really excited.
Or head is like, oh, we could do this.
They all want to change the world, and that's amazing. It is.
Why not blockchain? That's the real question.
I'm really impressed by the drive and the creativity.
This is just the beginning. Now we have a number of great ideas, and now it's the time to bring them forward.
Big first little step for a big transformation. Yes.
We now have the chance to think about how do we want to interact with each other, how do we want to live with each other.
Why? Because it's the right thing to do, right? It's exciting to sort of help to seed the next set of innovators.
So you see the energy after 3 days of programming and hacking, and of course. We needed to take a nap once in a couple of hours as well, but yeah, to see the amount of energy breaking free basically is really cool. And there were some nice examples that I can mention, but they're also on our website. So I mean, we had 50 applications being developed. So just to name a few, the refugee identity was already mentioned by Vincent. Sending energy through a WhatsApp, including the proof of origin, using Internet of Things to connect it to blockchain and basically transact it. Timestamping anything on the Bitcoin blockchain, securing it. We're now progressing that with Duo, the student loan agency, to see if we can build certificates there. Indisputable contract between freelancers and their clients, and last but not least, in the pension track, different ways of distributing ownership and dividend. So some key ingredients, I think, that is typical for the hackathon and basically the innovation program we have. So we have an open ecosystem. Anyone can join, as long as you're motivated and really are able to contribute to the ecosystem. We have both public and private partners, so you can work with anyone you want that are actually on the topic, on their domain. We have a tailor-made canvas, I will show it to you. We have an appreciative approach, so no Dragon's Den final, but more like a conversation. And we have this rhythm each year of preparing, momentum, accelerating. And we don't do ticket sales. You have to basically send your motivation and then you can get vetted. So this is the canvas. It's out there. Feel free to use it. Many other hackathons have already used it. And besides developing a prototype, it's really important for teams to get their mind focused, get away from the computer, and work on how the concept or what they're working on makes sense. And this is how they're using it. So it's actually an offline product. It's really cool. We have the appreciative approach, so that you don't feel judged. It's more like a rewarding process, and it's more like a conversation. With global reach, teams went to all kinds of conferences to present their solutions, and we've just landed, with a lot of help from a lot of organizations in the Netherlands, EU funding. If you want to read a case study, it's out on JoinUp. If you Google JoinUp and Dutch Blockchain Hackathon case study, it's out there. And that enables us to take it to the next level. But what is the next level? The next level is, of course, a new season, where we are doing the same phases, but what we are going to do in there differs. So on the 5th of July, the ecosystem gets together, startups, governments, corporates, and we ask the question, what have we learned from last season together? Where did we fail? Where did we hit the wall? And where did we pivot? And if we have that from 3 angles, and we get it together, and we also ask the question, what will next season make a successful season for you? Then we have a really good input on how to prepare together, how to work together, and how to accelerate together. So that's the 5th of July in the Brightland Smart Services campus in Heerlen. And it's also a nice event to step up for the event after summer, when we kick off the next season at the Ridderzaal, the Hall of Knights, during Startup Fest on the 28th of September. So now you can see all these companies, the Dutch government, are really into stepping it up a notch. And I think the Netherlands is a really cool playground for both national and international companies, whether you're this big-ass corporate or this startup that hasn't even been founded yet. This is a place for you where you can start and grow. So yeah, hope to see more of you next year. We had over 500 participants in the hackathon, and yeah, check out the website and see how you can join. Thank you very much.
And the movie doesn't do it justice. It was really very exciting in Groningen. Wasn't it, Dennis? I mean, it was amazing. And everybody I meet in the blockchain world says, you know, I was there, and I was with a team, and we made the solution, and we're working further. How's it going with all these, you know, all these teams? Are they just separating out, or are they restarting again? Or what's your most favorite? What is your most favorite team now, which basically works on implementing a solution?
I don't have a particular favorite team. My favorite team is employed by Dutch Chain, of course. But no, I'm kidding. Several teams, it's interesting. So there are teams that fail and break apart. And we have seen new startups arise from that process. Yeah, it's a very important process to maybe fall apart and then reassemble. It's also what you see, for instance, APG, they hired the team that won, and now they're building a startup together. Yes. How awesome is that? And they're doing that at the Techruption campus in Heerlen. And you also see, I heard that IBM is still in talks with the United Nations on the refugee passport. So what you see is that each team has a different speed and a different path, because they need to learn different things, and that's about which people are in the team.
Yeah, I will see the next time is, of course, very exciting. Is it going to be the biggest one in the world again?
Well, yeah, I guess, yeah, I think so. Yeah, probably, yeah, we will.
Yes, let's help him with that. Thank you very much, Rutger.
Yeah. Thank you,
Okay, let's, we're gonna basically stop for lunch, but I want to ask Jan-Peter Domery. Jan-Peter, he works for Nexus, and the energy sector is so exciting as an industry which is changing. And they have put in the most amount of energy into preparing a presentation, which is basically going to take all the intelligence of you together. So how are you going to do that, Jan-Peter?
Well, hi. What we do at the department where we work is we don't look for answers, but we look for the right questions. Because an answer gets you stuck. The right question opens your mind. So what we are going to do in the session is we're going to co-create the future, a possible future of blockchain. We heard about the internet. We are now in the internet plus 20 years. What we are going to do is think about blockchain and take it 20 years further by asking the right questions. And now it's me here standing on stage and you there sitting on the chairs. But what I want to do is to co-create something together. This afternoon, yes. So what we could do, my idea would be an article, but I would like to hear your ideas as well. So please use your phone and type in the first word that pops up your mind. And the nice thing is that if words get bigger, and then more people are voting for the same word.
Yeah, and you're going to decide this afternoon. We're going to co-create a session on a particular question, right? I mean, what is the question which we're going to investigate together?
What we are going to look on is disruptive infrastructures, on mobility and energy, so bringing two worlds together. And how could that change society? So, and I can guarantee you we'll have some clarity, we have some insight, and we have a lot of disruption. And I have a personal mission after this morning, and that is I want to see a smile on David Birch's face. So I'm hoping that David will be sitting here in the second part. And let's look if we can make him smile a little bit.
Okay.
We asked two questions.
The other question?
We shared through the internet two scenarios. Through the internet, the transitional scenario was voted. My question to you is for all the people who saw the movies on the internet, if you have any questions, burning questions, join me by lunch. Because during the session, it will be co-creation. You giving me the input. We are giving clarity, insight, and disruption. And we're going to make a story out of it, which we can share with the world. And I'm very much looking forward to it.
And designing the future in 20 years from now with energy and electric cars, autonomous driving vehicles, and really thinking about how should the world be in 20 years.
Every time we put in new questions which will blow your mind, which will change the way you look at the world.
Okay.
We can do that.
Okay, let's do that. We're going to come back to you at the one of the last session. Thank you very much, Jan-Peter. Okay, Alex. Can I have Alex for a second? Where's Alex Boos? I have 3 people which I want to interview, which I want to ask. Can also the moderators of the track come up immediately? Conny, Paul, and Marloes. Okay, Alex, here's your microphone. So you are what are you from this Blockchain World Forum 2017? What is that?
So we started the Blockchain Ecosystem Network we told you about.
Yeah.
Is it working? Yeah.
Yeah.
And we bring together thought leaders, use cases, people who want to really make a difference. And so together with the Barcelona FIRA, we are setting up the largest blockchain solutions forum in October. And this will run alongside with the IoT conference. Now, Barcelona FIRA, you've been there.
Yeah, the Mobile World Conference, of course. It's a beautiful,
so this is the
place.
3rd year in a row that they're hosting the IoT conference, 10,000 people, and we're doing together with them in the joint venture, the Blockchain Solution Forum. Yeah. And I was really inspired that what Rutger is doing and the use case that we saw from KPN, from Joris and IBM. These are the type of use cases that we want. So we opened up the call for use cases.
Yeah, so it's going to be a big conference hall with thousands of square meters.
I gave some pictures. If you go to the next slide, you can see some pictures. But if you have use cases you want to show, please send them. And of course, I'm very happy that you're going to play a pivotal role there, Vincent, because you're doing this just fine here on stage, and we'd like to see you in Barcelona.
Okay. Hey, and you're from BECON.global. Huh? What is BECON.global?
So BECON.global is also an ecosystem. You can join up. We have meetups all over the world, in Dublin,
all kinds of cities,
in all types of cities. Richard is also part of the ecosystem. You can become a member. And we want to inform and inspire people about blockchain use cases. We did a kickoff in December in The Hague. Marloes was there. Yeah. So a lot of people in Holland were there, but we also did it in London, in Brussels, all over the world.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you. So this is this network, BECON.global. It's great URL. And they basically, if you want to be more involved, if you want to meet people who are really passionate about building cases, sharing cases, then BECON.global is really great. If you want to see everything all around the world, then you should be in Barcelona, because I think it's a great place.
By the way, we're in the hall here, so we're doing this.
Yeah, if you meet this small guy, if you look for him, there's a bunch of people like him who basically want to talk about it. So, okay, thank you very much. Conny, we're going to start the tracks. We're a little bit late. We're 25 minutes late. But what are you going to do in your... here, this is your phone.
You're going to make it easy for me, because I've got to make really sure that we run on time.
No. Well, I mean, we have fantastic cases.
We have fantastic cases. We're going to really go to the practical application side. So we kick off with a short number of cases around healthcare. Then we have 5 stand-up, very brief presentations where in 10 minutes you get the idea of a real application. And we're going to finish off with a fun panel where I'm going to treat blockchain as if it were a wayward teenager. So we say the growing up, growing pains. Favorite men with an E.
Yeah, who? Who's in your panel? Who's in your panel?
Arno Lave, Marc Buitenhek, and Dave Birch.
Okay.
So we have everything. We have a wayward teenager.
He's
we have
been talking about you all stage every time. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So that's going to happen with the business track. Paul, what are you going to talk about in the technology track?
Well, of course, it's the most important track because we design and build things. But I talked to all the speakers. We have 5 most experienced speakers introductions about how to model, for instance, a system and how to deploy very easily with Hyperledger Fabric, for instance. But I also ask the speakers, well, look at the context. Which problems do you solve with that technique? So progress doesn't start with technology, but with a problem to solve. That's very important. And in the panel, we have also John Herman, cybersecurity from KPMG. So very interesting, but only limited to 60 people, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, only 60 people can join, so that's great. You just basically can be immediately in front of the door while you have subscribed to the thing. So we'll see how that goes. Marloes, what are you going to do?
I'm Marloes. I'm the project leader of the blockchain projects within the Dutch government. And I've selected the projects who are going to the next level this year. They've built a prototype and they are now ready to test it in real life.
Yeah. And Marloes has this little hobby once a year to take all the SG's. The secretaris-generaal is a really old-fashioned term, but she takes them and she educates them on all the modern things. And she started with blockchain, and then she's going through all the government and starting everywhere all kinds of proof of concepts, which are really going to work. It's 25 wonderful websites. And how many of those are you going to talk about this afternoon?
5 or 6.
5 or 6, yeah. But they really are going much further. And it's really interesting to see how great the Dutch government is participating in changing. I've seen civil servants change faster than people from the business sector. I mean, who are too enthusiastic or are ahead of technology. So this is basically the track afterwards. We're going to break for lunch. Thank you for your patience. And you will hear the bells when we need to go to the track. Thank you very much.
Dennis de Vries from KPMG. To prepare this interview, I looked at the KPMG website, and it stated that you were an expert in the application of blockchain in the financial sector. Oh. But to my knowledge, it's, blockchain in the financial sector is still in a pilot phase. Mm-hmm. How come you're an expert in the application of blockchain?
Well, I think blockchain started in the financial sector, right? It actually started with cryptocurrencies, and around 2014, when I started my blockchain research at ING, that's about the point in time that most of the banks actually started noticing blockchain, and especially if you, it started from the payments function of a bank. If you look how payments is currently organized, and you know what's happening under the hood. Yeah. That's a pretty lengthy process, right? So banks have client interfaces, they have production systems, they have a nice mainframe hidden somewhere in a big factory, which sends their transactions to Equins in the Netherlands, which sends to another bank, etc. And then you and I only see the smartphone end of that, and it looks great. Yeah. But what's happening underneath is that there's actually very complicated infrastructure. So currently we have about 35,000 banks globally, all operating their own infrastructure. And when Bitcoin came along, you suddenly have this weird guy called Satoshi Nakamoto coming up with something that basically does the same value transfer as what's historically has been done through this correspondent banking system for centuries, basically, without any of the mainframes or complicated stuff, etc. So that's a huge inspiration to have another look at how banking is currently organized.
Yeah, so it could solve the problem of this complicated infrastructure. Can I see it like that?
Yeah, so I still think blockchain is more an inspiration than a true solution.
Oh, really?
What blockchain shows is that there's huge efficiency in creating a single source of truth for an entire value chain. And if you then start looking through at different value chains through those eyes, for example, the banking industry, but also the insurance industry or even government, you begin to notice that there's just so much replication in value chains. And what historically has been done is that companies have automated their previous paper-based processes, but we haven't digitized processes yet. And that's why we're just optimizing at the organization level and not at the value chain level. So I think of this basically as a platform revolution, and blockchain is basically the value transfer element to the platform revolution.
Okay, but you're also saying it's an inspiration. So maybe banks in the future will not use blockchain to transfer money.
But the thing is that if you look at a lot of blockchain projects and you set up something for a value chain, the inevitable question is always going to be, could we do this without a blockchain, right? Yeah. So, and then you start talking about governance and who's owning this system. That starts to become a pretty dominant question. If you look at the most successful blockchain ecosystems at this moment, the governance question is a pretty big question,
it's
right?
True.
I mean,
let's
have a look at the scaling debate in Bitcoin, etc. Suppose in the banking industry, SWIFT is the institution that actually transfers money around between banks. Suppose they would actually look at this and get inspired by this, truly create a shared ledger and a true digital currency. There could be a lot of benefits applied there without necessarily needing a blockchain. But and I don't rule out blockchain. I think it's a wonderful invention. I think what the crypto guys are actually dreaming of, this big world where we can program away everything you can possibly think of within an organization. That's likely to happen. If it can be done, it will be done, but that's taking a longer time horizon. I think we're most interested in projects in specific industries, in specific value chains, where we simply can bring the parties together in a single IT platform and realize incredible efficiencies compared to the current situation.
And what's the most interesting project so far you've come across?
We created a vision, PGB, right? I mean, we're talking in English, but any of the Dutch persons will know that the persoonsgebonden budget is kind of a synonym in the Netherlands for a not so perfectly organized process. So we created a vision together with the City of Amsterdam, the SVB and Per Saldo, which is a patient association for holders of those PGBs, to see what the system would look like if we would apply blockchain methodology. And then if you realize that PGBs, there's 4 versions of PGB currently. There's over 400 institutions in the Netherlands that can issue a PGB with all different rules and regulations in there. Yeah. This sounds like almost the most perfect story you could think of applying smart contracts. Why don't we put PGBs in a smart contract, assign healthcare providers to that smart contract, to specific services, and then just use our smartphone to actually log transactions. So you come and provide a service to me, we log the transaction against the smart contract. Wouldn't that be much more simple than the current situation?
But was this a thought experiment, or did you actually build something to demonstrate it can be possible?
So at first it was a thought experiment as part of the Dutch blockchain pilots. The second step was then through our partnership that we have with CGK as blockchain development company, we actually started building this ourselves as a prototype. So what we're going to demo later today is the current prototype of a PGB budget on the blockchain. And I'm very happy that we just agreed with, I can't formally announce it yet, but we found a city in the Netherlands that is very interested in taking this to the next level.
But it would be nice to announce this today, right?
I'm not sure we can. We're applying for an innovation budget, but you'll hear more at very short notice.
Okay, this is a teaser, right?
But
because you have to have multiple parties, because otherwise, if just one city does this, and the other ones don't, you have an extra system. So the thing with blockchain applications is it's best used when everybody uses it, right?
Absolutely, and that's exactly the view that we're taking. So we've had discussions with many clients, but if you start talking about blockchain with a single client, in the end, it doesn't make a lot of sense, right? No. You need to cooperate with multiple parties in the value chain. Yeah. So what we are more focused on these days is finding specific value chains where we have specific KPMG expertise to really have added value in such a value chain, like the PGB process. We've been advising various municipalities on the PGB budget for over 10 years. So that's an area of expertise where we've seen all of the separate parts of the process. We can help to actually make that work. And the way I look at blockchain, we have the huge banking consortia. But it's a pretty ambitious thing to try and solve everything that happens in banking, right? I mean, banking is 80, 90, 100 different products. Yeah. I mean, let's focus on a single value chain, a single product. Personally, I'm kind of focused on just things in the Netherlands. Let's take local value chains. Let's not try to solve the entire world in the first instance. Let's take a Dutch value chain with a clear starting point, a clear ending point, bring parties together. Yes, we need multiple parties in the value chain to make it work. That's pretty much what we're aiming at.
Just to be clear, this municipality will have an experiment with the blockchain, or it actually will do something with the PGB on the blockchain?
So this is an innovation budget that we're applying for that has 3 stages. Yeah. So the first stage is actually what they call haalbaarheidsonderzoek, a feasibility study. So that would basically mean that we start translating the vision that we already expressed to what would this mean in Groningen. Is this a weird consultant's vision that's far off reality, or can we actually do this in this specific situation in this specific city?
Did you just reveal the city?
I think I did. Right? Okay, well, you got me there.
Okay. We have to round up.
Yeah.
But thank you very much, Dennis de Vries from KPMG.
Okay, thanks.
David Birch, you're like a future of banking guru.
Yeah, you are much too kind, but thank you.
And you meet quite a lot of bankers, FinTech startups and whatnot. What if you were CEO of a traditional bank, old traditional bank, for 1 year? How would you deal with blockchain? What would you do?
Well, I think there's a context to this, which is to do with the shift in the competitive landscape that's coming. we have to find a way to radically reorganize the way that we're delivering these services into the mass market, because we have this raft of competitors coming now, the challenger banks that we call them, but also you see now you have companies like Klarna, Adyen, Clearbank. These people are all getting banking licenses and moving into position to compete. And then around the corner, of course, we have the new competition, Amazon and Google and Facebook and things like that. So we used to have a very stable competitive landscape. I mean, you may have been unhappy with the way banks reacted to that, but we all understood how the competition worked, how to bring new technologies in. Blockchain doesn't fit in that same way. I think in many ways the blockchain, and the first discussions in banks, of course, were, well, can we use the blockchain to send bitcoins around or to send money or whatever?
Still, this is still what they're discussing, right?
Of course, but the point is it doesn't really make any difference to banking business. I mean, if we can make a small reduction in how much it costs to send money from one bank to another bank, who cares? But there are other aspects of the blockchain which I think are actually more important when you look at the structural changes in the sector. And one of the ones that I'm most interested in is transparency, because it seems to me that one of the reactions to the last financial crisis that we haven't yet properly dealt with is this need for better transparency around financial markets. We've seen many scandals, interest rate fixing and all this kind of stuff. And I don't think we formulated the right response to that yet. And so it seems to me that if we think of blockchain, big picture stuff, if we think of blockchain more of a regtech rather than a fintech, then what we will do is we'll stop taking the blockchain and see if we can kind of jam it, make it fit into the existing way we do things.
Yeah.
You know, can we take the blockchain and make it run Swift or something? Which is difficult because Swift has spent 50 years, building their systems and optimizing them. I think there's a different way of thinking, which says here we have this new platform, this shared ledger with the consents forming, which we've never had before. Is it actually possible that we could construct different kinds of financial markets on top of this new platform, where the overall cost was much less, because the costs that are out of control aren't the costs of IT, and the costs that are out of control are the costs of know your customer, anti-money laundering, counter-terrorist financing. It's the cost of regulating the markets that we could attack. So if we can make sending money a little bit cheaper, who cares? If we can make the cost of running a bank and regulating a bank and running a financial market, if we can collapse that cost, then everybody is much better off.
Yeah, but if you do that as one bank, that can't be, right? You have to do it as a group of banks or the whole financial sector, maybe. So how, again, if you were the CEO, what would you do? Call up your colleagues?
Actually, what I would be very tempted to do would be to start a different kind of market. So, and actually, for example, if you look at the situation right now, the last few days, everyone's been crazy about the token offerings, initial coin offerings. There's blatant market manipulation and I mean, they're inevitable lawsuits. But the idea itself isn't crazy. The idea that instead of traditional equities, instead of traditional debt, you take something that's somewhere in between. You take this kind of new monetized form of future claims on corporate products and services, and you put that out as a cryptocurrency which people can freely trade. Actually, that's not crazy, and that reconnects with some old ideas about new forms of asset classes for trading. So I would be very tempted, rather than use the blockchain to see if I can make some processes a little bit quicker, would be to say, okay, why don't we look at something like token offerings, which is a completely new way of doing things, and construct a regulated, responsible, managed environment to do this, which in time will drain liquidity away from those more opaque markets because it offers more value to the participants. So I would tend to think more like that. Let's not tear the bank down and rebuild it. Let's use the new technology to try to do some new things in a different way.
To build a new market, basically.
To build new markets. I think this is the way forward.
Yeah. Do you think that bank CEOs actually see this, or are they still thinking about, making faster money transfers of cheaper ones, or?
I don't think they think about any of that. I mean, I would have thought, I've never been a bank CEO, you'll have to ask one of the guys that's here today, I would have thought they spend 90% of their time thinking about regulation, because that's what drives. Look, if you look at the cost breakdown for, let's say for an average European bank, I mean large average European bank, you may see an IT budget in the, let's say 2 billion euros. So you have 2 billion euros a year to spend on fantastic technology. But 90% of that goes on maintaining the legacy infrastructure. Someone has to keep the lights on, make sure the ATMs work, make sure the checks get processed. So that leaves you a couple of $100 million to spend on new products and services. But 90% of that spending goes on responses to regulatory changes. Basel II, ring fencing, PSD2, whatever. The actual amount of money that a bank has to spend on anything really new is really quite limited. So my honest answer is I don't know. I've never been a bank CEO, but I really don't think they wake up thinking about blockchain first thing in the morning. I'm sorry to say.
Let's check with Wiebe Draijer in a few minutes. Yes. Okay, so your book, you wrote a book in 2014, and there's another one coming, right?
Yes, my new book is out this month, actually. It's being released at Money 2020 in Copenhagen.
Yeah, it's called Before Babylon Beyond Bitcoin. From money we understand to money that understands us. Yeah. How can money understand me?
Well, it was going to be called I was going to call it From Dumb Money to Smart Money.
Okay.
But this is a much better title. I want to say a couple of things with the book. First of all, I want people to understand the big picture. Before Babylon, before people began recording, there was money, there were ways of doing business, and Bitcoin is not the end of an evolutionary tree. Mm-hmm. It will continue to evolve past Bitcoin in new ways. I wanted to make that big picture. But I wanted to introduce, and I wanted to help people think about some of these things a little more clearly, which I hope I've been able to do. But I also want to introduce this kind of fundamental thought. The money we understand, most people in the street, I remember going to an event in the UK a couple of years ago, and a very intelligent, very well-informed, educated journalist asked me a question which made it very clear that they thought there was gold in the vault of the Bank of England that sat behind every note in circulation, which hasn't been true for, since the 1930s. People think of money as this kind of tangible thing that they understand.
Yeah.
Now, of course, that's not been true for a couple of generations.
No.
Money, in reality, is entirely dematerialized. But the way people think about money and the way they understand money is as this tangible thing. But a euro doesn't know where it's been. It's still dumb. Right? People think they understand it, they don't. But it's dumb. A Bitcoin knows where it's been. It knows who had it. It knows what it was used for. There are lots of people, in fact, it was just presented at the conference.
Because it registrates ownership, right?
Yeah. There's a link to identity. Gartner just presented a view of the future of blockchain, which was very centered on smart contracts and what they call programmable economics. Now, I'm very sympathetic with that view, because I think the ability to run these new kinds of shared applications on top of the shared ledgers is an epicenter for innovation. I'm sure people are going to think of some amazing things to do in that space, which I can't think of because I'm old, but I can sort of see that that's where there could be some amazing innovation in that kind of smart contract thing. But that means smart money. Like, what if you have suddenly money, like, let's say I decide I want to use, I don't know, Islamic gold money. I prefer that, right?
Yeah.
Or what happens if some people in the Netherlands decide, well, we're going to have our own guilder back, we'll just create our own guilder and we'll use that. Or if people in London decide we want London money, we don't want sterling money.
But how can this
These monies won't be dumb monies, they'll be smart money.
Yes, but how will this guilder money understand me?
Well, because what if you go and spend it on something and it tells all of its friends, right? I mean, the money knows what it's being used for. It knows that you gave it to another person. It knows that you spent it on alcohol. I mean, whatever, I'm picking silly examples. But the point is, if Gartner are right, and I think they are, that we're moving into this world of programmable money, then the fact that that money is smart means we are moving into a very different world, which could be wonderful if society was deciding, like, what kind of money do we want? What do we want money to do? And then the technologists could go and implement it. Right now, it's the wrong way around. The technologists are implementing these new forms of money, but society hasn't decided what it wants.
So you can make money work for you, basically.
Well, what happens if you had money? Suppose you said to people, you know, we're very unhappy with the euro. The British were right about Brexit. We're going to go and join them, right? The new North Sea Empire, we'll call it. But our guilders are going to be different from the old guilders, because our guilders, because we want to fight terrorism and crime, things like that. So our guilders will have a kill switch. At any time, the government can see the guilders that belong to a person. I can flick a switch and I can turn off all of your guilders. And there's a lot of people out there that would say, great, that's exactly what we want. Of course the government should be able to.
And there are a lot of people who say, well, that's privacy conflicts, let's not do that at all.
Absolutely. And so what I'm saying is, these are fundamental discussions about where we want to go in the future. And what should be happening is there should be an informed debate in society. We have smart money coming. It's going to be here. So what do we want it to do? And then we can turn to the technologists and say, can you make this work for us? And I think an inevitable outcome of that process, well, we're seeing it in Europe now. We're not going to have a euro. We're not going to have a world currency.
Really?
We're not going to have a galactic dollar. This is never going to happen. The decentralizing nature of the technology means we're moving into a world that's going to have lots more different monies.
Okay, on that note, thank you, David Birch.
You're more than welcome. Thank you for listening.
Mr. Mellink, you are a consultant in digital business at Gartner. You have 25 years of experience in IT. What, in your opinion, will be the impact of the blockchain revolution?
Well, blockchain is an interesting new technology that came out a couple of years ago, and it's a little bit comparable to something that is new as it was new in 1993 when we had the internet just coming and the World Wide Web started to come there. It doesn't mean it's that big, but it's something that is really an interesting new technology. However, one of the things that we typically see when new technologies come aboard is that people would say it's fit for everything. It's like you own a hammer and you see everything is a nil. So if you look at the initial blockchain use cases, you could just as well say, why would you need a blockchain for that? You can just as well use a good database and a good application programmer interface to get to that same database. So the key thing here is to find things that we don't know yet what will come in the next number of years. When we had the internet coming, we had no idea we would have Facebook, we would have no idea that we would have social networks, but they came 10 years later.
But you're saying it's not certain that it will have this kind of impact, just like the internet, because some people at this event actually say that, you know, it's going to be as big as the internet. But you don't agree?
Well, the impact of the internet is one of those foundation technologies that have changed quite a lot of things. However, we are already connected, and the way we're connected is going to change with blockchain. So there's the element of trust, and the key thing is that we see that there's changes that are happening with the economic systems that allow us to have programmatic code that we all agree that code is valid, that will have a binding legal contract. And those changes are quite fundamental.
Yeah, but back to the expectations, because sometimes I look through my Twitter timeline and it says, oh, blockchain will solve climate change, and blockchain will solve poverty, and blockchain will solve... And, well, as your company says, it's at the peak of inflated expectations. You have a hype cycle, which goes like this. You know, everyone is expecting this, and then the expectations go lower.
Yeah.
And you say, you know, blockchain is over here, right?
Well, we publish our hype cycle every year, and we update it every year. And the blockchain is one of those components that are pretty much on the hype, on the top of the hype. Although there are elements of blockchain like cryptocurrency for which we see the technology being more mature. That doesn't mean that technology and the whole cryptocurrency are all mature in itself. The technology itself is getting more and more mature. But the key thing about blockchain is not just the technology around the Bitcoin and the Ether that we all know about, and all the cases that are really scaling up are always about Ether, and they're always about Bitcoin.
Yeah.
All the other cases where we'd see changes happening and where we'd say it's useful for everything, that is totally at the top of the hype, for the very simple reason that people would say it would solve anything. And that's not true. It's just that distributed database. It's the element of trust that's better taken care of than we could do in other ways, or actually alternative ways. But all the functionality, all the governance, and all the things we need to do to make it a working application and a working thing isn't changing fundamentally. You still have to code, and you have to still create applications that does the work that you want to be done.
So there's quite a lot of uncertainty, right? We don't know that a lot. But what can you say, you know, one development that will be changed by blockchain? This is what we will see in the next 10 years or so.
Well, there's a number of use cases where there is a situation where there is a trusted party required to do a certain transaction, and we are very used to that trusted party. Actually, as humans, we typically want to be able, if we do something wrong or if we forget something, we want to call somebody and say, help me please.
Yeah.
And in those cases, blockchain doesn't fundamentally help that part. However, there's places where you have already an entrusted environment. There is not a single person where you could go to help that, where blockchain could fundamentally think about that. And the idea is that we don't know yet what will change. If we just start replacing all the existing processes that we have, what banks do, what other notaries do, what all those kind of parties do, and actually the government, they have certain roles defined within the agencies that say this is your role. Why would you change that directly? That is not a necessity. You could do that. There's examples of countries where there's so much corruption in the government where you could say, well, maybe we should use a blockchain so we can prove there's no more corruption there.
Yeah, but if everything is functioning quite well, then why change it?
Why change it? Because there's alternative technologies that could work there as well to make it more user-friendly, to reduce costs. There's all kind of ways to do that. We're comparing technology that was developed 20 years ago, which may not be that user-friendly, with something that's new, but you still have to solve the other process problems and all the other things that you need to do. And blockchain will not inherently solve all those things immediately. It's a great technology, you can do certain things with that, but why solve that? It is something that you could think about how the internet developed. Certainly, at a certain point, everybody would say, we're going to get rid of all the shops. Everything is going to be online.
Right.
Well, you even see now that some of the online shops start to have physical shops again. Amazon just bought a whole food chain to kind of have a supermarket locally in places. So the combination is something that's great, and we will see new things that are even not there at this moment emerge in the next years.
So you were talking about 93 and the development of the internet, and of course it took quite a while before, you know, my mother had an email address, for instance. So when will my mother be using the blockchain? Maybe even without knowing it, because of course it's an infrastructure. When do you think that will happen? Will it take 5 years, 10 years?
Yeah, that's always very hard to describe. People are often very optimistic in what will happen in the next 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
If you talked about this same conference where we are here today, people will say it said 2 years ago, in 2 years we'll see that everybody's already using blockchain. Well, that didn't happen.
Science it looks nice in the newspapers now.
It looks nice, and it's something where you as a believer think that that will happen quite quickly. However, that didn't happen. So we're always bad in predicting, and we're always overestimating something that happened in the first 2 years. But we are typically bad in predicting something that will happen in 10 years. So the change might be quite dramatic in 10 years, but it might be in something different. It's not like we're going to redesign everything we know now. We're going to find out new ways that we haven't found yet at this point.
Okay. Bart Mellink, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
oorbellen nog kwijt. Good afternoon, good afternoon. Such fun to see you all again. And we have the luxury of the large room, less people, so it's probably going to be a little bit more airy than it was this summer, this morning. Having said that, you will also not suffer from hot air, because this afternoon we're going to do business cases, and we're going to look at the real thing that's happening. And we realize 90 minutes is a long sit. We're going to, reward you afterwards with lovely drinks. And as I lived for a long time in England, we always say we never want to be between you and your G&T. So we will make sure that we run to time. I've asked my speakers to accommodate that, and they will be very helpful. So we've split it up in 3 blocks. We're going to first look at a number of healthcare cases. And they will consist of a speaker. You'll have some PowerPoint presentation material. Often they have some movies or demos, so you get a better idea. We'll round that off, and during that session, we'd also encourage you to ask questions. And then we'll have what you will see now. I mean, I go to endless FinTech shows. You have the fast-track stand-up presentations. We'll have 5 of those. And during those presentations, you can post questions, and we will collect them. We will address them later, but it's very hard to do it at that moment in time. But I shall take them with me to the panel, because we then conclude with a panel. And in the panel, we are going to, as I said this morning, we're going to talk about the maturity of the blockchain and, the lovely things that teenagers bring to the frame, and then growing up, the pains of growing up, and why we're all doing this. So without further ado, let me introduce our first healthcare case study. And I really had a giggle when I saw your case, and I really enjoyed it. This is Mathieu Gauthier. Without further ado, he represents the company Rhythm, and his project is called Morpheus. So while you were sleeping, he was watching what you were thinking.
So hello everybody. Well, I come from a different world. In my daily life, I analyze sleep data, so brain activity, with machine learning algorithms. And so I work in this company called Rhythm. And today I'm going to talk to you about this project Morpheo. So what is Morpheo? So Morpheo actually is a collaborative project. So it's not only Rhythm. There are also École Polytechnique and University Paris Descartes, which is actually a hospital. Basically, we wrote a big grant. We got it, so it's from the the French states, and we have approximately 20 people working on the project right now. So it started like 6 months ago, and now with recruitment, and we are all set, and yeah, it's going quite well. So okay, so what do we want to do in Morpheo? In Morpheo, actually, what we want to do has nothing to do with blockchain. We want to do automated predictions for pathologies from medical records. So basically, you have some recordings which is taken from you. In our situation, is brain activity during sleep, and then we want to predict what is the kind of pathology or the kind of conditions that you're in. Okay, great. So we want to do this. The problem that we have is to do accurate automated predictions, all of this big data world and this machine learning and artificial intelligence. We require a lot of data. We need a lot of them. And the problem is that when I went to hospitals and I asked them, give us your data, we're going to make something great, they said simply no, because the data are sensitive. And besides, there are so many kinds of data, it's very difficult to mix them together. So we are really in a world where, in terms of healthcare, the data is really scattered in many different hospitals. And Morpheo is here to try to bridge this gap. Okay, so what do we want to do? We want to create a market. We want to create a place where you can put data, you can put algorithms, and you are rewarded for this data. And we want to do this in a really secure way. Nobody wants this data to be owned by some Google company or whatever. And so basically, this is where we use the blockchain. What we are proposing is a platform orchestrated by the blockchain, where we can secure data and we can also use them to apply machine learning algorithms. So we can use our algorithms on your data, which understand the statistical information in your data. We never know who you are, and your data are never ever revealed to anybody. So that's the idea of Morpheo. Okay, so basically, in a few words, you have data providers, data scientists who provide data and algorithms, and you have a medical doctor who is going to ask the platform, make a prediction about this condition, and so on. So the general principles that we want to have is to maintain data privacy and ownership at absolute cost, and we want to have a strong traceability of learning. We are living in a world of medical devices, and we need to prove that what we are doing is what we claim, that what we claim is what we are doing. The third one is very big, but I'm not going to talk much about it. We need to handle multiple data sources. And the last point is the idea we want, with this blockchain technology, to have a way to retribute data and algorithms to incentivize people to put the data on the platform. Okay, so this is typically what the software looks like now. So it's for medical doctors, experts in sleep diagnosis. So they have all their records, they have a lot of analysis. And basically what you can see on the top, like, is called a hypnogram. It's a sleep stage classification of your night. And we do this automatically from the data that the doctors uploaded. Okay, so now comes the big question. What is the economic model with Morpheo? So it's still an ongoing discussion. So if you have things to say, I'd be happy to hear about that. But here is the gist of the idea. So we issue sleep coins. And each time a medical doctor or somebody wants to ask for a prediction, or even maybe a customer of our company, you have to pay in sleep coin. And this sleep coin is going to be channeled through different actors, those who have put the useful data, those who have put the useful algorithms, Morpheo itself to pay the developers. And what I've written here are the miners, but there are more peers. Actually, we are using the Hyperledger Fabric blockchain, and we don't really have miners, but we have peers, institutional peers, who are going to give us the trust. So basically Polytechnique, Université Paris Descartes, and we are trying to expand the network right now. And the idea is that these peers who guarantee that transactions are well set are actually rewarded, and it's an important point to create a big consortium. Okay, so one of the big questions that comes, and that's I ask you today, is should the price of medical predictions be regulated or submitted to markets? This is a very big question, because we live in a world of blockchains where you have the Ether, which is fluctuating so much, and all the cryptocurrencies are varying a lot. But would you agree that these fluctuations impact on how much you pay your automated diagnosis? So this is a big question. I have no answer for this one. But should we set up a situation where we have a kind of mathematically regulated price, where we stick the price of our predictions on the dollar, for instance? Or is it like something completely free and we just invest in this sleep coin like it was only this? Or should we go into discussions with authorities, institutional bodies, in order to discuss of how to set the price? So the price of what we are selling is a difficult topic. Okay, so just briefly about the architecture of what we are doing. I know it's not technical audience, but it is still interesting. What I call the orchestrator here is the blockchain infrastructure. And so you can see that there are three other important technological blocks which need to be with it. The data client, what the user sees, the storage of all the data in encrypted form, and the computing power. So I will go very quickly through this. We store, register the data, then the orchestrator launches the workers gets the data, does the computation, registers the performance in the orchestrator, and then return the prediction. So what's important here to figure out is that the blockchain stack in our system is orchestrating the computations. We are logging in the blocks what algorithm computed on what data and what was the outcome of this. It's very much a traceability ledger saying, well, this algorithm works to diagnose sleep apnea, for instance, or this one works for diagnosing something else. And this is what we put in the blockchain. Okay, so briefly, the timeline. So we started like beginning of this year. Something interesting here is that we are not starting with implementing straight away the blockchain because we want to put this the softwares in the hand of medical doctors. We actually we are building this without blockchain first, so with this orchestrator part being like a normal infrastructure, classical backend, and now we are educating ourselves in blockchain because this actually technically not so easy. And the idea is to release is to implement this from September on. Okay, so and basically we'll go from hypnogram automated detection, hypnogram are these sleep stages, to the single pathology detection, and most probably it will be insomnia. And finally we'll go to various pathology from sleep apnea, well, in insomnia, of course, epileptic seizures, and we can also go beyond the sleep pathologies because there are so much information in your sleep. I can figure out whether you've consumed alcohol, whether you made sports, whether you're stressed, and whether, I mean, there is a lot of information, and I know the people by their sleep. So this is also why I try to create something where you don't show me your data, so that I stay human. Okay, so it's okay for me today. Thank you all. This is my email. You can go and check out morpheo.co. Now I'm going to say the few things that I didn't say, and I know I didn't say. This is completely open source. There is nothing that we do which is like hidden somewhere, except for the medical devices procedures, which are painful. But yeah, so basically we are really much into trying to make this network grow. If you are any actor and want to participate to this, I'd be happy to discuss. Thank you very much.
Why don't you take a seat, because then we can do the question later. Excuse me, dear, can I have the clicker? There we go. Dennis de Vries, KPMG, you saw him already this morning. And Shujan Ahmed from Segeco, the implementation partner. Our next talk is going to be about an issue that in the Netherlands particularly has been an incredibly burning issue for everybody who has people with special care in their environment. It's called PGB, and it's basically what we call sort of the government aid package. We call it the rucksack that you would get for your family to buy help. You can buy and choose help yourself is the idea. It has been less than ideal in its execution, and at the same time, it's one of the great benefits of our very nice society that we're able to do those things. And on the other hand, there's also a lot of unease with the care workers, and I know this firsthand from my sister who runs a big practice, is that they spend more time on their admin than on the work that they chose they wanted to do, which is taking care of people. But KPMG has found a solution.
Oh, thanks for the introduction, Conny. Well, I was talking about this use case tomorrow already. So the context here is important to understand, right? So last year we participated in the Dutch government blockchain pilots. What I'm going to show you is the end product of these Dutch government pilots. It's basically our vision on how, our view on how blockchain inspiration could change the PGB process, which is synonym for one of the most cumbersome processes in the Netherlands. The second phase is that together with Segeco, we actually developed a prototype for this vision. And the third phase is that we're now applying with a new city for innovation subsidy. So we're going to do that next week. So we're going to take the next stage in the second half of this year. So we're talking to politicians here, right? And blockchain tends to be a pretty complicated topic. So what we did is actually transform our vision into a cartoon. To keep this really simple, as Conny already mentioned, right, the PGB budget is basically an alternative for healthcare in kind. I understand is the correct phrasing, right? But you know, although we have a very negative association with PGB, basically it's a great tool. Normally, PGB budget should reduce the amount of healthcare costs considerably because a person is taking care of his own action, not doing expensive surgeons or doctors or whatever. You're organizing your own healthcare. So it's a good tool. It's just not organized very well. One of the problems there is that there's 4 different versions of a PGB budget, and there's about 400 different institutions that are able to grant you a PGB budget. And each one of those has different policies. Well, you know, us blockchainers, we immediately see the link with the potential of smart contracts, right? If the institutions that actually provide the healthcare budget would do that in a smart contract template, and the budget holder would actually apply within that smart contract, that would be a great solution. So obviously what we would need is allocation of healthcare activities to a specific party who's going to perform the healthcare. So we need some kind of register where this is not a medical person's record, but this could be your aunt or your neighbor or whatever, but we need to register who we're going to contract for this specific activity. Then in our vision, of course, we need a log of the transactions that are occurring. And basically, we simplified this by generating transactions with a touch on the smartphone to create a log of actual execution of the healthcare. And then, of course, the idea would be that all parties in the value chain, except of the very bureaucratic process that's currently in place, we would basically have a real-time insight through a shared ledger on how much budget have I spent as an individual budget holder? How many hours can I still work as a healthcare provider? But also from a municipality level, how much budget do I have to spend for the year, and how much did I spend already? So that's pretty much the vision, and I think we're going to move to the demo.
Yep, thank you. So everybody interested to see the demo? Okay. Can we play the demo? So basically, I'm going to show you what, can you pause this? What Dennis told, how this is now basically built in the application we built. So what you see here are three parties, the budget holder, the care worker, and the municipality. And we have put down 6 activities, which now will run through the blockchain environment. So where you have a care contract, which is created by the budget holder, and where the care worker approves the contract, and then the care plan, how it is created and put on the blockchain, and the care plan approval. And then you can also, what Dennis was also referring to, the limits that you can see, can I increase the budget or downsize it, and what kind of healthcare budgets can I grant the budget holder. And then there is a part with the XML creation where the file can be sent to the SVB bank to pay out the budget to the budget holder. Okay, can you run the rest of the video? Yeah. So here we'll see how the budget, the contract is created. So here, the smart contract will check what are the limits, etc., which can be, which needs to be applied. And here is how it will work when the contract is approved. And here you'll see the screens for the creation of the plan. So there are a lot of fields to fill in. So, but we made one of the okay. So you will also it's built in like you have if you have passed certain limits, you will get notifications as well. Yeah, these are the screens for the adjustment of the contract and what is a maximum allowed you want to grant to the budget holder. And this is the creation screen of the XML file, which is sent to the SVB bank. It's an example of it. So this is the creation we did together. KPMG came to us with the idea that we could create a solution on a blockchain, and we basically built this thing. And this, what you just saw, was our MVP, how we think this could be solved. So in that way, you are now really, this application will help with all the administrative burden which is right now there, that you can relieve it, and also automate the document flow. And in that way, you are also, where possible, you automate the reconciliation process as well. Okay, that was it. Thank you. Yeah.
At the end of your presentation, we saw a question popping up, because I do think that, come and join us for a bit. Can I have this question back? Yes, that is that's the next one. You voted on it. We start with this one. Here, this was a question I sort of really worried about. I thought, well, who benefits the most? And then the choice you had was, obviously, is it the government, because they have reduced admin? Is it the patient, easier access to money? Or is it the care worker? And I'm actually slightly surprised by the outcome. What do you take from this, then?
Well, basically, this whole project started from the position of two civilian officers of the city of Amsterdam who are intensely frustrated with what they call dwangarbeid.
Yeah, well, it almost is slave labor. Slave labor, yeah.
So I think the real focus here is reducing admin for the patient, but I think we can reduce admin all over the chain. So I think equally the government would be a big beneficiary, and even the healthcare worker.
Yeah.
You know, it's reduced admin. Focus on what you're really here for.
So the initiator here has the main benefit, but I do think if you would, it'd be interesting, because is this live? Are you rolling it out?
No, so now we're entering the third phase, where we're actually going to do a feasibility study with actual parameters in a certain area in Groningen. Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
In Groningen.
In Groningen. And is this because we want to do something nice for the people in Groningen for once?
Yeah, basically. You know, Groningen organized the blockchain hackathon. They are very innovative there.
Yeah.
So, you know, and we have a wethouder. What on earth is a wethouder? You know, we have a public official who's very frustrated with how PTB currently works, and submitted that to Dutch Parliament a couple of times already. So it's a great area to...
But it'd be really fun. So shall we just agree that next year you come back, and then by then you've also interviewed the care workers?
Oh, yeah, sure.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay,
thank you so much. And can we briefly go back, is that possible with our system, to the question that you had? Which was all about who pays the price and what is the price for medical prediction. And explain your question, because you put it to me.
Okay, so as I said, the idea that on this Morpheo platform we are selling predictions about pathologies, and the big question is how much should the people pay for this, and what is the mechanism to regulate it. So the easy answer would be to say, well, let's put it on the market, and it's going to be regulated by the value
commercial
of
enterprise,
or simply by the cryptocurrency, the Slipcoin itself. How much does it worth? So we see that 15% are really truly believe in the Bitcoin or in the crypto monies to regulate medical prices. Then we have two big shares. One is more like about mathematically regulating it. Should we say it's to the dollar and it costs this amount? And the second is, should we have more like a political regulation where we engage in conversations with institutions? And we see that actually most people, people hesitate between the two, and I kind of agree with this.
And does this surprise you? Because I'm sure you've asked the question before.
Well, actually,
is this a different audience because they're all blockchain enthusiasts?
Well, yeah, exactly. That's so the 15% don't exist in real life. Sorry, guys. Well, usually people are really, and I guess to be honest, that there will be a mix between the two last solutions in the end. And so well, obviously the point here is to say we cannot necessarily translate healthcare questions directly to the blockchain world. There needs to be a kind of mitigation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you all. Round of applause. And in the meantime, and we discussed this with Vincent, we're going to try and track all of those initiatives and keep you posted throughout the year, because even if you're not always coming to speak, it might be very relevant to track and trace what the success or the failure, or because failure is not an option, is of course bullshit. We all know that. That's management mumbo. Failure is an option, and if we never failed, we would never learn. So that's nonsense. We don't do that sort of stuff. So we're going to move over to a number of the business cases, and in a quick, at a quick pace. And I see Torsten. Is Torsten here? Yes, there he is. We're going to look at a number of cases, and we're going to really swish from renewable energy to real estate to commodities trading. And at the end, we have a surprise, because the one item that everybody's been talking about today is going to be live on stage. More later. Torsten, please join me. So Torsten is with a company called Innogy, and I always say it's from the coal mines to the blockchain. So REW, as you all know, big German energy firm, was in traditional stuff, and they set up. It was not like a spring-off or a lab, because we all know that labs are great, but they never buy anything. So they set up a real separate own company with a commercial goal, and basically anything lean and green goes through Innogy, and Torsten is going to take us through one of your business cases.
That's true.
Thank you.
Many thanks for the introduction. So I hope you enjoyed the conference. So I think it's a great day today. And as already mentioned, I'm working for Innogy, but today I'm representing Motionwerk. And yeah, what the hell is Motionwerk? Motionwerk is one of the latest spin-offs of the innovation hub of Innogy. So, and it is going to be a platform provider for mobility solutions based on blockchain. So, okay. And we strongly believe in that the mobility, or the business model of the mobility sector will change. So it will change from the owned model to a shared model, really. Well, maybe in the next coming years. So, and we see definitely big issues within this owned property stuff. So it's inefficient and oh, damn it, stressful and expensive, of course. And our first answer to that is share and charge, which is a real existing application on the public Ethereum platform, platform or blockchain. I will going to explain share and charge more in detail later on. So I just want to provide you an overview where we are coming from and we are going to. So today, as already mentioned, we have released the product in April this year, and we were coming from the lean proof of concept within the Innovation Hub. So this was basically a technical proof of concept, yeah. So we were able to control an energy charging station through a blockchain node with a decentralized app by paying with Ether. So that was nice, of course, from a technical point of view. But which problem we are going to solve with that? So tough question. So and after that we have started to think about, okay, potentially, blockchain could bring real benefits to the mobility sector, etc. It's also really interesting for the energy sector. So start to think on creating product on that and which problems you could really solve. And it turned out, yeah, this sharing economy and immobility, there's something in it, and we were going forward. That's the reason for share and charge, because it's a peer-to-peer sharing platform for charging infrastructure. Okay, now we have released the app, but now we have to think how to step further and what can be the next. On the trip. So, and that's the reason why we are looking for, and we are actively working with partners like Elite and Enexis, Fortum, etc., on creating a charging network across Europe basically doing roaming without roaming. Maybe I'm going to that later on again. And of course, we are going to we actually have the prototype phase running in the US, where we are testing this idea of shared charging infrastructure in the US too. And of course, blockchain is nice in that case, but it really brings the power in as soon as you are trying to support more than just one use case. So, and that's the reason why we are thinking on, okay, now we have to develop a platform which operates our business in a secure and robust way. And of course, it needs to provide much more services. And not only for our services, because it's a shared economy, right? And it's not based on assets, etc. So it's also about services. And that's the point. We are creating a microservice-based platform where potential and other service providers can pick out different services out of it. For example, you want to offer a taxi app, my point. Yeah? So what you need is a wallet, because someone has to pay. You need some identity stuff, etc., etc. These are all components which are really somehow generic, and you could reuse it. So we want to provide these services. And of course, we are working on further use cases already. So I'm going back to this Oslo to Rome, this charging network across Europe, where ELAT and Nexus is part of it. So as you see, we are currently working with partners together in Sweden, Germany, of course, Energy, EDF in France, in Italy, and in the UK. And beside that, we are also working on a car sharing, peer-to-peer sharing model in Germany with a big partner. Right. This is the Share and Charge app. I want to explain more in detail now. So, as already mentioned, this peer-to-peer charging stuff. And what the point is, we are addressing with this app a lot of issues. So, it's a chicken-egg issue in this e-mobility stuff. The one hand tells you, okay, I don't buy an e-car because there's no charging infrastructure, and maybe I can't reach my goal. On the other hand, the charging infrastructure operator tells you, why should I invest in charging stations? Because there are no customers, or less customers. And therefore, the idea is, okay, if we are going to enable each private person who owns an electric car, potentially owns also a charging station, or at least a plug or whatever, and bringing the private person in the position to charge, to provide that charging station to the public, we could increase dramatically the number of available public infrastructure for charging. And maybe we could solve one issue through that way. Additionally to that is why to stop by private persons. So if you can bring in several business partners who are already offering a lot of charging infrastructure, why not doing it and bring it on the same platform together? So I've selected some features of the app here, so quite more, but of course there's a search. Yeah? Obviously you need to find the way to your charging station. Then each provider of a charging pole or station or even fleet is able to define their own tariffs. So you can define a tariff for the public, let us say 30 cents per kilowatt hour plus 10 euro per hour. Oh, it's beeping. And now I have to hurry up. Of course, and family friends tariffs. Yeah. So of course you don't want to pay at your own station, and your friends or family should also charge for free or less than other people's. Then of course cross-border charging is supported by us as soon as we are rolling out to other countries, and this is definitely solving a tax issue. Yeah, because if you have a contract right now, a charging contract with, let us say, German company, and you want to charge in the Netherlands, of course you can do that. You can use the roaming solution, but then the payment process, you have to pay taxes in Netherlands. But no customer knows that. He already accepted us in terms of conditions, but nobody was telling him, and really, who's reading the terms and conditions? And the Dutch company is not able to pay the taxes for the customer. So that's not the case with that solution, because in that moment where the charger wants to charge at a pole from a Netherlands company, and instantly a contract is closed between these two parties, and therefore there's a direct payment system, and the problem is solved. We have created our own ERC20 token, which means it's euro-backed. So the customer don't feel that he's using a blockchain behind the app or whatever, and he has stable prices, and he knows what he's going to pay, because he's familiar with euro tokens, with the currency euros. Blockchain-based solution for dummies, which means nobody knows that there's real blockchain behind that. It feels like, okay, it's just an app. Yeah. We also had to figure out how to recover a password if you're using a blockchain. It's really interesting stuff. Maybe we could talk about that later. And next point is, we don't only want to address Immobilisten, so also blockchain guys and developers, etc. And you just need to use our backend, so you will see it later, that there's still a classic backend, for registration. So you need a whitelisted solution, a whitelisted account on the blockchain that you become able to accept these euro tokens, otherwise it's not allowed. But as soon as you have done that, you're a registered user, you haven't to use our backend anymore. You could directly interact with the blockchain, with the smart contracts behind, to activate any kind of charging station currently available on the platform. Now, what you're seeing here is a really high-level architecture of our building blocks today. So this is the starting point for the future. And basically, it shows right in the center a centralized backend. And connected to that, there's a blockchain, which is running our business logic, all the smart contracts. It's doing the access and control functionality. It's communicating with the chargers as soon as it's a native blockchain charger. Of course, in the future, we will have a wallet in the cars. Yeah, right. On the lower end, you'll see our integration layer, where we're trying to standardized integrate third parties like ELAD and Enexis or Fortum through their backend. So we don't have the need to upgrade each charging station, which is already in the field, with a separated hardware or blockchain node to bring them on our platform. And of course, our payment solution, which provides us through an escrow account, the euro-backed token. So, yeah, so far, so good. Many thanks.
Thank you very much. I actually, what I liked about this story when I saw it first is I read a paper the other day on the typical characteristics and the psychology of the lean and green people. And they love sharing. So this is actually quite good if you have your own point and you share it with other people. But it doesn't mean you've got to be an idiot. You can still charge for it. But you make the world more accessible for everybody. It's more transparent because the apps are easy. But the other thing I really loved about it, because I do know a few people who would love to have electric cars, but they suffer from range anxiety. And so the typical silverback, whether that's a man or a woman, would have range anxiety. It's like, oh, I'm going to get there. Do I have to charge? Where do I have to charge? I don't have a PA who tells me where to go. And so I thought that was actually quite interesting. So maybe with this app, we can get some more silverbacks in electric cars as well.
Hopefully.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jacob, you're next.
Thank you.
So we had something moving. We had something in care, and we're now going to bricks and mortar. You're going to take us through a real estate example.
Yes, exactly.
Long processes, many parties involved, lots of paperwork. A lot can go on the shady side. Needless to say, we never hear about these things, but it seems to happen. But all that's going to be much better when we look at your business case.
Absolutely.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
The floor is yours.
My name is Jacob Wiersma. I work in the blockchain team at Deloitte. My colleague is also on this slide, but in the interest of time, we decided to do just the one speaker. Is Jan Willem Santing, and he's from the real estate team at Deloitte. And we at Deloitte, we believe that you cannot do blockchain by yourself. You need to do it in partnerships, and we do that internally because we have my team who actually has the blockchain developers, but also the real estate team who have the knowledge of this actual industry. But also, of course, we need people from the legal side and the tax side. It is not something that is purely a technology solution. And we do also this not just by ourselves. We did this project for the city of Rotterdam as part also of the roadmap Next Economy. And we did it at the Cambridge Innovation Center in Rotterdam, because that is a very nice kind of a testing ground for these kinds of solutions. They rent out office spaces to tech startups. So it already that is an audience of potential users who are very familiar with blockchain concepts and also ready to experiment with new kind of solutions, and also who really want to have a more flexible way. For example, to have lease agreements, to create a lease agreement basically as easy as you order a pizza online. So the real estate market, why did we choose that as a place to build a blockchain solution? Because real estate is a really, really complex and old-fashioned even industry. There's a lot of intransparency. There's a lot of data being transferred between lots of different parties, and also lots of different parties repeatedly checking all that data, validating again and again that what the latest version of all kinds of lease contracts is, how many square feet there are in a building, who is actually the owner, and that is continuously a question being asked from owners. Investors need to be able to check that. Assessors spend almost 40% of their time checking documents which actually should be just open information because they don't trust each other. And blockchain can be a solution for that by providing this single source of truth. And we put the buildings, the actual assets, center stage, because that is the thing that is unchanging for the most part, and everything else just revolves around that. The ownership can change, the tenants can change, the financing from different banks can change, auditors come and go, but the building is a constant. And around that, we build a lot of different, basically a stack of different functionalities on top of that. So you need to be able to identify the object itself, of course, be able to transfer the ownership, sign lease agreements which are based on that building, but which don't automatically break when the building changes owners. Your lease agreements also have a payment component, of course, so you can do payments monitoring to see whether or not somebody is actually a trustworthy lease partner. And all that information can be very easily shared and is provably right because you have the cryptographic fingerprints on the blockchain. And this, of course, is a first step, and you can build out on that because we believe that you need to do this as an open platform. It's not just one party that builds these kind of applications, but everybody can integrate their own existing or new applications onto this platform. So we come to the demo, of course. There's a lot of parts of this application, but I've limited it to showing you the creation of a lease agreement. We've already created the building. That, of course, would be something that you would need to have signed off by something like Cadastre in the Netherlands. But now this is the view that I have as the owner of the building, in this case, the Groot Handelsgebouw in Rotterdam, where the Cambridge Innovation Center is located. And I can see all the information here, and also that it is actually registered in this case, in the local instance of the blockchain where we have it, that all this data is not it cannot be manipulated without third parties seeing that. I've already created a contract to speed this up, but I could create a new lease agreement from scratch. But let's edit one that's already there. This is a templated, so we have many different templates. The ROZ contract is a very much used standard already in commercial real estate in the Netherlands. So we use that, but there's also ways to do it in any other template that you would want. And I've also already selected the address of the tenant that I'm going to send it to. So I've already filled out a lot of the information. Many of this is as I say, a standard template, but you see that Jan Willem will be here, the actual owner of the building. I am the tenant. We've put the pricing information in here. I can add maybe maybe change the price if we negotiate on that, and it automatically calculates it. I'm a bad negotiator, so the price goes up. So then I want to say, up until this point, nothing has actually been put on the blockchain. This all happens in my own personal view as an owner of a building. Now, when I actually want to propose this to a tenant, then it goes onto the blockchain. So I need to check it one last time, and then I sign it digitally, and the request is also sent to the tenant, but also the digital signature and the hash of the entire of all the details of the contract is put on the blockchain. Now, as a tenant, I would need to wait until it is actually mined into a block, because this is going on a public blockchain, because we want the absolute immutability of this information. So rather than having us wait around, we have this is a mining view where we can just by hand mine a few extra blocks, which is nice, right? So in my view as an owner, I now see that rather than initialized, it is now proposed. But it is still only signed by one person. So we switch to this is the view of the tenant, and he sees that this contract has been proposed to him. And now he can choose to accept or decline it. He can check all the details again, of course, and he sees that all these details are validated because it is actually in this block, which has status of confirmed. If this were an actual public blockchain, you would be able to have a timestamp here rather than merely a block height. So it's always visible when this all has happened. And I also need to here declare that this data is also allowed to be shared with third parties, because that is actually the proof of the pudding. The whole point of putting this information, putting the validation of this information on the blockchain is so that auditors, banks, assessors will be able to be granted access to this validated information. So I need to sign off on that as well. So now I sign and acknowledge. Again, we need to wait until that is actually mined into a block. So let's do that. And then, as a tenant, I now see that the contract is accepted. And just to show, as the building owner, also I now see contract is accepted. So, and so far this brief demo, there's of course a lot more to it, but we'll keep it as that. Can we go back to the presentation? Yes. So we've actually created a protocol on top of the blockchain, because we want to have this available as a standard for doing any kinds of real estate transactions. And as you see, this is actually what is put in the blockchain. Maybe I can a little bit larger. the information put on the blockchain is minimal, and it is hashed. So you only need to have the cryptographic proof that something is valid. You don't want to have all the details of all your commercial real estate on the blockchain. You want to exchange that still in the normal way that you would ordinarily do, but you have the absolute proof that on the blockchain you can check that it has not been changed in any way, that you have the latest version, that you have the complete set, of course, of all the lease agreements, for example, for a building. And in that way, it enables a lot of new trust and new possibilities in real estate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Jean-Christophe, why don't you join me on stage? Our next case, I want to make just a tiny fun intro because we were talking about Jean-Christophe and from ING, catapulted from Switzerland into Amsterdam for this particular project. And we were talking about commodities trading. And this is really funny. I have one son, he's 22 now, and he grew up with the daughter of my best friend who lived around the corner. And she's a commodities trader. And at one point, and they're now 22, so we can all laugh about it, but at one point she and I got very worried because we would see our children playing, and we would see two kids with a phone to their ear, and my son would scream, "I'm in a conference call, wait a minute." And her daughter would say, "No matter what happens, the boat will be loaded tonight and it is leaving." She was a commodities trader. So 22 years later, the damage has been proven to be, you know, quite okay. They turned out to be quite normal individuals. But at the time, we were worried about it. But to your point, we were talking about this. Commodities trading is, on the one hand, is fun because it's real stuff. On the other hand, it's heaps and heaps and heaps of paperwork processes, many partners, because the deal is one thing, and then you get logistics and a contract, etc., etc. And you are going to show us how you're going to tackle that problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to present an initiative called Easy Trading Connect. It started last year as the winner of the internal ING innovation competition. And it aimed to solve, as you mentioned, one of the largest and oldest problems in commodity trade finance, paper. So even in our digital age, trade finance transactions still rely on creating, sending, and checking physical paper all around the world. Just you imagine, so a multi-million cargo will still be represented by a paper bill of lading. This will be, you will add some, paper certificates, invoice, whatever, and you will send it all around the world to your counterparty, to your banks, and at each point of time, those documents will be checked manually. You can just imagine what are the cost, the speed, and also the fraud risk impact of such a practice. So there has been some attempt to try to solve this issue, but it never really picked up. We think that now it's a bit different. First, the blockchain. There is two particularities of this industry that really make it relevant. First, you have a multiplicity of actors that don't trust each other, but that need to work together on some data, on some single version of the truth. But that means that, there is a lot of interaction, there is lots of reconciliation issues, and all this. The second issue is that it's an industry where there is transfer of assets. So being a bill of lading from one party to another. So those two aspects make it a perfect use case for the blockchain. The second aspect is that we take an industry perspective, so we are doing it with all the party in the chain in order not to sub-optimize for any one of them. And the third one is that we're teaming up with the industry because we believe that it's only this way that you can make this change happen. So to prove this idea, we team up with Société Générale, the French bank, to try to develop a prototype of this platform. This platform will allow to, on one hand, issue electronic letter of credit, but also electronic documents, and having the possibility to match the two of them through a smart contract logic. Let's maybe have a look at a demo that will be easier to understand.
The buyer creates the draft of a smart contract and sends it to the banks and the seller for approval. The issuing bank validates the smart contract, thereby creating a binding payment undertaking to the seller. The seller appoints the different third parties responsible for the issuance of documents. They receive a direct notification through the platform. The shipping agent creates an electronic representation of the bill of lading. In the meantime, the inspector certifies the quantity and the quality of the product directly on the platform. The seller receives all the documents in an electronic form instantaneously. The platform generates the invoice and automatically verifies that all documents are in compliance with the wording of the smart contract. The seller can then simply present them to the bank with one click. All that is left is for the bank to confirm the result of the automatic check. No more hours wasted inspecting everything in the documents. If all the information provided matches the conditions required in the smart contract, the title of the goods passes from the seller to the buyer and a payment undertaking is given.
Some bad acting skills, sorry for that. So what's different here? I mean, first of all, there is trust by design. Fraud is the main risk in the industry, and it can wipe out a company in one day. So here you know who input the data, who signed it, you have the complete audit trail, and you're sure that the data have not been tampered with. The second aspect is that it's real time, so no need to wait for the documents to arrive. And also the entire process, you know basically who has the ball and who need to do what and when. And the third aspect is the auto-checking. So no more hours wasted inspecting all the documents. Here, everything is automatic, and you can just focus on basically solving the discrepancy and not trying to find them. So to verify the business value, we run it through a real trade. It involved three banks, 3 clients, 3 trading companies, 1 inspector, and 1 shipping agent. It was for a cargo of crude from Africa to China and sold 3 times in the process. Each actor were playing their own role on the platform and in the real life to be able to match and see the gain in there. The result of this were quite impressive. I mean, on top of the risk reduction that we just mentioned in terms of eliminating the fraud risk, the efficiency gain, depending on which actor and for which process, were between 30% and 70%. And the user experience were judged by, I mean, each single party as far superior from what they are doing today. So now we are working on, I mean, developing and going to a live version of this platform, and we feel the pains in a way that we are discussing in this conference. I mean, first of all, there is the technology maturity. In this case, data is maybe the most valuable commodity of this industry, so the requirement in terms of privacy, of confidentiality are extremely high. These, but also with the scalability issues, are there, but I mean, we feel that it can and it will be solved. The second part is linked with the regulation and the legal issues. I mean, a cargo can go anywhere in the world, so you need to be sure that in any jurisdiction, your smart contracts, blockchain BL, commitment, everything can be recognized in a court of law. This thing will need collaboration between all actors. You can already see the industry body and government that are trying to push for this, so this is really picking up. And the last one that I wanted to mention is the standardization. I mean, it's an industry that is extremely not standardized, which brings benefit in terms of flexibility, but also at a cost. And in order to bring this standardization, here also you need to have, I mean, parties that come together to try to find the right standard that benefit them all. So just as a conclusion, here you can see like there is an interesting pattern because in a way, the blockchain is a technology that is based on multiple actors that allow them to work together toward a common solution that will bring value for them. And it's the same logic or behavior that will be used and that is needed to solve those other issues that are, in a way, not so much linked completely to blockchain, but to digitalization in general. Because there also you will need to have parties that come together and that work toward a common solution that will bring value for all of them. And so this is one of the reasons why we believe that this technology will finally make this industry enter the 21st century. Thank you very much.
That was a very clear story. Thank you. Yes, that is for me, and it's now for you. Chris, come on stage. Chris Hulse from Rabobank. And it's quite funny because we had in sort of all the things, we had a very clear winner and a hero today. I'm not sure whether you were here already this morning as well, but all our speakers started off with talking about the blockchain. And one word kept coming back, and it's a Thursday, it's not a Monday, but the washing machine had the center stage place. First in the IoT in the pants and of Dave Birch. And then Wiebe Draijer was also showing washing machines. So I thought this is a perfect setup for you.
Excellent, indeed.
Isn't it just? And Chris is going to take us through a journey which initially caught my eye because it was a payments thing, and I love payments. I mean, I know it's sad, but I do, and I actually quite enjoy loving it. But it also touched on another thing we all have to do in our daily lives, which is washing. And you have such a beautiful hands-on element. And again, you will see that what comes back is the being nicer with the environment, sharing.
Circular economy.
Absolutely.
Indeed, yeah.
So, without further ado, take us through this, Chris.
Thank
the floor
you,
is yours.
Hi,
and
welcome everyone. This is my colleague Henk Kuipsen now.
Exactly.
He's going to join me for the live demo we're going to plan.
Yes,
and first I want to introduce how we got to this story. The story about pay-per-use, which Wiebe Draijer mentioned this morning already, doing a washing machine, just pay only for one wash. We came to the story, I think a year and a half ago, by an internal competition at the Rabobank, the Moonshot campaign, what employee could come up with the best idea to improve the bank. And there were 200 ideas, and there were many selection rounds. And eventually, this idea, pay-per-use, ended up at the top 10. But then it didn't come to the final round because it was too disruptive. It was too innovative. They thought we couldn't make this in 3 months to a working proposition. So they said to us, just keep going, develop it slowly, and see where we get with that whole new blockchain stuff. So that's actually what we did. And we developed the pay-per-use platform. We started, what I was saying, from the circular economy. We have many machines, many devices, and we have too much of them, and sometimes we cannot afford to buy a new one if something breaks. So we want to incentivize the manufacturers to build the stuff as good as possible, that we can reuse and reuse it again. And if it breaks, we as customers don't have a problem, but the manufacturer has a problem and will replace it themselves. Next big topic is, of course, the Internet of Things. There are more and more sensors in the world, more and more devices, and we want to have a smooth way of paying for those devices, paying for those sensors, in a way that's accessible for everybody. And you're hearing that already a bit of the blockchain story. The third thing is, of course, micropayments. If we have many devices we use for just a short amount of time, we have small payments, sometimes even less than a cent. We need a financial infrastructure that can handle those payments. So then we started building and validating. In the end, we coupled 2 devices already. The first is a washing machine, which we're not going to demo today. The second one is a heater, a self-electricity generating heater. And that one we're going to demo today. And our lessons learned was actually it was not only about the circular economy, but also about the sharing economy. Like if I ask the public, how many of us do have a printer? I think 2/3 will somehow have a printer, but how many printers could we use if we could have a smooth financial administration that just I pay each time I print and I do not worry about ink or paper or buying or having some compensation? I think we could just live with 1, maybe 2 printers, depending on our geographical positions. So sharing economy is a big thing, because if we can share machines and devices in a good way, we can have a much more efficient collaboration, and we need way less machines and devices. Also good for the sustainability. And the third remark, why blockchain? We ask this question ourselves each day, I guess. Why do we want blockchain? Do we really need blockchain? And we think our pay-per-use platform shouldn't be our pay-per-use platform. It's just an open platform and decentralized. It's not a Rabo thing only, but more banks will be on there, more manufacturers will be there, more service providers. Everybody could be able to join with a slight identity check somehow, and then they could use provide servicer, or use machines and devices. So that was the introduction. I think we're ready for the demo, the live demo, in which my colleague of mine, Henk Kuipers, has a self-generating, electricity-generating heater in his house. He installed that and coupled that to our pay-per-use platform. So we're now going to show you the dashboard. And one important remark, we really try to innovate a whole new business model here. So we're not trying to improve a stream, a working stream, a workflow we already have. We're making very nice UX, graphics, etc. We really try to connect the edges, the dots in the end, and make it a working proposition. So this is our platform, pay-per-use. And I can't really see the sheet. Oh, here's the screen, indeed. We have the banks. We have Rabobank, for example. We have ABN AMRO, but all other banks can be on here, and they can provide finance. They can provide the payments which happen after you use a machine. And if you go to the devices, we can see that we have multiple devices. We have now listed 4 of them. I think a car, a washing machine, a heater, and the third one of this is the heater. And you see there the public key, which is the address of the smart contract in the blockchain. For the technical people, it's built on the Cora technology, which is a copy JP Morgan made open source of the Ethereum blockchain. If you go to the service providers, we have listed a few of them as an example. And Miele, Neko, Samsung, all service providers could offer their services on that blockchain, on this pay-per-use platform. And they can determine themselves if they want to just offer their service or if they want to offer packages. Like from my washing package, you get water, you get electricity, and you get the use of the washing machine. So it should be a very competitive environment in which all actors can team up together or just do on their own an offering. So if you go back to the dashboards, we think it's a bit cold today. We like to raise the temperature, and now we're going to the Nest temperature regulator at the house of Henk himself. And I think we're going to disappoint his wife, currently sitting at home, probably already, oh man, it's hot today. But we're going to raise the temperature to, let's say, 25 degrees? 27? And we hope she's not calling Henk, Henk, are you doing those demos again? So, nice and hot, indeed. So, we now have raised the temperature in your house. So, the temperature regulators at Henk's house says, okay, I need to warm up. So, we did a trick, small trick, because normally this takes a few minutes. That the temperature regulators goes on and goes on warming the house. It's a Remea kettle. And it's now starting for a few seconds. And if you go to the pay-per-use platform, you can see that it's on. It's a third machine indeed. It's now on, and if we click on it, it says in use, it's true. And you can really see on the blockchain that's in use now, on the smart contract, which holds administration, when it's getting on and when it's getting off, etc. So out of courtesy for Henk's wife, we decided to stop the temperature regulator now. We're going to put it off. And meanwhile, you can see a nice graphical representation of a machine. We don't know what it's called. And therefore, we need to go back to the Nest temperature regulator, I guess, to put it off. And we see, indeed, it's now off. So those are like 2 parts of the demo. First is raising the temperature or lowering the temperature. Second one is the pay-per-use platform. But we miss a very important third thing, and that's the payment. That's what we as banks do. So we coupled this to our API playground, a shadow bank we created a few years back to just play around with APIs, that third parties can do finance functions on a banking account from customers. And in that, we coupled that API playground to this pay-per-use platform. And if you now take Henk's phone again, and we take our API playground. Then we see our bank accounts.
Wait a minute, because I have to it's I don't have the same display.
Yeah.
I can't see what I'm doing. Let me see. Get the mouse out.
We're just waiting to swap the screens. We're not going to say that the bank account, and we can see 2 transactions in there. One transaction is from there's the phone. It's still black, but it will be turned on. One transaction will be from Eneco, the energy supplier, to us. It's, let's say, 0.12 cents, so less than a cent, for us providing electricity back to the net. The second transaction is from Remea, from us to Remea for the use of the machine. And in that way, we could just all machines in the house if we want, and we never have to take care of buying them, replacing them, guarantees, etc. So that was the demo. Where we're going to, I think Wiebe also mentioned it a bit on the stage. We're not going to that only we as individuals or companies have a bank account, but also washing machine devices. They will have a sort of bank account, and they will have sort of permissions. And even inspired by this morning sessions, I think we could even get Dave Birch's pants on the blockchain, on the pay-per-use blockchain, that everybody who wears his pants pays per wearing. Thank you.
Thank you. And I actually think it's a perfect demo because we saw everything. We saw the payment. We saw very good, very well done, very well executed. So.
Oh, may I add one thing?
Of course you may.
Yeah, I forgot one thing. About the payment is still fake, so it's not real. Yeah. But our next step is making this payment real, that really money flows if you use the device, if you put it on and put it off. And I'm expecting any day a call from the Dutch Central Bank to give us advice how we should regulatory do that they are okay with it, that it works that way. So very close to getting something really live.
Yeah, but it was, and thank you for the demo. It was very swiftly done. Thank you so much. So can I ask my panel? May I invite the panel to come up? And I have to say, I was looking at this, and I think the one thing we will all miss in a nostalgic way is this guy who comes around to your house with a big case and bumps against your doors, and then he looks at the broken down washing machine, and I can only do this in Dutch, and he will say, nou, mevrouwtje, dat ziet er niet best uit. So we're going to miss that, but maybe not that much at all. Thank you. Over to the panel with these illustrious gentlemen. Very illustrious. Normally I'm the rose between the thorns. It's now the other way around. We have 12 minutes, 13 minutes, because we really don't want to overrun these guys anymore. And as by means of a brief introduction, before I introduce the panel members, the theme of the conference was very well chosen. We really thought about this, the pain of blockchain and the pain of growing up. So very quickly, we're going to do the panel in sort of 3 short sections, and we're going to look at it as if it was a teenager. And we all know the pain of growing up, and I looked a lot into sort of the whole brain thing with teenagers, particularly men, because it lasts till they're 25. So I did a lot of study to sort of try to understand my son. And the beauty of youth is that you can do anything. You dare to do anything. The world is your oyster. And the other thing is, you have no idea of the impact of your actions. And that sort of slot, that's what I always said to him, this is the slot that I have to protect you. All the rest is cool. And then, of course, you get to 18, 19, and it's like people start nagging you, and they say, well, you've got to start making choices at some point. You cannot do everything. Life is also about choices. And they all say, I want to be successful. I said, well, the key thing to success is really every now and then do what you enjoy most, but also choose. So that's the next part. It's going to be about choice. And then the final part, we're going to talk about execution, because it's all well and good, but if you don't execute, it's going to be a miserable failure. And failure, by the way, as I said, is allowed as long as we carry on. So very quickly, Arno Laven, to our very left. I'm not going to do huge bios. They're all on the website, but you have a vast array of experience as a blockchain consultant. You worked, if I'm correct, with projects at KLM, Shell, I mean, a range of companies. So we're going to use you from that perspective, the multi-project perspective. Obviously, Marc Buitenhek, well-known, delighted that he's on the panel, because I secretly always say to people, when they say, oh, you know, innovation in payments and in finance in Holland, and they say Marc Buitenhek, and I proudly say he gets it. So he's on the panel. And then, of course, Dave Birch. He's the enfant terrible, and that's his natural role, comes natural to him. So you're going to be the teenager in this panel.
I'll be the teenager,
You'll be the teenager. So let's go to the pain bit. And I start with you, Arno. If you look across various projects, and we look at the stage blockchain is now, what would you say are really like the pain points of where we are as an industry? Is it the disappointment, the lack of success? Where are the pain points?
All of the above, I would say. I think we simply do not understand what blockchain is yet, in the sense that we understand very well what Bitcoin is, and it works, but that's the only application of blockchain that is really, really working, and already for a couple of years. So we still see a lot of POCs up here, and it's funny because the whole washing machine thing, one of the first papers I read about blockchain was actually by IBM, Paul Brody, writing about a Samsung IBM thing they did together, which is 3 years ago, and it was a washing machine ordering its own detergent or something like that. So we haven't come any further than washing machines, I would say, and that's pretty disappointing.
Yeah, well, we have more
from one
cases.
point.
Yeah,
but
yeah. And if you sort of look at this from a banking perspective, because you've selected, you went through many cases, you selected a few, so we'll come to that later. But what have been the most dramatic lessons learned for you, or what has been your personal pain in the blockchain?
I must admit, you talked about the 3 stages. I don't even think we're in the 3rd stage yet. We're still in the play stage. And I think what happened to us is that this came from the technology end, right? The business didn't have a clue. Yeah. I didn't have a clue at all. And then suddenly there was a question, and then we asked something, and Dennis, now here, the lead at KPMG, was at that stage my business manager. Yeah. And we started the whole process just by asking not through the regular processes in committees and those kind of things, but just post something on an internal WhatsApp and just ask people. Within a few hours, we got hundreds of reactions of all our IT people who were already years working on this stuff. Yeah. This, for me, talking about the valuable lessons, we used to be a bank and we did IT to support the banking activities. Now it's the other way around. We are a tech company with a banking license, and we're just in the middle of the process to understand actually what it is and what it means. Yeah. And blockchain, the enormous enthusiasm of people doing new stuff, and I still remember meetings with 100 people brainstorming, and we didn't have a clue. And for me, it looked quite familiar to something I went through in the 90s myself, when we did chip, knip, chipper, those kind of chip cards, everything was possible on the chip card. Yeah. And it felt a bit like similar things, a technology searching for a problem or a solution or an answer, etc. And that, taking those lessons with me, I think we're still in that stage, really trying to understand what it is. There are still people, after 10 times explaining what blockchain is, and said, yeah, that's Bitcoin, right? But understanding the magnitude of what is possible in combination with Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, machine learning, blah, 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 that is too big for a lot of people to grasp. So talking about pains, keep it as simple as possible. Yeah, really, keep it as simple as possible. We started making 30-second movies just to explain. We're now running a blockchain university that travels across all our business units in geographies where it attracts many people who are still extremely enthusiastic. But we have to start with the basics. Yeah, and there's one more follow-up question for me, and it's probably slightly facetious, but banks have normally very structured processes to get to a point, and they love spreadsheets and that sort of management. Do you feel that that sort of way of approaching thing was a hindrance in blockchain, or did you throw it overboard to begin with? No, we basically we let it go. Yeah. We let this go, and that is one thing. There's also one big lesson for that. If you got high enough support in the organization, you can do whatever you want, right? Okay. You can free up capacity. You don't have to go through all the steps that we do later. Yeah. And I guess that is what we did in the beginning. We didn't have a clue. Let's be clear. I could give brilliant speeches about it, but we didn't really know what we were doing. We were just testing as wide as we could, with different things as we could. Yeah. And then slowly we started saying, this is not a good idea, this is not a good idea. Should we go through one consortium or two? Should we do single things, etc.? Yeah. And slowly we started moving into a more structured way of operating, applying what we call our PACE methodology, which is a method to innovate, which we copied from GE and made it our own, etc. And that really accelerates the whole thing. And that's what you just saw, the presentation from our Easy Trade Connect. We use that same methodology, but it's still the people who come up with the ideas. Yeah. And the closer they are to the IT and the IT of the business, the better it works.
The better it works. And David, if we look at the positive sides of being a teenager, like anything's possible, let's explore the world. What do you think we haven't explored yet in the blockchain?
Well, I think that and you might criticize this as being a too technological perspective, but I don't think we've really used the technology yet, in the sense that the applications that we've been, I mean, I'll put one or two others aside for a moment, but generally speaking, what we've been talking about is how do we use blockchain essentially to do things we already do. I mean, I don't doubt for one moment that the blockchain can make the sending invoices to China a bit quicker or something. I'm sure that's true, but that's not going to revolutionize anything.
No, why send invoices? Huh? That's a revolution.
Yeah. Well, you're just putting the hash of the invoice on the blockchain, right? So, but you know what I mean? Like, that's an existing process, and I can't help feeling that that's not the lesson of technologies. You know, when people keep going on about how the blockchain's like the internet was, well, you know, it wasn't the existing things that, like Facebook, there wasn't like a hopeless Facebook that was really inefficient, and then we came along and made an efficient one by using the internet. Like, that's not quite how these things work. So my suspicion is that actually it's new kinds of transactions, new kinds of markets, which are where the blockchain will really come alive. And there are certain characteristics of the blockchain, I know we've discussed this before, but there are certain characteristics of the blockchain around things like transparency, for example, which are a window into a different way of organizing markets, and in particular, a different way of regulating markets. Yeah. And so my feeling is, yes, we're in those kind of teenage years, and it's a lot of advantages will come from using the technology in these things, but they're not the breakthrough cases. The breakthrough cases will be doing things in a different way.
Yeah. But I often refer to blockchain. People ask, like, it's like we had no idea what we could do with the internet before we had the browser. And we're probably still even in those sort of early stages. And Arno, moving on to the next part, if it's about making choices, you do a lot of, as a consultant, you do a lot of projects, so you see it in many places. Is there a best practice, or is there something you see that really is helpful in finding focus and deciding what you want to do with the blockchain?
Yeah, I think, and this chimes in with what Marc was saying about, you know, he said at ING they were looking very broadly first at projects and then trying to find their way. I think I've come to the conclusion that first you have to be able to envision, let's say, what the possibility is of blockchain on the longer term. And then you start working backwards and saying, okay, well, if this is what I believe that blockchain can do, then where should we start? Yeah. Instead of the other way around, because we're now trying to look at blockchain with our current lens on, right? So with our current problems. And that's how we end up with all kinds of projects in supply chain, etc., which are, I admit, which are real problems.
Optimizers.
But my question always to the business is, when we do a blockchain project, why hasn't this problem been solved before? Yeah. And then if the answer is because we are a lot of parties and we don't trust each other, etc., then I think we have a good starting point to talk about blockchain. But if that's not the case, then why should we look at blockchain?
Can you give me an example of such a case that really addresses something new?
Sorry?
Can you give me an example of a case that really addresses something so new?
Well, I think so. So ultimately what blockchain can enable, in my view, is autonomous anything, I would almost say, but autonomous processes. Let's start with that. So I very much believe that we are going towards a world in which we will be governed by algorithms, in the sense that algorithms will make decisions for us. Then I want to make very sure that that algorithm takes the right data and is talking to the right people, and that my privacy is secured. And I think that blockchain plays very much a role in there. And then if we roll that back, so where to start, then we say, well, let's first start maybe with the security part or with the privacy part. Yeah. Because that's so important before we go into a direction in which indeed you know everything about someone else's pants just because they are have a tag on it.
Well, to comment on what you're saying, I just described, to be clear, how we started. So nobody had an idea. There were lots of people going through. There was an extreme enthusiasm. And then indeed we ran into the issue, aren't we just reproducing or recreating what we already have created? Are we just looking for cost issues, right? And then the imaginary thing started, and indeed I fully agree with your conclusion, and that's why we joined a consortium around identity, because the identity thing in let's say, the digitized world is one of the key elements. And we see that on a day-by-day basis, KYC, etc. We have currently a program running in the Netherlands where, although the Netherlands across the world, where again we're basically doing all the KYC that we ever did again. We didn't have time to reinvent that whole process, so we're going through the same thing, a bit more optimized, etc. Parallel, we now started a KYC track where we start all over again, right? How would you do this? How would you do KYC? And not optimizing what we're having today, but how would you do that? Yeah. When you talk about trade and you talk about containers and ships, etc., if you're able to track everything that is going on around the world, you talked about invoices and sending invoices. If you can simply track the things that are in a container, and that sooner they come out of that container, they're offloaded, and they're shipped somewhere, the invoice actually is being paid, because that is the whole invoice, then you start thinking about a completely new way of working. But first we had to learn, very painfully, the basics.
Well, I'm actually quite, I mean, despite what I said earlier on, I'm actually quite optimistic about that, because I think identity is one of the areas where we do have this, we have a crushing set of problems which are stopping progress in a lot of areas. And here's a radical new technology, which if we allow ourselves to think about things in very different ways, actually could offer some new solutions in that. And in fact, the heater example just now, I think is a, because it's funny, I didn't finish my slides this morning, but the last slide I had this morning was about using Quorum for Internet of Things. And the particular reason I'd chosen Quorum for that was because Quorum have incorporated Zcash into their infrastructure, so that you can use zero-knowledge proofs, which means keeping any kind of personally identifiable information off of the chain. And now something like that is a really new way of dealing with a problem like identity. And I think your gut feeling about this is almost certainly correct. So the priority of the identity problems should be much higher, but actually we now have some new tools for potentially doing it in a new way. So I think we can be optimistic about that. Yeah, I feel.
And that's why, because you can, we almost thought it was like the chip card kind of thing. I saw it coming when we were talking about the next phase. So the first 3 years you can easily manage, right? If you're high enough in the organization, it's done. But after 3 years, people start talking about what is the business case, what are we actually getting out of this, why are we doing this, 3 million here, 5 million there, blah, blah, blah. But there was no discussion at all that we should take a bit more time and endurance, because we truly think that 3 years is simply not enough to dive into this. Let's hold on another 3 or another 4 years and then decide what to do.
Well, exactly, and particularly in your industry, it falls beautifully together with all the other industry initiatives that we are facing at the moment. So coming to the last execution thing, and it's to your point, and I always wonder, how do you define success of a blockchain project? Because you know that you're begging for money, you've got to have C-level approval, you know the risks are high, we all know all that. But how would you suggest people define success for a project? Like, do we continue, do we stop it? How would you, I'm looking at all of you as well, like, can we monetize it, or it creates greater loyalty, or it gives us new insights? I mean, how do you create the definition of success?
Yeah, it depends on who you're talking to. So if I'm talking to the CFO, then it's about NPV. And if I'm talking to the strategist, then it's about how is blockchain going to help us deliver on our strategy. To give an example of that, when I was at Philips, the strategy of Philips is to move from a product-oriented company to a service-oriented company, with data being very important. But medical data and privacy, you can imagine that there's an issue. And it was really, really nice to see the demonstration here of the two healthcare apps, because I believe there's a point there where if you want to do that, so if data is going to be the center of your strategy, then you better make sure that you validate the integrity of the data, and that is where blockchain comes in and can have a big role.
Can I make one little point about the smart card point? I think that is a much more interesting analogy, and I think there's a much more interesting lesson to be. I think your you're right. So if you go back to those days of Chip, Nip, Chipper, Mondex, Semp, like all of those things failed essentially. The payment bit, but they drove the development of the underlying ecosystem, and in particular, the development of multi-application smart cards was very rapid because of their demands.
Yeah.
And so now, all my EMV cards, my SIM card, I mean, everything runs using those new that were developed under those pressures. And I think that is a kind of analogy with the blockchain. I'm not a big fan of the payments. I'm not convinced at all that we're going to be paying for taxes with Bitcoin. But driving the development of the underlying infrastructure could lead to new ways of implementing. So I think it's actually quite an interesting analogy.
Talking about being data-driven, because we are data-driven, and well, at least we are trying to become data-driven. I think we're doing a pretty good job, but we're not good enough. And this is part of that whole journey. So for us, it's more the strategic perspective that counts right now. Are we really building up a company that is able to survive in that digital age, where customer-centric, where the data is centric? Because without data, you're not able to work on that.
You can't offer relevance.
So for me, there is no, and of course, we like to have, we define success right now in having live pilots and going to the markets, etc.
Yeah.
But not in terms yet of NPVs, and you need to make that millions. It's simply too early stage.
It's too early
if you do that, you kill it.
Yeah. Thank you very much, because in the interest of time, I could talk to them. I had like another 20 questions, and I'm sure that some of them would be very useful to all of us. I'm going to call it quits, because we want to have a tea break, and we want to see you back in half an hour for a last very riveting session. But what we're going to do is we're going to do a few more interviews with the three of you, and then put them online. Thank you very much for your contribution, and thank you to the production as well. Thank you to you. Ik ga het gewoon regelen.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for the last block. The last block in a long chain of this day. And then we have some severe criticism from the foreigners in our room, in our audience, so we're going to share that with you. But first, we asked what you thought, how it was going so far during the day. So let's roll that 2-minute video.
Blockchain will evolve, and every big crash it will have, it will make it stronger. Maybe it will get hacked, I don't know. To me it looks impossible, but suppose it will, then there will become a next blockchain 2.0. But the fact that you have a database that is, can contain something that is called truth, then you don't need faith.
That is covered. You should not even talk about blockchain, because it's more like the normal people should be believing that the institutions are doing their work and companies are doing their work, and so they can basically do their work and having a frictionless life as well.
And you can understand why people wouldn't want to place trust in these human institutions when they can place trust in mathematics instead, because you can point all the tanks and guns and fighter jets at 2 + 2 and it's always going to be 4. And it's a very, this is a very powerful thing.
If you want to change things, you need finance to finance the change, to put into it. And I think that FinTech, blockchain is a great enabler of the changes that need to happen, both on the financial inclusion side and on the impact side.
See, blockchain for me, something's like an envelope. You sealed an envelope. And okay, there's a trust part from inside. We know it, we stored it. And if I give this envelope to you, the sealed one, no one can break this.
There are new possibilities, and upon these new possibilities we can create new kinds of solutions, and these solutions can fix problems we didn't know we had. And that's what I really like.
Decentralizing trust and taking it from the hands of few and putting it in the hands of many, distributed by cyberspace, gamed by code, and made honest by algorithms. On July 7th, Europe's first ICO conference in London. And anybody that wants to come, if they use capital B, capital C, capital N, Blockchain News, they can get half price on tickets. Put it in the coupon code.
Okay, wonderful. Now, I have a couple of things to share with you. All the presentations, we've asked all the speakers and they said, sure, you can put them on the blockchain. So we'll basically sign up on blockchain and we'll have them make sure that that's also the real only presentation. So that will be their presentation. We have all the videos will be online shortly, maybe tomorrow. But also all the technology, the different tracks will be online. Maybe tomorrow, day after tomorrow. We've been, for the longest time, trending topic on Twitter. There's absolutely nothing in the Netherlands which is more interesting to talk about than our conference, so that's nice. And we had more than 2,000 people watching the live stream, so that's really, 5 times this room, so that's pretty good. First question to you. If Ethereum would be 10 cents, would you buy it? Question. Okay. Yes, 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 yes. Nobody says no. Next question. Okay. Next question. Why didn't you buy it yesterday at 10 cents? Or who did? Who did buy it at the... No, nobody did. Yeah, oh. So all the ones they say yes, can their screen light up green for a second? I mean, did you buy yesterday at 10 cents Ivar? I wish. I wish. So show me that slide, Paul. Show me. So yesterday, the Ivar, I mean, we talked about it, that it was crashed, but I didn't know how much severe it was. It went from from about $400 or $350 to 10 cents yesterday. Who knew that? That was so dramatic. I was so busy with the conference that I didn't know. I mean, so it went completely to 10 cents. Now, how did that work? I mean, all you in the financial industry have to laugh. But there was one guy had 25 million in the Ivar, and he said, well, let's put it into cash. And then, you know, the exchange goes, oh my God. And then the spread basically went to 230 or something like that for a short time. And then a lot of automatic sell orders started to execute. Oh my God, Ivar is 230. Sell, 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 sell. And then, you know, and it went on a deep cliff to 10 cents. And why did it recover? Because there were a whole lot of people say, if Ivar less than this, buy. So suddenly, there was a big wave, not very far afterwards, which says, okay, buy, pew, and it was within the shortest time, it was up. And that's, of course, sign of an extremely immature industry, which we are. But if you had a nice execution, if you had a smart program, smart contract, buying Ivar, you know, for less than 100, I would say execute it now. So that would be very interesting. And we have a couple of guests from Kenya who are basically actually totally surprised. I mean, that's nice. We have people from Kenya who came here for the conference to basically look at what's happening here. So I thought that was nice. But also we have people from India, and they go like, this country, this Europe is so slow. So can you get up for a second? What's your name?
Ravi.
Here. Ravi, and what kind of company are you?
I represent Cripsy. I'm a founder of Cripsy. And we have a technology platform that helps people to develop blockchain applications in days.
Yeah, and you had a live, and then we saw if you have a claim, you have a live application already on blockchain. And what does the application do?
Yeah, it's as Dave very well advised me 1 year ago. He said when you are trying to attempt to help the client with a blockchain application, make sure there is a foundational change. It's not just disruptive. A process change can happen in a database technology. A foundational change is very important. It's not just technology. I don't know whether you remember, I met him 1 year ago in his office. Yeah. So this is the foundation change. Yeah. Normally in insurance, what happens? If there is an incident, you go to the insurance company, you produce a lot of documents and claim. And this application we went live for one of our clients in India. It's launched on the 14th. You don't have to claim. Money will come to your wallet account. If the flight is delayed.
Hooray. And you think that Europe is extremely slow and doing only proof of concepts?
It's not about, I think I want to help by talking to people here, how best we can help to
If you really want to implement it quickly, go to India.
A simple POC, it takes about 24 hours for us to deliver. A complicated POC, it will take maybe about 5 days. That's the application.
Okay, and if you want 1 billion Internet of Things connected, you know, basically right into the blockchain, in 4 weeks he has it done. Thanks, you, Ravi. Thank you very much. Okay, so yeah, so I mean, guys, we need to go live with blockchain. I mean, it's good. The Dutch really love to test and retest and test again and test a little bit more, and. But we need to start doing it. Really, it was funny. 2 days ago, I presented for the board of directors of the Dutch railroads. And we also talked about how blockchain could help them because they have a huge amount of ledger. But we also talked about India because I talked about autonomous driving vehicles and autonomous driving planes and autonomous flying planes and boats and everything. And the only thing which are not autonomous in the Netherlands are the trains. And there were great examples of India, which has plenty of people, where you have autonomous driving trains driving, you know. And not because you don't have enough people, but because it's way too dangerous to have people do that work. People are terrible. They're terrible flyers. I mean, a pilot is not allowed to fly the plane anymore when there's rain, when there's fog, when there's snow, when there's anything dangerous happened, he cannot land a plane anymore. You know? And also we have 1 million people dying every year in traffic because people are horrible. If you're really completely focused, then it's okay. If you are drunk, you have 3 times more chance for an accident. If you have a smartphone in your hand, 26 times more chance on an accident. People need to get out of the equation. They need to just entertain themselves, they need to have fun, but they shouldn't be doing serious things like driving things, driving systems, driving anything. So that's basically what we're talking about. Next year, much more practical implementations, please. And we did try to find them. Now, of course, India is much better, you know, We also have Kenya is much more real time, and also in China. You know, people are really ahead of us. We are so much behind. Can I ask Ling Kong to come on stage? And Ling Kong, this is his 8th company and his 6th startup. And he did everything. He did lots of startups in all kinds of different companies. And you know, it's a 2 billion. And now he's at the last startup. He was number 10 in a 2 billion. The value is about 2 billion investment of Marc van der Gijs, right? Lending, peer-to-peer lending. And they do it at a serious space. They do about 400 million, you know, per month. And well, he's going to explain that a little bit. But he came up with a brilliant idea to get people credit, to get companies credit. So, and I thought it was a fantastic story. So I mean, he also came from China. So I think, yeah, China or India, you're about the same way to come to our conference. Thank you very much for coming, Ling. And take it away. Okay, yeah. Enjoy. Give him a big hand.
Okay, so can everybody hear me fine? Yes, yes? Okay, all right. Yeah, so it was a wonderful 12-hour flight here to Amsterdam. This is actually my 3rd time to Amsterdam. I love this country. Today I'm going to talk about blockchain applications in business scenarios. I think especially in the communities that I'm involved in, both in Asia as well as across the world, many people are still figuring out on more of the infrastructural or the crypto side of blockchain, and not necessarily in the business scenario. I think mainly because, in my opinion, blockchain came about with a bunch of hackers, right? And these hackers probably never ran large businesses. And in this case, right, the business scenarios didn't directly tie in. Now, a lot of financial industry are looking at this, and they're looking at this in a very slow, cumbersome elephant or dinosaur kind of way. In this case, right, a lot of business scenarios are not actually being pushed. But I happen to live in a country where actually there is no trust. I mean, China, there is no trust, right? In the United States, I could write a piece of paper, give it to Marc. Marc can cash it at a bank, and this becomes real money, right? But in China, you cannot do this. In China, I can even sign a document, and it's not even trustworthy. You have to chop it. You have to chop it with the right chop that is authorized with the right agency that is at the government, and then it's proven. And all of this costs people. Right, so today, the blockchain scenarios that I talk about aren't really innovative from, I would say, crypto or from a you know, how to do distributed computing perspective. But it is more about how to, in business scenarios, what are some of the things that we optimize in order to enable some very creative uses of blockchain kind of digital assets in order to enable these business scenarios. Okay, so this is about me. I don't really need to introduce me. People could feel free to Google me, but I graduated from Stanford. I've been living in China for over 10 years. This is actually my 2nd startup in China. The one before that was actually video games. The 2 startups before the video game startup was actually in communications. So nobody actually really sees the lines associated with this, but it is actually all cloud-based, right? So today, all of our Dianrong's infrastructure, including the blockchain infrastructure, is based on a hybrid cloud. So we have our own public and private clouds. So this is actually mainly to illustrate the FinTech space in the world. And the thing I want to point out is that actually over half of today's FinTech transactions happen in China. Why is that? It's because people, again, don't have trust, right? They don't have actually the right infrastructure and services. So they use mobile, they use applications. They are actually heavily populated, which in this case, right, a lot of transactions happen. Today, I can actually get around in China with nothing but a phone. But here I tried it today at Netherlands, and it was very, very hard. Actually, you know, my credit card doesn't even have a chip, right? Because China's backwards, right? In that respect, right? So I can't even pay for my coffee. So thank you for whichever gentleman that paid for my coffee today, right? But to talk about China, right? It's heavily dense, right? So we're talking about the area that I live in. Shanghai is actually the most populated area. On a working day, there is over 1 million people in less than 2 square kilometers. All right, so if you take a kilometer and you take 2 kilometers and you take the radius for that and the area of that, there's actually more than 1 million people that is actually living, working, and all that stuff. A lot of infrastructural transaction, last mile deliveries, and things like that. This is Dianrong. We started this company about 4 years ago. Luckily or gladly, we've made some people happy, like Marc, but hopefully we made more Chinese people happy. Here we do about, we have close to about 1 million customers onboarding every month, right? These are a combination of lenders and borrowers. At least in a registration perspective, active customers are generally a third of these numbers. We do about 2 billion RMB, or 2 to 3 billion RMB in transactions every month. And we've been growing, actually, if you see that, at a CAGR of 273% year over year, right? And actually, the first year, it was crazy. The first year was like, 3 to 400. So this is the environment we're living in. It's not like necessarily we just built a great company, but because we're in the right place at the right time with a lot of people missing infrastructure, right? So imagine me going to the United States when I was young, and I saw the roads of LA, and I was like, wow, this was an amazing place. And I left from a place in China that actually even still had dirt roads and horse carts. And then in 2006, when I first went back to Shanghai, and I thought, the United States was backwards, right? Because the Shanghai freeways were just crazy, right? There are big spirals everywhere with transferring 30 million people across the entire city. And this is actually what we have in the financial space as well. In China, there is not that many financial incumbents, which means the entire area is open. There is no HMOs. Nobody is actually going to fight with you over somebody's, installment payment over a dental plan, right? Over a pregnancy, operation, over any of this stuff, right? Nobody actually gives you a loan to buy an iPhone, right? To any kind of your, I would say, regular, white collar, or even or blue collar services the Chinese industry doesn't have, right? So today, all of these gaps are not replaced by banks because banks are very, very slow and they are very risk averse. But these actually are being replaced by companies, fintech companies like us. And I'll get to blockchain soon. All right, so at Dianrong, what we did is we, over our today, we have about 850 engineers. Publicly, we say we have about 600, but we just acquired a company. But in this case, right, we actually componentize and productize almost all of our pieces. So you can imagine infrastructure as a service, building on top of that is PaaS, right? Platform as a service. There's all these different modules, electronic wallets, consolidation, electric stores, right? And blockchain was a piece of that, right? It started about 18 months ago when we said this was a cool technology, and let's first solve the problem of, contracts. Right? It's a very, very simple problem. Right? In case one day if Dianrong was not around and one lender is going to sue a borrower, they need something that is solid. And today all of our contracts are electronic contracts, so they need a way to keep it somewhere and be able to take it to a legal entity, right? or a government entity and be able to actually collect their money back. And it started with those kind of ideas, and eventually it resolved to more. Right, so about 18 months ago, I met Foxconn at a Morgan Stanley conference. And while talking to them, we also had a different issue. Our issue was a supplier of Foxconn came to us and asked us for a loan. Now, from a financial record perspective, we didn't know really who they were. Right? They showed us the nice little golden iPhone piece that they make for the gold iPhone. It's a volume button. Right? But how do I really know they're a Foxconn supplier? There's no contract, no AR, nothing. Right? They actually provide this to another supplier provides to another one. They're actually probably about 7 to 8 levels deep before they get to Foxconn. There's no way to prove that. And also, they're very seasonal. As you can imagine, iPhone has hot season, has low season, and half the time, their workers goes back to the farms. How do you actually give this institution credit, right, to actually let them build the next, I don't know, your button for your iPhone 8? And that was actually a hard problem. We go to Foxconn and they say, hey, we have 100,000 suppliers. Every year, we do $200 billion worth of account receivables on top of our supply chain. We don't know who this guy is, all right, so we cannot help you either. So we sat down and we looked and we said, hey, maybe there is a potential solution to that. It's essentially a problem of trust and a problem of information relay, and perhaps we could use something different. Right, so that actually then goes into the blockchain scenarios that I talked about. Right? So let's first focus on the supply chain example, and then I'll come back to these kind of things. Right, so what happens is when Foxconn gives an account receivable, they generally already receive the item, and they assemble this item to become your beautiful iPhone in your hands, right? So in general, these level 1 suppliers can actually go to a bank and probably get, Libor or, somewhere between 6, maybe, if they're bad credit, they could get 8% based on a collateral on their account receivable from Foxconn. Generally, this account receivable takes 90 to 180 days to clear, depending on the contract. None of this is digitized. Everything is done by paper. So in general, even for these creditworthy suppliers, they're big, right? So we're talking about millions of dollars in terms of account receivables. It takes minimally, generally about 2 weeks, 2 work weeks, in order for them to even get the money. Right? Now, of course, these suppliers are growing, right? They're building all these products, and they need to build the next iPhone, and they cannot, magically come up with money, and their cash flow short, right? So what they do is they need to transfer this to money, and then they use this money or issue account receivables to pay to their level 2, and then the level 2 pays to the level 3, and it goes all the way down to like 7, 8, and maybe even as old note, basically debit notes to employees. Right, so we looked at this and we said, okay, so 85% of this entire chain within this $200 billion a year is unbanked. So how do we solve that problem? Right, so we looked at the account receivables, right, the account payables of Foxconn, and we said, why don't we turn that into a digital asset on a blockchain? Now, what does this digital asset needs to have? It needs to have the right types of contracts. It needs to have the smart contract enabled on top of that in order for you to capture some scenarios. It needs to be passable. It needs to be splittable. These are all qualities of a blockchain digital asset that you can split. So the chain finance entity sits in the middle with the authorization, with the sole authorization of Foxconn, as well as what we do is we then package these digital assets, and we let the level 1s to use this as technically as money, right? Or as ways to pay their level 2s. And then the level 2s, in order for them to pay, right, they can actually pay it to level 3s and so on. And there's all these incentive factors in the middle. But each time when they split and they pay, they have to add in their business scenarios on top of that. Now, why is that good? Right, number one is that level 1 doesn't have to now trade it in 2 weeks, come back with real money, and then issue that as an account receivable or something, right? Or use that real money in order for level 2 to then take this to go to the bank again, right? And each time every level go to the bank, right, they actually add on to the credit. Well, the credit is harder to define, right? It's usually riskier, which in that case, right, their APRs goes up, right? So what we know is that level 2 generally is from anywhere from 10 to 12%. Level 3, level 4, right? By the time it gets to level 8 in China, sometimes it's 60%, and 60% APR if they're lucky. Right, most of the time, they may not even get it. Right? Most of the time, they have to go to shadow banks. Most of the time, they have to go to loan sharks in order to do this kind of business. So you can imagine all this inefficiency in the supply chain as well. With these incentives of passing down this digital assets and being able to split them, then a level A can technically go to a financial institution, and via the blockchain contracts stored on all of these transactions, they can actually now prove that they're directly related to a Foxconn contract, right, that builds your iPhone button, which in this case, then the majority of the creditworthiness comes from actually the anchor, which is the Foxconn entity. And they actually get very, very, I would say, reasonable interest rates. Not as low as the level 1, but still very, very reasonable. And this is actually the solutions that we provide. And why would an anchor company like this? Because now they have actually even more visibility on how to optimize their own supply chain and how to actually, in this supply chain, provide enough financial backing, right, to people who need this, so that your iPhone 8 shipments don't actually get delayed. Right? So this is actually, if you think about it, it's very, very simple. Right? I think, in my opinion, actually most people who do blockchain in this room can probably do this business. But the problem is that where is your Foxconn anchor? And where is your understanding of this business coming from? And then how do you solve these business problems on top of this chain? So let me get to the business problem on top of this chain. All right, so if you look at the business problems on top of the chain, they're very different from crypto problems, right? So for example, there's something called categorized management node access, right? What does that mean? It means that, sorry, am I out of time?
That's a little thing. That red is not good.
Okay, so let me go super quick. All right, so essentially here, right, you need to give authorization. You need to be able to lock up your information, which is your contracts, right? Your enterprise contracts are very, very secret, and you need to lock it up in a safe where the key is in your hands, and you need to give it to the right person at the right time, but not all the time, right? So you need management access nodes associated with that. What about fast, trust access? Again, in terms of blockchain, you don't actually have to have the whole entire set of network and node to vote. Right? Again, it's a trust-based service, right? So if 4 of us trust each other, as long as 4 of us votes correctly, then it's actually a statement, and the financial transaction can occur. So you can think about from the business scenario, you don't actually have to solve the big, long-tail problems that either lies with Bitcoin or Ethereum or even Hyperledger. You actually just then have to adapt it to the business scenario. So quickly, let me talk about a different scenario maybe other people could understand, and this is something that we talked about earlier. So for example, we just did a hackathon with TechNode, right, TechCrunch in Shenzhen with a company called Mobike. This company does bike sharing, and they have about 50 million daily active users in China. Now, you think this is a big number, but really in China, this is just the starting point, right? Now, these 50 million users, today, they do a centralized model where they have a coupon, or they give their bike rider when they stop near a Starbucks to go to the Starbucks and get a 5 RMB discount. Right? Now, the Starbucks costs a lot in China. And this is a centralized model where they had to negotiate with Starbucks and actually connect the business model, right? And in order for this to trade. Now, what Starbucks does is Starbucks kicks back Mobike about 95 RMB because that's the cost of the customer acquisition associated with it. Now, this is a centralized model. What we said was, why don't we make this on top of the blockchain? Right? Why don't we have this to be a digital coupon with smart contract enabled, right? So anybody like Starbucks can join the blockchain. Right now it's an alliance chain, right? That matches to the right criteria that Mobike has on top of this digital coupon, and be able to actually then take this coupon in and then kick back the 95 RMB to Mobike. So suddenly you have this 50 million users, daily active users that could be tapped by every single business that is willing to come onto this blockchain. Right? So imagine that, right? That is actually the decentralized aspects, the power of what we see in terms of blockchain and how that enables business scenarios. It removes your chopping, it removes all this stuff, and actually enables a wider range of business scenarios. I know I'm way over my time, so I will go to questions.
No, okay. Yeah, thank you very much. I really hate to stop you because you do real numbers. Okay, I mean it's super interesting to have an 8-layer deep supply chain that you help to become more creditworthy, so you can do peer-to-peer, which is growing at 300%, and you think that 15 million people 50. On a bike with
50.
Oh yeah, you think that 50 million are small numbers. I mean, it's just we are such a boring continent. What do you? I mean, you think that the US is backwards, but what do you think about Europe?
I love the air here. I mean, today I can smell the grass, and this is a treat for me because in China I don't smell that. I think it's harder to displace well-established infrastructure if it works, even though it works at a slower speed. Mm-hmm. But in China you don't have anything, which in that case then it gives the chance to leapfrog, and eventually these innovations will come back. Right, so I see China at the forefront of financial innovation, and these innovation will a lot of smart people here will eventually look over there and say, hey, if they can make this work, why can't we make it work here? Mm. And then be able to adapt it. I don't actually think a Chinese company can come here and solve these problems, right? Because these problems are related to how people do business, how people are socially adapting, and all of these things. But the ideas, the way tech is built could be actually transported over here. So I think we're entering an age where China is no longer just copying from the United States or from elsewhere, but it's reverse, right? You can see the trend of different companies actually going back to China and starting businesses over there, and in order to learning and bringing that back. Right?
Yeah. And you say that there's not so much trust in the Chinese society?
Yeah, not at all.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's really, I wonder why, but I mean, it's just I can imagine. So if you see that the design, if trust is important in a society, so blockchain as a way where trust is built in is really a building block which people are now speaking up a lot. Is it a popular subject? Because I hear there's blockchain seminars everywhere. I mean, yes. Somebody complained. Yes. You cannot go to a theater anymore. You can only go to a blockchain conference.
Yeah, it's very hard. I personally even think the amount of VC money that goes into China in blockchain significantly outnumbers. I think Marc is better to answer that question. I also see a lot of government entities actually investigating in blockchain. Actually, just a few weeks ago when we're talking to the central bank, they are actually thinking about how to blockchain and digitize the RMB currency. So if this was going to happen as a currency being digitized, an official governmental currency digitized, I think it would probably happen in China faster than most other countries.
And also, does anybody know how many RMBs in a euro? About 8 or 10?
Yeah, it's close to 10, I think.
8 or 10. So if you buy, you were talking about buying a cup of coffee,
yes.
okay? I'm having this having this bike. I basically scan my bike and drive around, and then you're going to bombard me with advertising. How much is a cup of coffee at Starbucks?
It's about 35, 40 RMB.
Yeah, so it's the same price as here. And then they pay 4 times as much to, for the privilege of serving that customer. That's basically the cost of acquisition.
I mean, the acquisition cost is very expensive. I mean, if everybody should know this, right? So especially for an
China,
offline store.
Also, I mean, extremely. So the prices are, So Ling is here, for the drinks and and he's going to stay for this dinner. And I mean, just grab him because he has so many interesting stories. And we're going to interview you and get a bunch of other stories, but we're very happy that you're here. And I'm sorry I couldn't give you 2.5 hours on stage, but thank you very much for coming.
For having me.
I appreciate it. Okay. So, you see, I mean, in China, there's not a lot of trust because there was a lot of pain. There was a lot of pain in transitions in that society. And that's also the theme of our conference, just the growing pains of blockchain, the flash of yesterday, but everything is just small examples of the growing pain we have. So I'm very happy that Ivar Wiersma, Global Head of Innovation, Wholesale Banking, ING, I'm now saying the word right. So I first made you Innovation Manager of the whole ING. I apologize for that. But he talks about growing pains inside a big bank and how blockchain can help. And he really has very practical applications, how to make a very old, beautiful, wonderful company, how to make it more flexible and to make it change. So Ivar, take it away. Thank you very much. Plus, give him a big hand.
In this coming 10 minutes, I'd like to talk to you about the growing pains from a bank perspective. Because it doesn't only take technology, but it is indeed about business problems. So we'll discuss technology growing pains that we see. We'll discuss some regulatory growing pains that we see. But I will also address organizational growing pains. What does it take to bring something from the lab to production? And hopefully this provides you with a view on our learning so we can all benefit from those learnings. We currently are building a top-notch blockchain team, currently at 12, growing to 15. It's important for us that it is a key capability, also showing the rest of the organization that that is something which is really in development and that it's a place you want to be. When we address the organizational growing pains, I will also address that there's a lot of engagement going on. So there's we spend a lot of time on communication, education, and engaging with the rest of the organization, because you will need them. Not only top senior management, but also other people in other layers in the organization. Obviously, there's a big hype. We've been talking about it all day, but that actually also triggered us to come, as an institution, to come into action, I think roughly around end of 2013. First with some people in the organization that were active in the Bitcoin community, which led to starting a first small team in 2014. Expanding on that, 2016 for us was really the year of the proof of concept. So we basically got our hands dirty and started exploring, experimenting in order to really understand the capabilities and the possibilities of this technology, but also to understand its limitations and therefore its growing pains. So just by getting your hands dirty and start doing things, you'll learn the most. That also means that with our current understanding, we hope to see 2017 as the year of the pilot. Because only if you proceed to the next level, where you can actually, in a real-life environment, test things with clients, then you understand and can solve those business problems from the lab into pilots, from proof of concept into pilots. I think Gartner still positions blockchain really at the top of the hype cycle. I think with the understanding in our institution and with many other financial institutions, because they are building up their capabilities and building skilled blockchain teams, I think is much lower. It's already in the trough of disillusionment, but we still progress and see a lot of possibilities. We definitely see this as potentially changing the infrastructure of financial services, so we'll be in there for the long haul. There's a couple of primary methods that we use as an institution to learn and understand these growing pains, right? So very focused, together with fintechs, focused on a special use case, but also industry working groups around a use case or consortia that bring and work towards industry standards. So we are an active member in the R3 consortium and also a proud shareholder, by the way, and also one of the founding members of Enterprise Ethereum Alliance. So it is, there are different ways and different methods to really understand the technology and the capabilities. And that is what you need to understand these growing pains, and those you need to overcome to really reap the benefits and offer them to your clients or for the benefit of society. So the bulk of investment and efforts goes to a couple of different areas. And for ING, that is no difference. So identity, trade finance, payments, and post-trade in capital markets, in financial markets, those are some of the key areas. And internally, we have developed a simple set of questions, or like a framework, to be able to judge what kind of use cases we want to work on. Because first of all, you need to see and need to understand, do we really need a blockchain? Do we need distributed ledger technology to crack this problem? But there is also a strategic part to this framework. Is this an important area for us, or do we expect it to be an important area in the coming future? The third element in that framework that we use is business commitment and business involvement. As the majority of these use cases will definitely impact the core of your infrastructure of the bank, you need this support because you will hit those pain points pretty soon, actually. So that is the third element that we do take into account when deciding what kind of use cases we want to work on as an institution. There we go. Very quickly, technology growing pains, and obviously, we've been speaking about this the entire day, so I will keep it brief, but there's still a couple of things that have not been solved, right? So scalability, the number of transactions per second, none of these things have been battle tested except for Bitcoin blockchain. So the transaction per second that you sometimes need for payments or financial markets transactions is not enterprise grade at the moment. Privacy and confidentiality, I'm pretty sure that many of our clients, both retail or corporate, don't want all of their information on a public ledger. So still also things to address there. Interoperability, not only between distributed ledgers, but if you look at the infrastructure of financial markets, then you also need to integrate with those different systems, right? If we are talking about issuing Euro commercial paper on a blockchain and try to reduce settlement from TS2 to TS0, I think most people don't really care because they want to use their Bloomberg or Reuters terminals to access that. So that also needs to be taken care of. Fragmentation of speed and appetite among regulators. This addresses the regulatory growing pains, right? So many of them have a wait-and-see approach. Some are more proactive. In Europe, we see a scattered landscape a little bit more. But as a financial institution, we are a regulated entity, and we operate in a regulated environment. So it addresses a bit of the topics just mentioned. But we must comply with that. And a lot of the use cases that we're talking about, they involve international transactions. So you have to comply. There are sandboxes, sure, but in all honesty, many of the things that are currently being done in the market, including our own, are still duplicating the actual paper-based processes. So maybe some of you heard my colleague JC here on stage, and what we have done with that Easy Trading Connect use case is really amazing and saves a lot of time and increases efficiency. But it currently duplicates a paper process because that is what holds up in court. Those paper-based contracts, those are what held up in court. So briefly on the regulatory growing pains, central bank currency issuance on DLT, that will definitely be a game changer. And hopefully China will be the first, or hopefully any other G20 central bank in the coming year, because that will basically and hopefully trigger mass adoption. And that is obviously what we need. to reap the benefits. Smart contracts, legal enforceability, in coming pilots, we're trying to test that and really see together with authorities, see what's possible. But currently, most of the things that are advertised and have a regulatory angle, they are duplicated. So we still have the paper-based contracts. Liability sharing on a distributed platform is also something which is not sorted yet. And then we come to organizational growing pains. And maybe this is the slow continent, and maybe the incumbents have a different role here, and maybe the infrastructure is so well developed that there's a different speed of change. But there's also an organizational angle to this. So let me explain where we come from and how we try to address that as ING and as our organization. So you got to understand that the financial industry doesn't really have an R&D pedigree, right? This industry used to be very slow moving, so they're deal and process driven, and the urgent optimizing execution things, they seem always to trump the important new technology driven aspects. So if you want to address that in a company-wide fashion, then you need a method, which is very important, which I'll talk about, but it also touches upon the culture of a bank. Banks are mostly risk diverse, right? So you need to be able to change that, which means that we spend a lot of time on our blockchain university, and I'm not only talking about our DLT efforts, but also our other innovation initiatives. So there's a lot of engagement, a lot of teaching, a lot of interaction, and internal and external efforts going on to make sure that we make that shift and become much more focused on experimentation and search rather than execution only. There's a picture up there which shows PACE, which is basically our own version of a combination of lean startup methodology, agile, and design thinking. And it works really well for us because we see that by creating small but multidisciplinary and dedicated teams, we drive progress much quicker. So very often, when something is about new technology people come together. But as was mentioned before me, these address business problems, right? So there's also a lot of business assumptions, commercial assumptions, usability assumptions that definitely need to be tested. So for the focused use cases that we work on, the priority use cases, we also add business leads to these teams. So we have small, multidisciplinary, but dedicated teams that work on these priority use cases. And sometimes, the business assumption has higher priority than the technical assumption, and then you first experiment that and try to validate your assumptions there. Because in the end, probably nobody will care if it's something on a blockchain. It should solve a problem for them. Involved and committed leadership is something that I'd like to finish off with. Very important. So to these use cases and priority use cases, we allocate a business sponsor. The business sponsor role is very different than a managerial role. So also this is a learning curve for the organization and the senior managers, because they are taught how to drive progress for the teams, which includes a lot of autonomy, metrics, measurement, really applying lean startup in a large organization. So far that has brought us quite far. There's some metrics here at the end of the presentation to see what we have done so far. But let me skip before I close to the advice that I'd like to finish off with. Start doing instead of start talking, because we still see that a lot in large organizations. You do some PR, you get a FinTech, and then it seems like you're into the game. That's not really the case. Start doing, start acting, educate, engage, and go. I mean, don't do this in isolation. Connect to the network and start learning. So, thank you.
Ivar, I just had a nice boardroom consultant in a healthcare insurance company. They have millions of clients. And you know who they admired the most as a company which they wanted to mirror themselves to? They wanted to change themselves, their corporate structure, and have all that organizational leadership.
Ling Kong.
You know which company was that?
It was Ling Kong's company?
I have no idea who that was. No. But what do you think?
I don't know.
ING. They thought ING changed in the last 5 years really into a very, entrepreneurial spirit. With all these teams and that kind of stuff. So really, that's something really changed in that company. Why is that? I mean, not because it's always like that. You always had the Postbank, which was very innovative, and you had the bank, which was more traditional. But what changed inside your company that everything moved into a more innovative direction?
I think the company understands, and that starts at the top, but the company understands that we.
So who is it? Who is so innovative-minded there?
I think Ralph Hamers, our CEO, triggered that transformational journey. Yeah. But also the understanding that it is a transformation. So it's not a couple of projects in a lab, it's a transformation as a company. I think he, at one point, mentioned, we're not a bank doing IT, we're a technology company with a banking license. And I mean, that starts to trigger people to think about your future as a company. But it starts at the top, but it definitely doesn't stop there, right? So you still need time. And I think we're on a path of accelerated change, but that still takes time. It's a large organization. We have a presence in over 43 countries. So you don't change that overnight.
Okay, stop talking, start acting. Now, next year when we are here, what real change have you done with this distributed ledger technology? What do you think is the first big change? You had a question of what kind of industry will be changed. You know, people gave some answers to that. But where are you? What is your really secret project which is going to be ready next year?
I don't think we have a really secret project, but in trade finance, whether that's Easy Trade Connect or more focused on SME and mid-corporates to make trade products available to a broader group.
At lower cost?
At lower cost and much easier to use. I think that is a key area for a first use case. And obviously in capital markets, you know, all the post-trade to make that much more efficient, we'll definitely see some action there.
Okay. Ivar, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Okay, Jan-Peter, come up on stage. About 3 months ago, I met a guy who basically made my head spin, who worked for an energy company. He worked for a network organization, an Nexus, and he had ideas. I mean, I'm a trend watcher, and I like new ideas. I like new concepts. But he just came up with ideas which I go like, is that going to happen? I mean, and then he was really, and I go like, how does a guy like that work for an energy company? You know, that's like, because, you know, if you go to a network company in the energy sector, they just have to make sure we have electricity. You know, then you have to be boring behind the scenes, don't bother me, that kind of stuff. And then he was going, no, we need to really disrupt ourselves. We need to make sure that energy becomes free, you know, for an energy company. And then we're going to have autonomous assets which can decide for themselves, and we have cars driving around. I mean, I took him on a tour with the Tesla, and he really loved autonomous driving. He thought that was really cool, and he says, we're going to design a future with all these things, free energy, autonomous vehicles who can decide for themselves, and we're going to design a future. And it took me about a day or two to recover from that and to basically start thinking the way he does. So he's going to take us to, you know, discover how the blockchain in 20 years will look. And I would like you to participate really intensely with this, because this is going to really be fun. Big hand for this guy. He's a really good thinker.
Hi. It took Vincent 2 days. We have 20 minutes. I'm here with actually only one question. Do you want to participate with us to create a better future? That is the last question I'm going to ask, and I'm going to build up to that. What you see on the screen is disruptive infrastructures with which no company can compete. We have heard all the day about companies, about business models. But can we create infrastructures with which no company can compete? The example we heard a few times today was the example of the internet. 1959, the internet was there, and we weren't prepared for it. We just heard, okay, I can have some data, and at home, I can put that data on a place, and if you are at home as well, you can get the data also. And the thing we could understand after a few months was email. We can then send messages. That is cool. But what we... okay. What we What we didn't see was that the shops, which were from bricks, would change into online shops. What we didn't see was that the computer, which was now on the table, and all the servers would be in the cloud. If you now ask a little child, where is the data, then he points in the air. So there are so big changes that you can't comprehend it if you are at the beginning of the change. So what are good things to notice? Hey, now I have got something. Big ideas are at first ridiculous. Then they get dangerous. And then they get normal. So internet, if you are a shop owner and you hear there will be few and few shops, that is first ridiculous and then it's dangerous because you see it happening. And now it's the world we live in. This exercise we're going to do with blockchain. What I want to do is to share a story with you, and I want you to ask all the questions, all the ideas, put it on the screen, and we will write an article on it. On the right side, there is Aag van Duin. He has a research bureau. All these things I'm telling about today have a lot of numbers under it. We will share that in the article. Why am I doing this as a DSO? As a DSO, for us, it's important to ensure the right to energy. We are not money-driven, but we want to be there for society. In the days of the past, it was a cool solution to own the grid, because then you could ensure the right to energy. But if there are new infrastructures, then that could change. So, here we go. The story. Machines have no urge for money. And in the World Economic Forum, we are talking about machines who own themselves. So self-driving cars who own themselves add value and have no urge for money. So if you would build a system on the blockchain where those cars drive you from A to B, get their energy, get to the washing street, the car wash, and to the maintenance center, then you would see that the solution they provide is 4.7 times cheaper than what we pay today. We have some people here, researchers in the room doing their PhD, and they're doing it about crowdsourcing. Can we crowdsource such a campaign where we tell to the people, do you want a general solution that's 4.7 times cheaper? And that would be the start of the system. What we would do is we would build it on the open blockchain. And basically every point on the open blockchain is a transaction point. That means that every transaction is there, and a very good way to do it with the technology of today is look into IOTA, where the miner is the user. This system, 4.7 times we could build. We could start in a city with 50,000 inhabitants. That means 20,000 families. We would need, let's say, 5,000 cars to begin with. We would ask this extremely low price and add a little bit of money on top of it. Why? Because we want to grow the system. And the cars don't have no urge for money. But with every car, with every ride, we get some money, and we get money to buy new cars, and new cars, and new cars, until there are enough cars. Then there are the cars, and there's money coming in, but we don't need any more cars. So what do we do with the money? We turn the thing around, and we give the money back to the people as basic income. It's a little bit of basic income, but it's basic income. So this was step 2. One moment. Let's go back. There it is. Step 3 is that every thing we learned by using an autonomous vehicle, we can do in the periphery. So the energy point could well be a machine that takes the sunlight. The sun delivers 6,000 times the amount we need. Takes the sunlight like the hydrogen leaf of MIT and drops it on the ground like a hydrogen apple. And the cars only have to collect the energy. The car wash is almost a robot, and everybody knows that robots build cars. So all the items in where the car was paying money could also be machines. Moment. So what you see there is that the amount of money in the system that the system needs isn't there because machines won't charge money to machines. And the basic income basically grows. The third step is that if you have cars and you have a number of cars, you don't need them continuously. So the cars stand there and wait, but we can use the cars for something differently. We can take the car and drive it to the energy point and charge it fully up with energy. Then we go to the city, and what happens is the car starts to distribute energy. So we don't have disrupted one infrastructure. We will have disrupted 2 infrastructures and generated a second money flow. What is the problem with this system? Well, what will happen is that the car industry will tell us, you don't understand the way you use our cars, because the customers, our customers want to park their cars, and that's why they last for 15 years. If you start driving and driving and driving, you can't do that with the cars. So in the last step of the system, we will need other kinds of cars. We will need modular cars, which are built up out of pieces. And what then will happen if something breaks, there you go. What will happen is that you melt it down, you 3D print it again, and the only thing the system then needs is a little bit of material to operate those 2 infrastructures. So, and you see that happening on the blue side, of course. So, why is this such a cool system? If you have one city, it generates basic income for the Netherlands. But what will have happened is that in that city, transportation and energy is a lot cheaper. So the only way another city can have the same prices is to join the system. Can I have my screen back? Thank you. So what would happen is that as soon as they join the system, so they start their own Kickstarter, it would start growing also basic income. So every city in the Netherlands who wants to have those cheap prices starts with the system and the money comes in. So what does this has to do with blockchain, you ask? Well, blockchain has some very important features. Blockchain is like a layer on the internet. So you only have to solve a problem at one place, and it's already everywhere. It's like if you build in any country you want the solution, it's if you create everywhere virtual sockets where you can put the solutions in. An also great thing of blockchain is as soon with a small group you start this transition, it cannot be stopped. The only way you can stop it is by turning off the internet, because it's distributed systems. What we are working on is machines who own themselves. Artificial intelligence combined with DAOs. If you want to look it up, BigchainDB has a weekly meetup. There they already discussed several concepts. We are now building them. It's also very interesting from a legal perspective. What happens if a machine owns itself? There's a law in Switzerland we probably can use. So, what I want to ask you is, how do you think about such a system? We have, I believe, question 2. I talked about, is it ridiculous? Is it dangerous? Or will it be normal? What is your feeling? Can I have that question up, please? So it took us only a 15-minute talk to rethink all the blockchain. I didn't talk about trust. I didn't talk about money. And the coolest thing, you know, is what happens when machines start talking to machines. Because if humans do transactions, they want to get money, so you have to get paid. Machines that talk to machines who don't get money just want the job to be done. So you need no data about identity. You don't need data about timestamping. So your whole security issue is solved by working machine to machine. And that's also something you can build on that blockchain. So if you ask me, how do you think about the blockchain future? What should be the roadmaps we develop into? This is my story. The question to you I ask is, do you want to co-create with us? Do you want to make a better world, caring and inclusive? We have a question for that. If you say yes, please press create and leave your email. Because it's all about storytelling, and I want to share the story as I did with you. I want to share the story, and I want to hear your stories. I want to build the story of us all. So leave your email address after pushing create, and we'll get back to you next week. Thank you very much.
Now, did you come up with this idea? I mean, because I love the idea. I've been stealing it from you and saying, this could be a future autonomous drive vehicle.
I've heard it a few times back.
I didn't want to take credit for it. I said I made it okay. But I mean, did you get that story? Did you get that story after you drove in my Tesla, or did you already have it way before?
As an engineer, I sometimes wonder about the world. Because it's all about connection. And what we do is sometimes so strange because we only talk about money. And if you see, after living the American dream for 60 years, if you take it 10 years further, then either the children will be charging their parents, or their parents will be charging their children, but somebody will have come up with another business model. And business models don't make us happy. But bringing some friends together, who don't have to worry about money because there's basic income. And they build great things, and they can rate their names upon it.
Yeah. And that is, I mean, what we did, what you did, and what you put in my head is, how are we going to reinvent the non-profit? How are we going to reinvent the stichting, the one who's now being controlled by people? But how can we set up a contract and have, I mean, the idea to put 1,000 cars down and have them drive around when they're good enough in 2025, generate money, taking care of themselves, growing, and then starting generating. Yeah. That idea you could do with a lot of different things. I mean, 50% of our gross national product is non-profit.
Exactly.
And we need to reinvent it, and we need to put it on the chain.
And we can do that with everything. If you ask for some things and the questions annoy you, that's mostly a very good sign that there is some system waiting to be automated, done by autonomous machines who are there to care for us, to help us.
Yeah, in healthcare.
In healthcare, in everything. In 30 years, there will be people and there will be caring machines. And I see no reason personally why the infrastructure should be more complex than that. Okay. But it's a long road from where we stand now here.
Okay, is that a pretty crazy idea? But a great one. Thank you very much, Jan-Peter. Yeah. Great job. Appreciate it. Thanks. Whew, wow. I mean, that was a really different kind of story and a different kind of vision. And then, you know, we have a guy, now as the last speaker, who I think you came, Chris, come up. I mean, he went to Kuala Lumpur, then he flew to India, then he went to Ireland, he went to Luxembourg, and then he arrived just now half an hour ago on Schiphol. I mean, he traveled all around the world. He's completely crazy that he agreed to come here. And the only reason is because of Conny, because Conny said, you know, you need to be here, and then Chris said no, and after 3 times, he's here anyway. So that's really nice. He's crazy for a couple of other reasons. He spent his life in IT, wrote a lot of books about it, and he loves old technology to make it more modern and to make it more disruptive. He's crazy on all kinds of things. I mean, you just got how old are your kids? The twin?
14 and a half months, twins.
Yeah, I mean, he just got, these are your first kids, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, he was wise enough to not get into kids, because kids are the worst possible investment there is. I mean, it's just like they take all the time, all the money, all the energy, and you're now ready for it. And he came all the way. He's been disrupting a lot of conferences.
I've just invested in a nice show called Babecoin, by the way. If anyone wants to invest in Babecoin, I'm the man.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you're really. He was there 3 weeks ago. He was at the Next Web, and you know, then we had a little bit of an audience, you know, 5,000 or 6,000 people, but he's here for us, so give him a big hand for the last keynote, Chris Skinner. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. I was kind of thinking about it and wondering why Vincent invited me to be the last speaker when you've heard everything so far today. So what can I tell you? I've no idea. I guess he invited me because I was the guy who put all his bitcoins in Mt. Gox and lost them. I was the guy who got hacked on Bitstamp. I was the guy who got ripped off in an ICO recently. And, you know, I thought it was shitcoin. But I stuck with it. I was the guy who was part of investing in the decentralized autonomous organization, and that was fun. But I stuck with Ether. Why? Because there's so much other things going on that those bad headlines are just a few bad headlines. That a little bit like, you know, if because of Brexit the pound tumbles, does that mean that the pound sterling is still non-existent? It's going to go away? It's still here. Well, this week. We'll see what happens after Theresa May's speech today, which is going to be tough, interesting. Yeah. We're still looking for a prime minister. If anyone wants to volunteer, it's quite easy to get there. You know. So the reason why I've stuck in there is that obviously something is happening. And what's happening is that we are transforming the world. And it's not blockchain that's transforming the world, it's digital that's transforming the world. And I get really irritated because I talk to a lot of banking people, and I know they don't get it. And the reason I know they don't get it is that they talk about digital as a channel. And they've got a chief digital officer, and they've rolled out a fantastic mobile app. And that's nothing to do with what's happening in the world right now. Because what's happening in the world right now is that we are connecting everybody in real time in a very cheap way. And we've never had that before, because what's been connected before is being really expensive, and it's not easy to do business with banks. That's the reason why 2/3 of this planet doesn't have a bank account, because banks deal with people in a very expensive way through physical structures built in the Industrial Revolution, focused upon buildings and humans and paper. And what we're doing is, in this digital revolution, not rolling out apps, we're rolling out a completely open-sourced financial system. And you have to have that system to support the Internet of Things. You know, I cannot imagine having my things having to transact through my bank app, because it would be ridiculous, particularly when my things are transacting non-stop 24/7, and I've got a lot of things on the internet already. I'm going to have even more things on the internet tomorrow. And with 7 billion people having things on the internet, maybe they average 5 things on the internet, that's 50 billion things transacting in real time, non-stop, all day long, trillions of times per day. Will they do that through the SWIFT network? I don't think so. They're going to do it through a distributed ledger, which has to be built, and it has to be agreed. And that's part of our challenge right now. What are we building, and what do we agree upon? Because there's an awful lot of arguments going on. There's an argument going on around, should we use Bitcoin or Ether? You know, you'll have your own opinions, but the prices have been rising dramatically for all the reasons that we know about and you've heard about today, and in particular the fact that we can now raise a lot of capital for new ventures to build new things for the digital revolution, using structures that are digital structures, which is what we need. But equally, what about Zcash? Or what about Ripple? You know, where's your money going? What do you bet on for 10 years from now to be the structure of tomorrow on blockchains? We don't know, because it's just experimental stuff. We're just building something, and we're getting there. But we don't know where we're going to be in terms of where it's all going. We just know there's choices, there's methods, there's structures, and we have to understand them, get to grips with them, and incorporate them. And one of the biggest challenges, I think, is to try and get people to articulate, particularly in a bank's boardroom, what the difference is between the basics. Like, what's the difference between a blockchain and a distributed ledger? You know, ask a bank's leadership team, they have no idea. Should they? I think they should. Mainly because banks are technology companies building the Internet of Value for the Internet of Things, along with FinTech startups in a co-creative, collaborative structure. You know, I think most banks' leadership teams are fatally flawed because they're run by bankers. 94% of the leadership teams in the banks are bankers. They understand risk, compliance, audit, money, have no idea about technology. And building an open-source financial Internet of Value without any leadership that understands what that is going to be or how it should work seems a little bit dumb to me. We need to work on that. And then I think the most interesting part, and I know you've touched on this a lot today, and I know that Birch talked about it for 2 hours, so you got a lot of insight from him, in digital identity. And digital identity, to me, is the #1 prime area of focus for distributed ledgers, because that will be the core structure for the Internet of Value. You cannot have an Internet of Value if I have no idea what things you own and whether you've authorized them to transact. I have to have an identity scheme that tells me what are your things and what have you authorized them to do. But self-sovereign digital identities and how they work is going to take a lot of time to agree them. It's not just a simple thing. If it was a simple thing, we would have done it years ago. A little bit like clearing and settlements. That's #1 use case ING just touched upon. And the reason our clearing and settlement comes up as a big use case is because there was a paper by Oliver Wyman saying that we could save $20 billion a year by putting clearing and settlement on a blockchain. They didn't say what blockchain or how it would work or whether it's a distributed ledger and which currency would underlie it and how it would actually interact and who the counterparties are. And what does it mean for central securities depositories and central banks and central counterparty clearing and the actual banks that are involved in the whole structure globally? We've got a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. But there's a few leading lights that I see doing leading work. And in digital identity, there's a few companies that are doing interesting things. And one of them surprised me. They came up to me recently and said, we're focusing on digital identity for Know Your Criminal. KYC, as most of us know it. And the reason is that right now, there's $1.7 trillion of money being laundered through the banks every year, of which only 2% is tracked and traced, because it's paper-based. And it's really easy to print off a utility bill and an address and say, that's me. To create a passport or a driving license and say, that's me. That's actually not good. And that's the reason why there's so much money being laundered through the financial system. Using distributed ledgers, this company believes, and they're led by a person who's formerly one of the big banks' head of compliance and anti-money laundering, that 90% of laundering will be tracked and traced because it's digitalized. And digital makes a huge difference. That's why the Dubai government intends to have all of the government's documentation on a blockchain by 2020. And knowing Dubai, they probably will achieve it, because Dubai achieves a lot of things overnight. If you haven't been there lately, they actually recently built a 3-kilometer canal through the center of the city. And they just did it in 18 months. And it involved lifting up the motorway, which they just did. You know, Dubai does this stuff. So Dubai having everything on a blockchain by 2020 is quite likely. What will they have? Identities, along with government contracts and government benefits and everything else that governments do. And I think the reason why we stay on identities, the area that excites me the most is actually not this room or this country or this geography, to be honest. Although I am European, even with my accent. America and Europe are legacy infrastructure regions because we built everything before the internet came around. What really excites me is China. I was stunned when I see the figure last year that between Ant Financial and WeChat, $5.5 trillion was paid in mobile apps in China, compared to 112 billion in the USA. So 50 times greater in China, the volume of mobile payments, because they didn't have credit and debit cards. They didn't have that legacy infrastructure. So they've leapfrogged overnight. But the countries that are really leapfrogging everybody are in sub-Saharan Africa, Indonesia, Philippines, in areas where people were not banked, where they didn't have access to internet and financial systems, but they now have a mobile phone in their hand, connecting everybody globally. This is the digital revolution. 7.5 billion people having access to the network. And what they need in that network is a cheap and free and easy way to transact and trade, using a cheap and easy authentication system based on a distributed ledger, which will be their identity through their SIM card and maybe through a biometric on a distributed ledger system. That will be created in the next 15 years, probably in the next 5. How it's created, how it will run, he knows, Mr. Birch. I don't, because he gets it far more than I do in terms of digital identity. But what I do get is that if we can crack that one nut, that will transform our planet overnight into a truly digital planet connecting everybody and everything. Thank you.
A guy who basically is ready before his time. Do you want to even out with the other English or what?
Why would you disagree with Chris?
Yeah, why would you disagree with Chris Kidder? Is there anything he said which you disagree with? Because that's what we like to discuss.
I actually disagree with myself quite often. I have arguments with myself. I'm fairly schizo.
Yeah. I mean, your blog is just amazing. I mean, if you subscribe to his newsletter, you get unbelievable amount of articles about, you know, just like the whole fintech industry and the whole technical sector, etc. But I mean, so I don't know how you do it. But I mean, you were, the last time I saw you, you were a little tired of the blockchain, right? Just like, I mean, Dave was just being skeptical and basically got on a tangent. You were getting tired. Basically, we heard from Gartner that it's now, you know, we're in the delusions phase, and we already passed it. But do you see real changes being implemented? Are we getting ever out of that experimenting and this hopefulness phase?
To an extent. I mean, the reason why I was a bit tired of blockchain when I last saw you is because it's reached the point where everybody was saying, we're putting a blockchain thing in. And it just became stupid because they didn't know why they were putting a blockchain thing in. You know, blockchain will solve child poverty and world hunger and homelessness and, you know, reform the planet. It can't do everything. And so I think it just went through that hype cycle, which we again saw on some of the charts. 2015 in particular, where everything was writing about it. And then it kind of went into the trough of disillusionment.
And when will we get out of there? I mean, do you sign? I mean, do you really have to go to Dubai?
I've said
do you really have to go to Dubai to come up with exciting examples?
I've said there's waterfall effects. That first of all, it comes from the Internet of Value being built by the banks and fintech firms. Then it will roll into the institutions that work with the banks, the corporates and governments. Then it will roll into the main street, the consumer. But to get to the consumer, you're looking at 5 to 8 years of development cycles between financial institutions, fintechs, governments, and corporates. Having said that, some things are already in the consumer's hand, things like Abra. And if you don't know Abra, it's a Bitcoin-based remittances corridor startup that's now in over 50 currencies, I think, that basically allows you to pay money from developed economies to emerging economies for almost free. It's one of the cheapest transfer systems in the world. And all it's doing is converting everything into the Bitcoin blockchain behind the scenes. You don't see that.
No.
So there is some already out there in consumers' hands, and it tends to be in emerging economies.
Yeah. So what we saw, I mean, I don't know if you were here when Ling talked, but he said what kind of blockchain he was building and how because they don't have all these legacy systems, there's innovation coming from that department. But
well, there's also a key thing around what's happening in China. So I'm a big fan of Ant Financial. And the main reason being is, unlike Tencent, but Tencent is starting this as well, and Baidu,
WeChat.
Ant Financial has launched itself out of China into becoming a global player, working with Wirecard and Genico here, working with First Data and MoneyGram in the States, and also lots of alliances in Philippines and Thailand with different players. And Eric Jing was at the World Economic Forum in January and said that Ant Financial will have 2 billion users by 2025, by distributed ledger and artificial intelligence technologies investments. He didn't go any further in terms of what he meant by that. But I'm going to find out next month in Hangzao. So I'm going down for a week.
One other thing. I mean, how long have you been in this whole banking industry?
About 5 years.
Yes. And you're a young dad. Well, if you now look, how many people have a bank account by now?
Worldwide, it's about 2.4 billion.
Yeah. So way less than mobile phones.
Yeah,
right?
Way less.
And there's 3.5 million people with a smartphone.
Yep.
And I mean, I've tried to show you all, if you download this Jax thing, DAXX, and I hope that during the drinks you basically ask me more money because I still have 800 euros to give away. But if you see how easy it is to download the app, get 2 bank accounts, an Ivar and start trading, and to give people a digital money identity and start doing that. Isn't that really inspiring technology for our systems, which are, in the Netherlands are fantastic. We have real good, everybody has a bank account, it's really cheap, it works. But isn't that something which is exciting for our future and make it much better to work with?
It completely is, but I still take one step back and just say, at this point in time, if I need to be a computer scientist to be able to use these capabilities, and I'm not saying you have to be, because there are apps out there that solve it.
I mean,
there are the apps out there.
Who's tried Jax now? Who's tried Jax? Who has installed it? Okay, who thinks it's quite a difficult thing to operate? Who thinks it's quite easy?
I didn't finish what I was saying, Vincent. Which is, as tweeted, I think, by Mr. Birch. The guy who accepts Bitcoin in India has only had 1 transaction, and the whole time he said that we accept Bitcoin. If you don't get the mainstream out there, then it won't take off. And the mainstream not only has to have easy apps, but they have to have regulated apps. That means if they've got value stores in there and they're stolen or hacked, that they're protected.
Yeah. Well, India did a nice little, acceleration policy thing, right? Changing the whole money system, and just flying in new. That was a nice way to accelerate the digital acceptance of coins. No, but they just did that. That was an amazing thing. So I hope that, being your normal English skeptical, that we need to wait 8 years. You're probably right, but I hope we can accelerate it a little bit. And
if
thank
it
you very much for
accelerates like
coming.
your Tesla does.
Yeah, accelerate like my Tesla. We need to go in that. Thank you very much, Chris, coming all the way. Okay, we're done with speakers. But do you have time for one more visit from the American president? Yeah? Are you willing to participate and give him your finest questions and see where the guy who basically thinks that, America should be first, but can Holland be second? Can he basically come and give us a good time to end this conference? Greg Shapiro, come up, give Mr. Donald Trump a big hand. All right. You need to help.
Yeah. All right. Good. You go on Squiffer. You can put in your questions, and yeah, and I will answer with a Trump press conference. My fake Trump is now giving more actual press conferences than the real Donald Trump. So, did you want to do the bumper thing? Whatever, fine. Everybody's woke now. Stay woke, people. All right. I have a PowerPoint. I brought some slides just for you guys today. I made some tailoring as well. But I've actually gone on location with my show. And we've asked people, if you could ask Donald Trump one thing, what would it be? So you can think about that while you are enjoying, right? Oh, don't bring it up yet. No, I don't want to see it yet. No, I'll do it in real time. Great. Anyway, so here we go. It's me, Greg Shapiro, the American Netherlander. I'm a little bit of both. A little bit loud American and a little bit doe normaal Nederlander. And right, so I'm here representing, the United States, but also my YouTube show, the United States of Europe, because there is no daily show for the EU, but I think there should be. And anyway, from the United States, very proud to be asked to attend conferences like this and just wake everybody up a little bit at the end of the day, because I don't mind speaking that loudly. And of course, we're very happy, super happy. I just see the photo and something happens, you know. Very happy of our orange-faced, ode to the Royal House of Orange. And in fact, I was working on the show at Boom Chicago called Angry White Men, Trump Up the Volume. And that's the basis that got me, I got a call from Janine and Arjen Lubach, and they wanted to do this welcome to Donald Trump after the inauguration. And so that became this video, which is now known as the Netherlands Second video. Let's make the Netherlands second. Have you seen it? Yeah. How many people have seen, yeah? Is it anyone? Okay, great. That's like, okay, good. And I know people keep asking me, is he going to do it? Is the Netherlands going to be second? Do you think that Donald Trump himself has sat there and watched this video? And the answer is, I don't know for sure. However, I have learned that this Netherlands second video now has more views on YouTube than the official Donald Trump inauguration video. So, I mean, I think he might have heard of it. I think it's on his radar, okay? With an ego that big, you don't miss something like that. He puts the id in president. He's just a raging id. So yes, I've gone on my YouTube channel. I've given a tutorial on how to talk like Donald Trump, because it's impossible to try to predict, and I mentioned it earlier in the day. Trust is obviously a key element for blockchain. And this, Donald Trump is a disruptor, but not in the good way. No, you need to try to predict, trying to predict Donald Trump is like trying to predict which way a fly will go next. His brain is just kind of, but fine. So if you can talk like Donald Trump, then you can think a bit like Donald Trump. First of all, I will note that Donald Trump, when he talks, his eyes are never completely open, and his mouth is never closed. And that's just, and the hands, very important. The hands, you have to understand the hands, and they're always making one of two gestures, okay? There's this one or this one. And he will say things like, there's no problem down there, I guarantee. But then his hands say, peeny, peeny, teeny, teeny. So the hands tell the true story. It's also very digital, I think. His hands are like, it's always this one or this one. It's like ones or zeros. It's like some binary code. Can someone who does coding figure out what the president's hands are trying to say? If we could translate the SOS message, I think it's like, someone please rescue us. We did not choose to be part of this. Please save Donald Trump's hands. The hands tell the true story. He will say things like, I don't have any problem with immigrants, okay? I met yesterday with the tech leaders. They want a common sense immigration policy? I said yes, but his hands are going like, I said yes, we love immigrants in the United States. I have no relationship with Vladimir Putin. I've never met him. I don't know him. And women, ask anyone, they will tell you, no one has more respect for women than I do, okay? No one has more respect for women. Anyway, so, all right, the hands tell the true story. I guess I'll move on now because, yeah, there's the man himself. And what would Donald Trump say about an event like this? Donald Trump would say, if you saw him at his rally yesterday, Des Moines, Iowa, beautiful, so many people, so many, just as far as the eye could see. And he was saying, my people, I know you're not very well educated. Those are my people. I love the low educated. I love the low skilled workers. And that is why I loved so many questions that were asked at this conference today, such as, KPN, why is my Wi-Fi so slow? Thank you. Thank you for making that public. HP, why won't my printer work? Can I get free ink cartridges? ING, why do banks still exist? That was a different one. Anyway, okay, but fine. Dave Birch, by the way, this watch costs $100,000, okay? This watch, definitely $100,000. And then I went to the breakout session for government, and I missed tech, I missed business, but I went to government, and there's great cadastre. The land registry is going to go on the blockchain. I love it. You can just, sit on it. You can buy property all around the world. Half of China. I own it now. I love it. Birth certificates. They're going to be on the blockchain. I hope so. If our man, Syrian refugee, okay? Wonderful success story. But he came in here. He's got a great technology. Birth certificates online. Even just from your own home, you can prove that Obama was actually born in Kenya. Voting will now be done. Democracy on the internet, on blockchain. What's wrong with that? Voting on blockchain. Actually, we already have a use case in this previous election. We have found a way. It's true. We skipped past the POC. In fact, we have completely eliminated the POC from the last election. And by POC, I mean people of color. They are the weakest link in the blockchain, okay? And we're the government. We snip it right out. Anyway, I'm from Chicago. I came to Amsterdam. Boom Chicago is celebrating 25 years next year. And that's the reason I came here. I just wanted to say, if you come to Boom Chicago, we still have the letter from the city of Amsterdam, gemeente Amsterdam, printed on fax on the wall. And we sent them our business proposal. And the city of Amsterdam, they sent a wonderful point-by-point response. Thank you for your idea. It's terrible. Keep your money. No one is going to come see this show. We did it anyway. And thank goodness that's how we found that. The phrase, that is not possible, is just it's in the drinking water. It's in the Calvinistic background. I don't know. That is not possible, which means it is possible. I just don't feel like it. It seems risky, scary. Richard, back me up. Anyway. But, before I get to that, I will also say, I do a lot of these shows for corporate stuff, right? I was working for a company that I shouldn't mention by name, but let's just call them a large light bulb manufacturer in Eindhoven. And they were... this was a while back, but they were having this internal meeting about how can we be quicker to market. We're very good at testing the shit out of everything, but we keep getting beat to market. They invented CD technology, but who owned the market? Sony. And so we said, let's make things better. Back then it was a great catchphrase, but maybe let's make things cheaper. That's part of growing pains. That's part of the theme. And so, and if you're Dutch and your name is Freak or Jerk or Joke or Taco or even Fucko or Sicko, embrace the culture shock, okay? Like, let's try this. There should be, how many Dutch people speak English really well? Moi, that should be much more proud, right? Okay, let's just rephrase the question. How many Dutch people speak English better than French people? You see? If you involve insulting another country or culture, then the pride comes out. I love that. And I don't know, I don't have much time to get into it, but look at this. This is great. Nowhere on mainland Europe is there 90% English proficiency except for the Netherlands. And that's not the surprise. The surprise is the country that should be 100%. We're just leaving now, thank you, out of embarrassment. Anyway, there's a lot of stuff to be proud of, and I will just skip past some of this. It's just, yeah, I love this idea that it's the paradox of Dutch identity. A weak national identity is typically Dutch, the least chauvinistic country, but there's a lot to be proud of. This is the Netherlands as of 1930, and then bam, you guys just like create, the rest of the world was like, how the hell? That's a miracle. And Dutch people are like, mwah, it's Flevoland, it's niet gezellig of so. Anyway, so I'm almost out of time. I will take some questions now from the public, okay? And let's have the real fake Donald Trump answer your questions. If you have the script for, go ahead. What have we got up here? Okay, where's Melania? Okay, I think we know. She's not, what? Question number 2, very funny, okay? I don't know Cyril. I've never met Cyril. I don't speak Cyril. Okay. Anyway, can Joland, Joland, you guys keep changing the name. Netherlands, Joland, you don't even know what the country is. What's with the orange? Is that a wig? Oh my God. Okay, there's so much. There's so much. Oh, how much Trump coin? Oh, question 7. How much Trump coin did you pre-mine? Oh, pre-mine. All right, okay. How much Trump coin did you pre-mine before the ICO? I don't know. I've been watching House of Cards, and ICO to me is the same as ISIS, okay? Everybody's like, oh, ICOs, they're not secure. No, of course they're not secure. There's no security. It keeps going up and down. It's crazy. Wait, question. Do you own... Don, do you own Bitcoin? I don't. I do. My kids, I don't know. Ask Jared, ask Ivanka, they know. Why not lay solar panels on the whole of Mexico? That's a good one. That's a great idea. Okay, hold on. Is that number 3? How is the wall coming? I will tell you. Okay, my hands, if you'll notice, either they're making this gesture or this, and they go like this. Okay, they're always playing either an accordion or they're building. My hands, I'm a builder. I love to build, okay? And I am happy to announce that the wall between me and reality is almost complete, okay? Over on this side of the wall, it's fantastic. It's sunny outside. My numbers have never been better. And to answer your question, what's with the orange thing? I will tell you, okay? I will tell you that there's a reason, okay? Because Donald Trump would not have happened without a certain country, and that is the country of the Netherlands. Yes, it's true. And just think about it, because who came before Donald Trump? Geert Wilders, okay? Not the only, crazy-talking, blonde-haired politician thinks the rules don't apply to him. So, and not just that, what's my inspiration, first of all, is making crooked real estate deals in Manhattan. What country is responsible for the most crooked real estate deal in the history of Manhattan? When it was bought for 24 guilders, okay, from the end, and I got my fame in America because of the reality TV show, Reality TV, which became a reality when Big Brother House was on Endemol. That was Dutch TV. Again, you can take credit, Dutch people. And of course, I would not have been elected without the inherent racism in American politics, which goes all the way back to when America owned slaves from the North Atlantic slave trade. Who sold us all of those slaves from, who was that? Oh, right, it was the Dutch, actually. That is why I paint my face orange every morning as a tribute to my inspiration in the Netherlands. It's always King's Day where I'm standing, and I love King's Day. You don't pay tax for the whole day. Every day is King's Day for me. Okay. Anyway, that's all the time we have for the fake Donald Trump. I'm Greg Shapiro. Thank you very much. And thank you, Vincent, for putting on this wonderful day. Yes. And that's the show. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Shapiro.
Yes.
Do you remember when we walked in the park and we were talking about this? How much I would pay you for this?
Yeah, I'm not sure, actually. You said Bitcoin, and I said some amount of Bitcoin.
I thought it was one Ivar.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, was it in Ether?
Yes.
Oh, you sly dog.
Yeah. Well,
okay.
No, the problem is I promised you a Bitcoin for
okay.
this. 1 Bitcoin for this thing. And then at that time, it was about €1,000 or something like that. But goddamn, this was the most exciting and most expensive thing. So you're a great investor in getting payment in a very flexible way. Because was he worth it? Yes, he's worth it.
I don't even know how much it's worth now.
Yeah.
That, knowing you is a good investment.
$2,700 or $2,500. So that's that's better than.
And it's just climbing. It just keeps getting better.
Yeah, that's just like
it only ever goes up. That's just the law of physics.
And everybody's going to hire you there. So thanks very much, Greg. I appreciate it.
Thank you, thank you. Yes.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, shall we?
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Wrapping up. Can I ask the whole team, everybody who's not pressing buttons, all the team who organized this conference to come here. And let me see, I want to... So come here on stage, guys, because I want to tell you how a strange thing... So let me see, where is these books? I had these books.
There.
Oh, there they are, yeah. Come on stage. Because I got a nice compliment from actually Bart Mellink from Gartner. He says, how could you organize this conference? This doesn't sound like you. Everything is perfect and everything is wonderful and that kind of stuff. And that is not you. So I first want to be, I'm going to thank a bunch of people. First, the speakers, especially, I mean, I want to encourage you, if you have anybody who needs a blockchain for dummies and also a blockchain for very intelligent people in Dutch, I think this is a great book from Simone. And Paul, if you want a very big book, and very thorough, you know, he did a great job. And the value web from Chris Skinner. So you can buy that outside and support our speakers by making sure that their wisdom doesn't go unpunished, and then you can be better prepared for it. So we had a great team. I mean, all the speakers, we have 50 speakers from all over the world. I mean, I want to thank you very much for coming from Canada, from France, from America, from everywhere. And I want a big hand for all the speakers because they were wonderful. Thank you.
Though there may be wet road ahead and you cannot slip.
And Monique did a great job helping me with a nightmare of getting all these speakers. I mean, we went through hundreds of speakers before we basically selected on these. And I always wanted more. You know, Dre helped greatly with all the design and making the looks good and making the website fantastic. So Paul, I already mentioned. Joel did a great job. He knew more about Bitcoin than me, and he made all kinds of presentations. And Guido helped fantastically with all the speakers. Jan did everything with the sponsors, got all the sponsors involved. We had to refuse a whole bunch of people which wanted to be involved, and he was very good and tough in doing that. This is the woman of the day, Simone. She organizes everything, every aspect, every minute she had it organized, which was absolutely not my thing, and I really think it's wonderful. I mean, she did... Yeah. Before that, she did the next web. So, I mean, that was 12,500 people, so it was easy. And I thank you very much, Jelle, for helping out on everything. You did 100,000 things, and Jennifer did the PR. So this was the team, which was extremely organized. Paul is in the back with a whole bunch of people. We have the video guys who just need to do their job, so they're not on stage. Give them a big hand, and then we're going out for a borrel. Thank you.
To a greater day. With just a little faith, if you put your mind to it, you can surely do it. Just move on.